It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
You know, in the 60s and early 70s, we were really pushing the frontier of human spaceflight. And obviously those landing on the moon is regarded as one of the greatest achievements of humanity, arguably of life itself. And even though only a handful of people went to the moon, vicariously we all went there. And you know, and it was just one of those really inspiring things that I think made everyone glad to be human. And I do think it's important that we have these inspiring things that make you glad to get up in the morning and glad to be a member of the human race. And we need to push that frontier.
If you advance frontiers, heroes are made, okay? There's a force operating on the educational pipeline that will stimulate the formation of scientists, engineers, mathematicians, and technologists, the STEM research fields. You birth these people into society. They're the ones that make tomorrow come. The foundations of economies in the 21st century, will issue forth from investments we make in science and technology. That we've known since the dawn of the Industrial Revolution. We have known that those nations that embrace those investments are those that lead the world.
The growth of our science and education will be enriched by new knowledge of our universe and environment, by new techniques of learning and mapping and observation, by new tools and computers for industry, medicine, the home, as well as the school. And finally, the space effort itself has already created a great number of new companies and tens of thousands of new jobs. Space and related industries are generating new demand in investment and skilled personnel.
How much would you pay for the universe?
Our satellites are about this size, and they're filled with a camera, sensors, and Arduino processors, which we let you program and then control the satellite for a full week's time for just $250.
You explore Lewis and Clark, you explore the continent, you explore space, you explore deep space, because you don't really know what you're going to find. And I remind everybody that relativity was discovered barely a century ago. If you told my grandfather there'd be signals from space that you have to take into account both the gravity of the Earth and the speed of the spacecraft, he'd think you were nuts. But yet here we all are. And so there is a whole nother physics, yes? Right there. Just, it's so close.
This is the future of mobile. Today, ubiquitous access to the cloud. Tomorrow, ubiquitous access to space. 24/7, real-time, and in HD. And this is not science fiction. This is real, and it's happening right now.
Donc voici l'interface de customisation de vaisseau sur le site, donc PTU, mais ça devrait ressembler à ça quand ça va arriver sur le site live. Là, comme vous voyez, toutes les variantes du 300 sont customisables. Donc, si vous voulez faire un 350R, un 325A, 315P ou un 300i, ben, vous pouvez les customiser. Donc, tout ça, c'est possible d'être fait. Ici, ça ressemble un peu à l'original, mais avec quelques lignes noires un peu plus. Ça, c'est jaune. J'aime vraiment pas cette couleur de jaune-là. Mais on a d'autres sortes de couleurs. Donc, ça ici, si on choisit ceux-là, les couleurs Célébration Origin, ça coûte rien de plus. Donc, vous voyez, on choisit ça et c'est inclus. Donc, on n'a pas besoin de payer un montant supplémentaire. Ça, c'est quand même bien. Mais disons qu'on va prendre... bon, je vais mettre ça. Mais de toute façon, je vais essayer les autres ici. Bon, ça, c'est les couleurs standards. Donc, hein, on peut avoir... rouge, jaune ou blanc. Donc ça, c'est vraiment le standard. J'aime bien les couleurs métalliques. Et on voit ici les couleurs métalliques, les finis métalliques, c'est 2$ de plus. Donc encore là, pour un changement de couleur, c'est quand même pas si pire que ça. C'est pas des grosses microtransactions. Bon, qu'est-ce qu'on prend?
What a cool city at night. Wow. Yeah, Hardcorp is the shit. When you want a good place to live, live at Hardcorp. Whoo! I never thought that would be possible, you know? Wow. I have to say that I found that this place might get a bit polluted, you know? Yeah. I have to do something. A tiny gesture for the humanity on Hardcorp. I mean, we cannot let the pollution and all animal dies. You know, I learned in my book history that back in the day when people were living only on the earth, you know, at this point, people were saying you cannot eat meat because it will pollute the planet and it will destroy life. You don't want to destroy life, do you? No? No, for sure, no. I don't want. All I want is save lives. So I thought that might be this old idea from the early 2000s would be great to apply here. Maybe I can try to save the animals. I will go vegan. I will stop eating my oh, I like those Vandal burgers, you know, at the show, the Vandal burger. Oh, they are a little bit spicy though. I will have to stop eating that. Yeah. I heard about a shop here in Hardcorp that sell living turtles. Whoa, I should try to save one of these turtles. Those turtles need to live. Yeah. Hey man, I would like to have a turtle, please.
국수를 원하십니까?
Oh, no. It's not for heating, mister. It's for bringing with me. I have to save that turtle, you know? It's whole philosophy. I'm going vegan, so no more meat, and I want to save the animal, you know?
아저씨, 당신은 그것을 가지고 갈 수 없습니다. 그것을 먹어야 해요.
No, I'm taking the turtle, okay, man? I'm taking it. I have to save the turtle. I don't want no noodle with my turtle. I only want the turtle. I finally convinced them to give me the turtle. I'm really proud. Really proud of me, man. Really proud of me. I saved the turtle. I saved the turtle. Now back to our apartment. Oh, let's see. How am I going to name you? You might be a little thirsty, do you? All I'm having here is some beer. Does a turtle drink beer? Well, I bet you're preferring those plant, huh? That's better than beer for turtle. So you're basically hitting my science project, yeah. Hey, I think this turtle is trying to talk to me. I could use one of those black market alien translator. Yeah, I have to find one and hack it into the database and see if I can use the database to apply it to the turtle language. That could be a really great new science project. Oh yeah, let's do this. I remember this guy at the bar. He can find anything. I hope he will be able to help me. Hey man, I heard that you are able to find just about anything. Is it true? Could you possibly help me to find some alien translator?
Yeah, kid. I can find that. I will call one of my guy, but it surely won't be free. I hope you know that. And if you're searching for trouble, I can assure you you will find it.
Oh no, I won't make you any problem. Promise. With my movie glass, I will try to access the database and try to hack into it. Let's see if it worked now. Okay, let's try to communicate a bit now. Hey you, can you understand me? Yeah? Really? Whoa, I can understand you now too. I was right, huh? You were really trying to tell me something earlier? What did you want to tell me? You really miss your family and your planet, huh, buddy? Yeah, can understand. I lost my whole family too. Our station went under attack and yeah, I was the only one to survive. I was relocated by the UAE here on Hardcorp. Oh, yeah, that would be really great if I could make a little space travel with you to your planet, but technically I don't have any ship right now. You know, university is pretty expensive here on Hardcorp, so all my economy went on school. And I know how to fly a ship. I think, but I technically don't have the ship license. I know what you will say. Anyone these days have his ship license, but yeah, I guess I'm pretty late on that. You're right. Maybe the same guy that found the translator could found me a fake ID, then I can rent the ship. Maybe, yeah. Let's try that. That sounds like a good plan. What can go wrong?
You again? What do you want?
Yeah, it's me again, Mister. I'm sorry to bother you again. I would like maybe if you could possibly find me a fake ID, please.
As long as you have the money, I will sell it to you. But I just want to say that you start to look a little bit suspicious, kid. I really hope, for you, that I don't get any trouble. Is it clear?
Whew, pretty happy that this meeting with the guy is over. It was getting a little bit scary. Yeah. So let's get out of here soon. Whew, let's hit the spaceport, my friend. Yeah, I'm so excited. That will be awesome. That will be a great adventure.
That dude was really acting like a weirdo. I should access the camera to see if he's not hiding something.
That view, I never get tired of it. So awesome. So awesome. Woo!
What is he doing? Huh? Is it the turtle from the Banu merchant the other day? Yeah, I think it is. He lost it here in our court, and was offering a really great reward for it. Ah, that's why this guy needed the translator to communicate with the Banu. Oh no, that's my lucky day. I will call one of my guys.
Salve, signore. Come posso aiutarti?
You can help me for sure. I would love to rent a ship. I don't really know what model I would like. Maybe, what's your cheapest model?
Per prima cosa, dovrò controllare la sua identificazione, signore.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my ID, yeah. So my name is Chris Robert.
Nella sua fascia di prezzo, signor Robert, abbiamo l'Aurora. Va bene per te?
Yeah, I fly that model a few times, yeah. I got some experience.
Devo contare la tartaruga come passeggero?
Oh, yeah. The turtle, yeah. The turtle is with me.
Ok, perfetto, signor Robert. La tua nave ti sta aspettando nell'hangar 3.
Wow!
That hangar is huge! Yeah, that's what will fly us to your planet. Woohoo! That feeling is amazing! That's been a long time since I had a view like this. I almost forgot how beautiful it was. I'm looking for faith, looking for love in every direction. I'm looking for someone to show me the way when my map is torn up. Give me a light when my torch is blown out. Let me escape. Oh no, an asteroid field. Whoa, I need to be really careful. No! I hate asteroids. Now the ship is shut down. I hope I did not break something important. Buddy, I will need to go out a bit. I will need to repair the ship with my multi-tool. So wait for me, okay? Yeah, I will be careful. Okay, let's see. I think I just found the problem. Let's try to fix this now. I think that should be okay. Let's hope that works. Well, the engine seems to work, but the life support battery is still low. We will need to go to the closest shelter. Sorry, sir, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have any turtle.
Alright, you're just lying about this right now. We saw you on surveillance camera stealing that turtle. Give me that turtle right back, or I'll kill you right here.
No, I made you promise. I cannot let him take you.
Hand me back that turtle right now.
Okay, I will give it to you, but promise me that you won't hurt it.
Don't worry about it. It's not gonna get hurt. This turtle's worth about 1 billion UEC, so let's have it on this table. Right here.
What a loser am I. I let this guy take the turtle and I did nothing to stop him. Think, focus. I need to find a way to save the turtle. Come on, think. I know. I just need to use a camera scanner. I will be able to locate him. Yeah! That's it. Now I must find the computer. Okay, now I have to track him. What? This guy got a crime stat level 5. He's wanted in over 10 systems. For piracy, murder, stealing, human trafficking. This guy is really an asshole. What? He's one of the pirates who attacked my station a few years ago. He's one of those who killed my whole family. This guy really needs to pay. Time to take my friend back. This pirate really need to learn his lessons once for all. That's the entry. Technically, if I hit that spot with my multi-tool, it will open the door. Let's try it. Yeah, that works. I will shut down his ship engine so he won't be able to escape. Haha, now try to escape, man. Okay, moment of truth. I need to reach that gun on the table.
Haha, that turtle job was easy, honey. 1 million UEC out of that. What's that noise? What's that?
Remember me? Now it's your turn to give me back that turtle. I'm here to save my friend.
That turtle, your friend? I can't believe that. You gotta know something, son. You better not be doing it in Chester. You're gonna regret for that turtle.
You don't want to destroy life, do you? No? No, for sure, no. I don't want. All I want is save lives. You're right. I'm not going to shoot, but I just want to let you know that while I was tracking you on the camera, I look at your resume. Pretty impressive. Huh? So I thought that was a good idea to let the UE police know about your emplacement. So I give them your GPS position. They are on the way right now.
Target in sight, in from the south.
So give me the turtle, you lose anyway.
Can't believe it. You win this time. I got my back up against the wall. I'll give you it. Here, but I swear, we're gonna be again.
Hey buddy, happy to see that you're safe. Yeah, buddy, time to go home. Yeah, I'll promise. No asteroids and no pirate this time. Wow, buddy! That's amazing! I never saw that much tree in my life! There's a lot more plant here for you to eat! Well, buddy, I think it's time to say goodbye. Yeah, you're finally on your planet. Yeah, you're safe here. It will be great. It's time for me to go home too. Yeah. Goodbye, my friend.
The exploration of space will go ahead, and it is one of the great adventures of all time. Its conquest deserves the best of all mankind. For we meet in an hour of change, in a decade of hope, in an age of knowledge. Even though I realize that this is, in some measure, an act of faith and vision, for we do not now know what benefits await us. But if I were to say, my fellow citizens, that we shall send to the moon, 240,000 miles away, a giant rocket carrying all the equipment needed for survival on an untried mission to an unknown celestial body, and then return it safely to Earth, re-entering the atmosphere at speeds of over 25,000 miles per hour, and do all this and do it right before this decade is out, then we must be bold. The exploration of space will go ahead, and it is one of the great adventures of all time.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
For the eyes of the world now look into space, to the moon, and to the planets beyond. We set sail on this new sea because there is new knowledge to be gained. But why, some say, the moon? Why choose this as our goal? And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing. Not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Space will go ahead, and it is one of the great adventures of all time.
When I first saw a home computer, I was fascinated that you could actually make images move on a screen. So I got a computer and taught myself how to program so I could animate. Well, I think the future is going to have two kinds of games. I think it's going to have, the first kind will be sort of solo story games. It'll sort of have a scripted outcome. The other major kind of game that I think will be in the future will be multiplayer, interactive environment. Production values and storytelling on that will have to be the same level as you see on TV and movies.
I'm your host for this month, Jared Huckabee.
So we're hanging out at Selland Station. Thank you so much for supporting this crazy dream.
I really had such a great time working on Wing Commander with Chris, and when he asked me to do it, he's so brilliant. I didn't need a script. I immediately said, of course.
I was only around 7 years old. First time in school. Great memories that are now barely visible in my head. Though, one simply cannot be forgotten, as it drove me to be the woman I am today. It was the third day in school. We were all simply yet confused, not entirely focused or confident about anything. The teacher had started a game to know everyone's dreams. Every child began shortly after, telling how they want to become traders, racers, diplomats. I told them I want to become an archaeologist, as my father was one. The teacher stood in shock for a couple seconds. With almost no hesitation, he asked, "Why look at the ground when there are so many stars above?" And by those words I have been living to this very day, imagining how many things are unfound and are still yet to be discovered above the clouds, among the stars. From that day, I realized I want to become none other than a space traveler. As I got older and older, I kept understanding more and more about what the teacher told me that day. The depth of his words was impeccable. It completely changed my perspective about the beauty and mystery of the universe. I am writing this today as I'm floating in the deepness of space, with only my memories, looking through the window, looking at this magnificent new world full of unknown beauties and promises. When the loneliness thought sometimes comes into my mind, I only need to look up, and I quickly remember that I'm not alone, but surrounded by a vast ocean of shining stars that are yet to be discovered. I am Calliope Pandora, captain of the UEE Triumph, and this is my story.
Tommy's really drop. He's got to make a move as we go down now. Pilgrim's drop into Hawthorne. Takes another drive up the inside into the Sheen curve. What heroic racing at Sheen curve. He pulls it back across. It's going to go down to the finishing line.
The Racers does not need to be told what it is to experience speed. Anybody who attempts to do so knows nothing of setting aside the world and of taking the perfect vehicle to its limits. Knowing exactly how much it can give and asking for just a little more. Just enough to conquer the next turn and blast through the straightaways, ever in pursuit of completing the perfect lap. The Racers knows the pursuit requires sacrifices. With every fraction of increased acceleration, the danger increases. The Racers must ignore the fear of this danger, for failure to do so will only result in the failure of their pursuit. For the Racers, their vehicle is their warhorse, riding with them to whatever end. When the Racers gazes out upon the horizon, they see their journey before them and know they cannot go alone. They wouldn't have it any other way. The Racers lives for the starting lights, the moments of silence before the storm to come. The Racers clears all thoughts, all worries and cares from their mind. All that is left is the starting light and themselves. The Racers knows that freedom only exists on the track, that this freedom can only be achieved during the endless pursuit of perfection, because the Racers knows that freedom is not attained at the finish line. Freedom is only found in clipping the apex of a hairpin turn, with a perfect attack, or roaring with every bit of velocity available through an open straightaway. The Racers does not need to be told what it is to experience speed. The Racers lives it.
Bienvenue chez Freddy Fazer, la pizzeria.
Try it again. Hi, everybody.
Oh, ça commence.
I don't think we got it. One more time. Hi, everybody. Honestly, that was too much. Welcome
Go.
to CitizenCon 2953. I am Jared Huckabee, sometimes known as Disco Lando, sometimes known as Junior, or if you ask my mom, Mr. Dummyhead. Welcome to.
Voilà.
Like, we did not account for the peanut gallery behind me. We are backstage at CitizenCon 2953, what we call Hall A. Hall A is where we're going to be exhibiting all of our presentations this year. We've got 2 days of presentations. Honestly, none of us quite know how the second day is going to go. Usually after we do the first day, we're all just kind of like for the next day over. So we're going to find out what day 2 is like. Day 2, I'm going to start right here, and it's going to be like, hey everybody, welcome to CitizenCon Day 2.
Salut MC, j'avais pas vu que t'étais là, mais je sais pas si t'étais encore là.
I mean, honestly.
J'avais fait un petit avant-show, petite présentation de tous les mini-films que j'avais fait durant mon temps en tant que backers de Star Citizen. Donc, s'il y en a qui ont écouté, ben, voilà.
2 main halls. Hall A, where the presentations are happening. Hall B, where we've transformed it into a virtual Pyro playground. I want to start talking about Hall B. So the folks
Wow,
they let
okay,
in
on n'a pas.
today, they entered
encore ça qui
this. What did I call it? A Pyro playground? I call it a Pyro playground. Can you believe I get paid for doing this? In the Pyro playground, people entered what was called the rundown entrance, which was modeled after Rundown Station, which is one of the stations that's coming in the upcoming Pyro, which is on its way.
Pyro is on its way. Ça serait le fun, par exemple, qu'ils disent que. Imaginez qu'ils droppent une patch pendant la CitizenCon, fait que c'est jouable à la CitizenCon, mais c'est jouable pour nous autres aussi, ça serait pas pire quand même. Mais ça arrivera pas.
I think I'm going to let the boss do that. Hey, I want to be here for day 2. We've got the return of the Dragonfly from CitizenCon 2948. Oh, lost 10 years. 2948, repainted with a brand new rough and ready paint scheme that is available in your digital goodies pack or on the store and whatnot. The community booths this year, if you remember from our CitizenCon 2019, they were a big new addition to CitizenCon. They were modeled after Grimheck Station in 2019. This year they're modeled after Rundown Station. When do we get nice community booths? Like, I mean, they look amazing, don't get me wrong, but they're shady AF. Although, seeing some of the orgs that are in there, you're right where you deserve to be.
Okay.
Atlas Defense Industries, you know who you are.
Wow.
I was going to blame the card, but that's not fair. We have our special guest this year, Atmo Esports, and they're Fight and Flight Live. We're going to be cutting to them in just a few minutes with my buddy Dan Halbrecht. They are doing the finals of their yearly Fight or Flight.
Je me demande vraiment si cette année, la CitizenCon, ça va vraiment être quelque chose de spécial. Est-ce que ce qu'ils vont nous montrer va sortir dans le jeu ou ça sortira pas? Vais-je être obligé de me racheter un package, un game package pour jouer? C'est ce que nous verrons. Parce que honnêtement, j'ai vendu mon compte Star Citizen. Ça fait presque faire un an, peut-être un peu moins d'un an. Ça fait presque 2 ans que j'ai pas joué, vraiment. Donc, moi j'attends vraiment Pyro. J'attends des missions un peu plus changeantes. J'attends plus de joueurs. J'attends des extraterrestres. J'attends Squadron 42. J'attends plein de choses avant de dire que je me rembarque dans Star Citizen. Il va falloir qu'ils fassent leur preuve maintenant. Je les ai appuyés pendant longtemps. Maintenant, ben, je suis un peu plus en retrait. J'ai réussi à m'acheter une belle carte vidéo avec en vendant mon compte Star Citizen. Je me suis acheté une 4090. Donc,
who can tell me?
Yep.
What? What? Honestly, I can't understand what they're saying. It's in another language. Then we've also got this really cool Drake interplanetary trucker hat that's available in the merch store. I think it's also available online. It's pretty cool. You do have to have a normal size head for it to fit. Someday they'll make a hat for me. And then the coup de grace. You saw it first on a Star Citizen Live back in 2019 when folks who watched said,
Qu'est-ce
what
qu'ils
an
vont nous montrer?
incredible waste of time. Designed live on the show, the Star Citizen bobblehead.
Ah, enfin.
Is that in focus?
Les bobbleheads.
He's magnificent.
On était censé en avoir sur
and he comes in a really cool box.
le devant de nos ships,
with Clark
des
Defense
bobbleheads.
Industries. Look good on a shelf. You can do that here. Here, Luke. Or Jake. Here. And of course, a secret area that was revealed recently on the web, a welcome to Pyro with a bunch of computers, roughly 150 computers. And what that's for, I'm also going to let the boss tell you because, again, I want to be here on day 2. So let's talk about the program. 2 days of programs, 2 days of programming representing the best stuff that our developers have to offer. Now, it's been 4 years since we've done a CitizenCon, live and in person. So maybe you've joined since the last one, so you don't really know what to expect. I want to prep you for this here. Everything that you're about to see today, and when I say everything, I mean everything that goes up on that big screen that's behind me or there on your stream, was created by the developers, not a single marketing artist. Every single one of these developers have worked tirelessly for the last 2 months putting together this concept.
Ok, fait que c'est encore des démos qui ont été créées. C'est pas des trucs qui existent encore, là. C'est ça. Fait que ce qu'on va voir encore, comme d'habitude, à la CitizenCon cette année, c'est des choses qui s'en viennent dans les prochaines années. 2, 3, 4 ans. Ça, c'est une des choses que je trouve un peu étrange d'un événement annuel comme la CitizenCon, c'est que normalement, on s'attend, on se dirait, OK, ce qu'ils vont nous montrer, c'est ce qui va arriver dans l'année, vu qu'il y en a une à chaque année, une CitizenCon. Maintenant, ils prennent du retard à chaque année, ils vont nous montrer plein de trucs qu'on n'aura pas l'année prochaine. Puis ni dans 2 ans, peut-être dans 3 ans. Mais le premier panel, c'est le premier panel, je crois que c'est parler à propos du futur du Star Engine. Donc Star Engine qui avait commencé avec la modification du CryEngine dans le temps, qui ont transformé en 64 bits. Maintenant, sont transférés sur Lumberyard, mais qui ont tellement modifié avec toute leur nouvelle technologie, qui s'est rendu leur propre, je dirais, engin graphique à eux. Donc là, ils vont nous parler du futur de l'engin, parce que je sais qu'ils voulaient peut-être mettre du ray tracing dans Star Citizen, puis il y a plein de choses comme ça, là. Oh! Salut Loulou, 95, ça va bien? Ça fait longtemps? Ça fait longtemps que j'ai pas streamé du Star Citizen. Ça va bien?
Check that out. Then around 1:50, these times are all approximate, from our rehearsals yesterday. We got a cosplay contest hosted by Galactica, our social media manager. That's going to be right there on the stage. Then we break for a lunch. We have a lunch break. 2 p.m. Pacific, we take 45 minutes. We recharge our batteries. We fix the things that broke in the first half. And we'll be back 45 minutes later with the stream. Then at 3 o'clock, it's Talking Shit.
Oui, c'est ça. J'ai pas beaucoup streamé Star Citizen dans les derniers temps. Comme j'expliquais, j'ai vendu mon compte. Je me suis acheté une 4090 avec l'argent que j'ai fait en vendant mon compte de Star Citizen. Et donc c'est ça, je joue plus vraiment. Parce que j'attends beaucoup de choses, j'attends, comme je disais, Squadron 42, j'attends Pyro, j'attends tout ça. Et je me suis dit, quand ça arrivera, je me rachèterai un game package, seulement un game package normal, débutant. Et j'essaierai de faire ma route à partir de 0 comme un vrai joueur, sans avoir un gros compte plein de vaisseaux puis plein d'argent d'avance. C'est ça.
I'll go on the stage and I'll tell you all to come back on day 2, and then of course the Hall A for you people, Hall B for people here in attendance, that'll stay open until about 7 p.m. So if you don't get a chance to see all the cool stuff in Hall B because you're glued to your seat in Hall A, you can do that for the next 2 hours after 5 p.m.
J'ai vraiment hâte de voir ce qu'ils vont nous présenter.
I want to throw it to my compatriot over in Hall B, Dan Haubrecht. Dan, take it away.
Welcome everyone to CitizenCon 2953. Let's give it up! I heard a bunch of people over there. I heard a bunch of people over there. We're back, baby, after 4 long years. We are finally back at the Los Angeles Convention Center. It has been since 2019 in Manchester since we've been able to see.
Si je suis ben, je sais pas si je suis prêt, mais je suis préparé. Je sais que ce qu'on va voir, ça va être de la belle poudre aux yeux, qui vont essayer de nous hyper, puis finalement, ben, on le sait que d'ici 2 ans, on n'aura pas 90% de ce qu'ils vont nous avoir montré. Mais maintenant, je suis habitué, donc oui, je pourrais dire que je suis prêt. Mais par contre, je me dis, si Pyro, il y a des gens qui disaient que, bon, vu que Pyro était jouable là-bas en personne à la CitizenCon, que probablement qu'il était vraiment prêt d'être sorti sur les serveurs live ou PTU. Mais j'ai pas l'impression que ça va être ça. J'ai l'impression que ça va faire comme un peu Theaters of War. Les gens y avaient joué à la CitizenCon en 2019. Finalement, on l'a pas encore entre les mains en 2023. Mais c'est quand même un projet qui m'intéresse encore, même si je joue plus vraiment. Je trouve que c'est quand même intéressant. Puis si à un moment donné, il y a vraiment un floodgate of content, comme Chris Robert dit souvent, ben, si les portes s'ouvrent et le raz-de-marée de contenu arrive, ben, j'achèterai un game package, puis je commencerai à jouer. Et jamais trop tard. They focus on, professional gameplay, they focus on casual gameplay, all sort of career paths and job opportunities. If you guys are interested in checking out what it's like to test out the verse, check out Test Squadron right here on the community booth section. We're going to follow me this way now over to the United Space Confederation. In a world in which the man is out to get you, one org claims to maybe have your back. That's United Space Confederacy. They are a role-play focused org with an amazing, in-depth, lore-driven background. So if you guys are interested in joining an org where lore is this kind of driving passion and focus of why you guys would want to be playing Star Citizen, United Space Confederacy is the booth to be checking out. They're going to be doing some giveaways. So if you guys are here on the show floor, come swing by their booth, ask them about what they're doing. They're going to be doing so much cool stuff. Ask them about their org, ask them about who they are. We're so excited to have them as well. As you can see over here, we have JRDF. I actually don't know if you're going to be able to see because there's so many people trying to buy their stuff right now. If you guys haven't heard of JRDF, well, congratulations on waking up from your medically induced coma because they go with CitizenCon like chocolate and peanut butter. They have been part of CitizenCon since 2018 with the Dragonfly in Austin. We brought the Dragonfly back. We'll be showing you that a little later. But if you guys have already checked out the digital goodies pack on the Pledge Store, well, you might have already gotten a glimpse. So go to robertspaceindustries.com, check out that digital goodies pack, and you'll be able to see what they brought here to CitizenCon 2953. But in addition to making large-scale things, and by the way, they also made some amazing stuff for our community booths. In addition to large-scale things, they make miniatures as well. So if you want to bring a little bit of the verse into your home, into your office, come check out JRDF. There was a line literally wrapped around the corner right before we went live. They are insanely busy, but if you come by their booth, they're doing giveaways for free stencils. So if you vote either Drake or I believe... Of course, I didn't write down the other manufacturer. It's Drake. Des petites miniatures de figurines de vaisseaux de Star Citizen, ça peut être quand même intéressant, mais ça doit pas être donné. Ça doit être cher.
So if you guys are here at the show floor, again, come check them out. They're going to be doing some cool stuff today, and they're selling some cool stuff as well. Literally, when this goes off the air, probably going to break out my wall.
Ben, honnêtement, Loulou, j'ai essayé Starfield. Je suis un peu mitigé sur Starfield, honnêtement. Il y a des aspects que j'ai bien aimés, comme la customisation de vaisseau. J'ai trouvé ça intéressant. Certaines missions étaient intéressantes, mais j'ai trouvé que ça tombait flat assez rapidement. Surtout quand je me suis rendu compte qu'il y avait 24 temples. Moi, je m'attendais à des ruines extraterrestres, un peu comme les Dwemer dans Skyrim. Je me suis dit qu'il va y avoir des ruines extraterrestres que les développeurs vont avoir placées pour les temples. Puis là, quand je me suis rendu compte que c'était 24 fois la même chose, qu'on rentrait dans le temple, qu'on faisait une petite mécanique de ramasser des lumières pendant 30 secondes, puis là, il y avait la même animation 24 fois, j'ai fait comme... J'ai fait comme non, ça c'est du mâché. Du mâché, de copier, coller, mâcher. Non, je suis mitigé un peu honnêtement. Là, Starfield, ça aurait pu être meilleur. Puis, c'est là qu'on se rend compte aussi que le fait que des jeux comme Star Citizen, No Man's Sky, Elite Dangerous sont capables de faire des transitions sur des planètes sans vraiment de temps de chargement, c'est là qu'on apprécie ce genre de mécanique-là. Le nombre de loading screens qu'il y avait dans Starfield, c'est assez épouvantable. Des fois, dans un bâtiment, il y a des loading screens. C'est comme, ok, c'est spécial.
We got Chrome, D-Seth, and D-Lefty. What's up, guys?
How's it going? You know, it's been really great. This is my first CitizenCon.
Puis aussi, tu sais, j'ai joué à Baldur's Gate 3, puis je me suis rendu compte que la présentation des dialogues dans Starfield, je trouvais que c'était encore, c'est vraiment trop old school pour mon goût pour 2023 là. C'est ça, je me demande si Bethesda va être capable de se renouveler à un moment donné ou si, par exemple, le prochain Elder Scrolls va être encore la même chose, la même recette. Les graphismes étaient quand même beaux dans Starfield, honnêtement, pour les objets, les terrains. Des fois, il y avait des beaux visuels. J'ai visité le système solaire seul. Quand je suis allé sur Mercure, j'ai vu le soleil. J'ai fait comme wow, ok, ça c'est vraiment beau là, comme visuel. Certains visuels qui étaient corrects. Mais ça, j'avais pas l'impression que c'était vraiment un jeu d'espace.
You can find us on Discord, and we always have people that are willing to help you, whether that's over voice chat, over text. We will hop in and help you figure out the game.
Oui, c'est ça. Il y a quand même des bons trucs dans Starfield. À un moment donné, je me promenais dans l'espace, puis j'arrive avec un vaisseau. Il y avait des gens qui faisaient un party dans le vaisseau avec de la musique puis tout ça. Ils me disaient hey, viens joindre dans notre party. Puis là, il y a une mission qui a comme parti à partir de là. J'ai fait comme ok. Il y a des trucs comiques un peu intéressants. Mais le nombre de loading screens qu'il y a, j'avais pas l'impression que c'était vraiment un jeu spatial en tant que tel. J'avais pas l'impression que c'était un jeu basé sur l'exploration comme ils nous avaient vendu. Mais bon. Il va falloir attendre Star Citizen ou Squadron 42 pour ça. Pour avoir un vrai jeu d'espace avec les technologies, pas de loading.
Oh man, we've been around since the beginning and we saw the effort that was going into the creation of the story by CIG writers and we want to dovetail into that.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a bold
choice to go, you know what? We are anti everything that's currently in the game. We are going to be so anti-UEE, it's going to make you sick. So, but you guys are like slowly starting to make your way back into like.
Il y a une chose que j'attends de la CitizenCon aussi cette année, qui vont nous montrer le panel où ils vont nous parler de la création de personnages améliorés. Là, je pense qu'ils vont travailler quand même pas mal là-dessus. Ils sont même censés nous parler des coiffeurs, donc je sais pas si ça va arriver en jeu. C'est un aspect un peu secondaire d'un jeu, mais moi, la création d'un personnage dans un jeu comme ça, c'est vraiment un aspect que j'aime beaucoup. J'aime ça quand il y a beaucoup de personnalisation, quand chaque personnage peut avoir l'air un peu différent. Donc je me demande s'ils vont vraiment comme inventer une vraiment nouvelle technologie pour, je sais pas, peut-être combiner des cheveux ensemble, mettons 2-3 cheveux ensemble que tu peux combiner pour donner une coiffure différente ou des trucs comme ça. Je sais qu'il y a certains MMO qui font ça. Encore là avec Baldur's Gate 3 qui est un jeu solo, mais on a quand même été choyé. Il donnait 85 coupes de cheveux pour la création de personnages. C'est assez rare qu'on voit ça. Ce serait le fun d'avoir quelque chose de semblable pour Star Citizen.
Wave, Dad! You're not my dad! Where's my dad? There you are!
Oh! C'est pas de mon... je vais reloader. Ça, c'est eux autres qui ça a foiré de leur côté. Une petite pub. On s'excuse. Je crois que CIG a des problèmes techniques.
Where's your squad at?
Stick to the plan.
Check the time.
Sacré CIG. Ils sont toujours prêts.
I'm with the squad forever. When you come to team loyal to me, through it all, we stand together. If you fall, better pick him up. Go down, better get back up.
Modern Warfare 3. Un jeu que j'achèterai pas.
Grab yourself
Bon,
a snack.
on est revenu.
Get a drink. You're not going to want to miss any of this. Stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit, everybody.
Je crois que le premier panel va commencer. Ouais, ça pourrait être intéressant d'avoir des storylines avec les missions, effectivement, Loulou. Ça, c'est... Il l'avait fait un peu avec quelques Mission Giver, mais il n'y en a pas assez, effectivement. Là. Mais aussi d'avoir plus de missions. Tu sais, à un moment donné, avec Quanta, il nous avait parlé de missions procédurales qui pourraient un peu arriver n'importe où dans le système solaire. Tout dépendant des actions qui sont faites dans le jeu. S'il y a de la piraterie dans un coin, ben, il va y avoir plus de missions de bounty hunting dans un coin, plus qu'un autre. Et que les missions ne seraient pas toujours les mêmes et toujours au même endroit. Ça aussi, ça serait intéressant parce que Quanta, ça fait quand même un bon petit bout qu'ils travaillent dessus. Je pense justement que c'était en 2019, la dernière fois qu'on avait vu Tony Zurovec nous parler de ça. Peut-être 2020, je me souviens pas. Mais... ouais. Avec les gens qui ont l'air contents d'être là. À 199$ US. Le billet. Je serais content aussi. Plus l'hôtel, plus je sais pas si tu te déplaces de loin, tu as besoin de prendre l'avion. Quand même une petite convention qui a dû coûter pas mal d'argent à certaines personnes. Donc c'est sûr que les gens doivent être contents d'être là. En plus, CIG sont vraiment dans le grand. Ils ont loué le E3 Center qui sert plus à grand chose maintenant. Là. Ben, en tout cas, il sert plus pour le E3. D'avoir loué ça, c'est quand même assez à grand déploiement. Là, j'imagine que Chris Robert est en train de mettre son beau petit suit, son beau petit complet pour venir nous présenter ça, pour venir nous dire « Je sais que ça fait longtemps, merci de m'avoir supporté dans ce rêve fou. Je vous le dis, ça s'en vient bientôt. » C'est sûr qu'on va entendre ça de Monsieur Robert. Le fait de dire... Je suis pas mal sûr qu'il va dire que l'année prochaine, c'est genre l'année... L'année prochaine, 2024, sera l'année de Star Citizen, où les portes s'ouvriront de contenu. Parce que mine de rien, on parle quand même d'un projet si on calcule le crowdfunding, si on calcule les investisseurs privés, et si on calcule... je vais peut-être baisser le son juste un peu pendant ce moment-là ici. Si on calcule aussi peut-être les deals financiers qu'ils ont eus. Non, la convention à 200 balles en France, ça passerait pas. Ben, en fait, je pense que pour les gens qui sont vraiment fans, un peu comme... Je sais qu'ils ont fait un event dernièrement avec le Golden Ticket où les gens pouvaient gagner la chance de pouvoir acheter un F8 Lightning pour 200 260 dollars américains. Au Canada, si je le convertis en dollars canadiens, ça fait 408 dollars avec les taxes. En euros, je sais pas combien ça fait. Je sais pas, l'euro est à peu près au pair avec le dollar américain, ou peut-être un peu plus bas, un peu plus haut, je sais plus. Mais en tout cas, nous, ici au Canada, notre dollar vaut tellement rien que quand on achète des trucs en dollars américains, on paie presque le double. C'est un peu... pas le double, là, mais 30%, 30-35% de plus à peu près. Je sais pas combien de personnes l'ont acheté, ce vaisseau-là. Mais c'est ça, si on prend tout l'argent que CIG a ramassé, on parle d'un projet qui s'approche des 700 millions là, pour Squadron puis Star Citizen. Là. On s'entend, là, c'est le plus grand budget de toute l'histoire de l'industrie du jeu vidéo. Et probablement le plus longtemps de développement de toute l'histoire du jeu vidéo. Mais par contre, je peux dire une chose, c'est que depuis que j'ai joué à Starfield, qui ont eu 8 ans, et Microsoft, qui est la plus grosse compagnie de jeux vidéo au monde, derrière Bethesda, qui est aussi une très grosse compagnie, qui a été rachetée, je me dis, ok, ils ont eu 8 ans pour faire Starfield et le jeu a l'air aussi outdated que ça pour faire un jeu d'espace à grand déploiement. J'imagine que c'est peut-être pas pour rien que ça prend autant de temps que ça, Star Citizen, mais vont-ils réussir? T'sais, c'est ça. C'est la question. S'ils réussissent à faire le serveur meshing, j'ai l'impression que ce qu'on va voir ensuite, le jeu va totalement changer de visage. Là. Parce que s'ils sont capables de séparer un serveur en un système en plusieurs serveurs et chaque serveur avoir le même nombre de contenus qu'on a présentement dans le jeu complet, mais pour chaque zone, ça serait incroyable. Et je pense que c'est vraiment une des raisons pourquoi il n'y a pas grand chose de nouveau dans Star Citizen depuis. Ben, pas grand chose de nouveau. Des locations, des endroits à visiter de plus, ou plus de missions, ou des trucs comme ça. T'sais, ils ont rajouté des mécaniques là, comme la mécanique de salvage, la mécanique de refuel, la mécanique de médicale. Le gameplay médical et tout ça ont été intégrés au jeu depuis quelques années, mais j'ai l'impression que le jeu ne change pas vraiment parce qu'ils peuvent plus rajouter rien dans le jeu. Ils ont saturé leur serveur, fait qu'il faut vraiment qu'ils réussissent à faire le serveur meshing pour pouvoir comme avancer là. J'ai l'impression que s'ils réussissent à le faire, par contre, le serveur meshing, on va voir du contenu arriver à un moment donné là. En plus grosse quantité. Parce que ce que je me demande, c'est que là, dernièrement, ils ont rajouté les points, les jump points dans Stanton pour différents systèmes solaires, dont Terra, Magnus et Pyro. On savait que Pyro s'en venait bientôt, ou en tout cas, c'est le prochain système qu'on va voir. Mais les autres, est-ce qu'ils sont en train d'être travaillés? Est-ce qu'ils sont en train d'être faits? Peut-être qu'on va les voir assez rapidement aussi, là. Je sais pas. Bien hâte de voir M. Robert nous parler de tout ça bientôt. Ah, je pense que ça va peut-être... Oh, c'est le début. Monsieur Robert s'en vient. Imaginez qu'il y a des acteurs de Squadron qui arrivent. Ouais, mais encore là, Loulou, je suis d'accord avec toi, mais Elite, ils ont pas non. C'est ça, Elite Dangerous, c'est quand même bien fait. Honnêtement, c'est un des jeux d'espace que j'ai bien aimé pendant un temps. Là. J'avais l'impression d'être vraiment dans l'espace dans ce jeu-là. Là. C'est juste que. Oh, Monsieur Robert. Ok. Je vais augmenter le volume un petit peu parce qu'on n'entend pas grand-chose.
After 4 years, shut away, doing it online. It's so great to see so many of you, old faces, new faces. And you're going to have a great show over this weekend. I think you guys have already been around a little bit. There's some fun stuff here. There's the alleyway, seedy alleyways, the checkmate station behind you, where I think a lot of our community.
Est-ce que le son est correct ou c'est pas assez fort? Je peux peut-être l'augmenter un peu si c'est pas assez fort.
There's a dragonfly replica with the Pyro paint job on. Get pictures taken on. We have the Atmo Esports first in-person flight or fight tournament, which I think will be really cool. And most importantly, we have 150 computers that you guys can get down and sit and start to play and experience the beginnings of Pyro.
Bon, hey, ils vont être chanceux les gens là-bas? Ils sont chanceux.
I'd like everyone to know that the people that aren't here in person, we're going to be able to give select access to the Pyro Playground next week. So we'll have more details on that if you go to our website, robertspaceindustries.com, to find out how that works. This year is the most excited I've ever been at a CitizenCon. I think we're going to show some stuff that's going to blow your guys' minds. A lot of stuff we've been working on really hard, actually, for the last few years. Anyway, I can't wait to see what you guys think of it. And there's a lot of stuff that's been iterated on by Squadron 42. You guys will have probably noticed that the tasks have dried up on the task tracker. And you're going to sort of see the results of that over these next 2 days.
Ok, on va du Squadron 42.
A lot of what you're going to see is going to be coming into Star Citizen over the next 12 months. Even a few little things will come into 322 at the end of this year. But definitely next year, a lot of what you'll be seeing will be coming in, and it's going to make a dramatically different experience in Star Citizen.
Est-ce que c'est de la poudre aux yeux qui vient de dire encore l'année prochaine toutes les choses qui sont en tout cas.
So, to our opening presentation.
Faut faire attention quand Chris Robert
parle. I noticed there was a little concern occasionally in the community that they were afraid by the time Star Citizen finally becomes 1.0 releases, maybe our tech's going to be obsolete. But to paraphrase Mark Twain, or misquote Mark Twain, because I don't think he actually said this, the news of Star Citizen's obsolescence has been greatly exaggerated. We're always going to be evolving and improving, taking advantage of new technology, even long after Star Citizen is out of alpha and we're at 1.0 and below and beyond. So, hang on. It's gone backwards now.
Il y a toujours l'air clumsy, pareil, c'est toujours la même chose.
So, we thought this CitizenCon would be a great place to share a lot of the tech we've been working on for the last couple of years. This presentation will be from our core technology group, which is what we formed our graphics on our online tech, audio tech, engine tech under, and they're responsible for
Si Squadron 42 sort durant la fin de semaine de la CitizenCon, Loulou, je pense que j'achète 15 copies du jeu et je les fais tirer sur ma chaîne. Bon, c'est pas de ma faute, là. J'ai rien fait. Je comprends pas pourquoi ça fait ça. Peut-être parce qu'ils veulent qu'on regarde des publicités, là. C'est vraiment bad.
People don't realize everything that we can do all together. So, let's run that video.
In-engine. Everything you are about to see has been captured in-engine. Ok. J'ai l'impression qu'ils veulent vendre leur engin aussi. Graphique. Pour d'autres compagnies. J'imagine aussi que ça, c'est le genre de graphisme qu'on peut peut-être s'attendre du jeu Squadron 42 quand ça va sortir. Les cinématiques et tout ça, là. Ah, puis là, on va pouvoir aller sur... Ben, on le sait, ça, c'est ça. Mais c'est vraiment comme un pitch de vente pour leur engin, là. Tout ce qu'il est capable de faire à quel niveau, là. Et ils vont vraiment focusser sur le pas de loading. Vu que les gens ont beaucoup critiqué Starfield pour les loading screens. Star Citizen va vraiment mettre l'emphase sur nous autres, c'est seamless. Puis il n'y a pas vraiment de triche, c'est vraiment ça en fait là. Oh, sauf qu'il y a du monde dans leur. Il y a du monde dans le transit system. C'est rare ça. Oh, un peu de pop-up. Mais ça, on est habitué. Fait qu'en fait, ils nous ont juste montré Microtech avec New Babbage. Mais ça reste que c'est quand même impressionnant. Pareil, quand on compte tenu de ce qu'on sait des jeux, la plupart de toutes les compagnies qui font des jeux d'espace. Parce que là, en plus, c'est ça, il y a des intérieurs de ship et tout. Là, fait, c'est quand même incroyable. Ce côté-là, je peux pas les enlever à CIG. Le côté technologique est incroyable. Le côté niveau de détail est incroyable. Il manque juste le jeu. Il nous manque le jeu. Certains diront que Chris Robert a dit qu'il créait pas un jeu, mais un univers immersif. Mais c'est quand même un jeu. Il y a du gameplay. Oh, une caverne. C'est quand même le fait de pouvoir créer des environnements aussi gigantesques avec des niveaux de détail comme ça sans loading, c'est quand même crazy, ben raide. Ah ouais, les rivières. Ah, c'est fort, par contre. Ben, c'est juste un petit peu pendant cette présentation. La musique est quand même assez forte. Ah, c'est un plan séquence depuis tout à l'heure. Quand même. Mais pour une compagnie qui a jamais joué à Star Citizen, qui voudrait voir les puissances de l'engin graphique que Star Citizen a créé, c'est quand même une bonne démo là, parce qu'on voit vraiment que on passe des intérieurs de bâtiments, on est allé dans l'espace, on est allé dans une grotte, on revient dans les extérieurs, dans des collines rocheuses, on voit les arbres de proche, ils ont quand même pas mal de détails pour un jeu de cette grandeur-là. L'herbe, les fleurs à terre, ça donne quand même un très très bon exemple du genre de dimension qu'on peut créer avec leur engin. Là. Des environnements assez gigantesques. Est-ce qu'ils vont zoomer genre sur une fleur, tu sais, pour montrer qu'il y a du détail sur la fleur? Ça serait quand même... parce qu'il y a... Ah! La première créature, c'est la vache spatiale, la vache de l'espace. Ok. Ok, ben là, là on le sait qu'ils sont faits. Ils sont faits, ok. Fait que les vaches de l'espace sont modélisées, sont animées. Tant mieux. Et moi, je me dis une chose, si Star Citizen sont capables d'inclure le ray tracing puis l'illumination globale, l'éclairage comme ça va avoir l'air beaucoup plus réaliste parce que là, c'est vraiment beau, mais ça a l'air un peu désaturé comme couleur. Puis ça, j'ai l'impression que c'est à cause de l'éclairage. S'il y avait du ray tracing, ça serait vraiment, vraiment, vraiment réaliste. Hein. Ils vont... Ok, je suis pas mal sûr qu'ils vont nous amener dans un autre système. Juste pour voir à quel point leur moteur est incroyable. Ah ouais. Le jump point. Ok, ça c'est le nouveau jump point. C'est parce que je pense qu'ils voulaient le modifier un peu. Ça va ressembler plus à ça. Ah non, ça c'est quoi? C'est Crusader, ça? Non. On est-tu rendu à part... Non, on est à stand... Ok. Bon, c'est ça. C'est... Il y a là, ça. Ouais, enfin, les vaches de l'espace, Loulou. C'est pas quand même intéressant, ça. Parce que ça manque, là. Ça manquait, ça. Attends, il va y avoir les baleines. Ils vont-tu nous montrer les baleines? S'ils nous montrent les baleines de Horizon, là, je capote. Je vais sauter. Je me lève debout puis je saute. Si on voit une baleine qui passe, là, animée, là. Parce qu'à Horizon, il est censé avoir un Space Whale Tour. Oh non, ça c'est un... Hey, puis c'est un plan séquence depuis le début. C'est quand même incroyable. Oh, ok, je me lève. What? Ok. What the hell? Les baleines sont là. Les baleines sont là. Confirmé, les baleines sont là. Baleines de l'espace sont là. What? Ok. J'aurais pas le choix de me racheter un package. Guys. J'aurais pas le choix. Package. Pyro, maintenant. Est-ce qu'ils vont nous montrer toutes les créatures qui étaient censées avoir, genre l'araignée de Pyro, en tout cas. Ok, là on s'en va vraiment loin, là. Ok. Là c'est Pyro, ok, ok. Toujours un plan séquence. Ça, c'est ce qu'il y a dans le système. La gate est là. Ok. Ok. Ah, ok. Ça, c'est le nouveau quoi? Oh, ok. Ça, c'est le nouveau travel. Ok. Pyro. Et il y a une chose que je veux dire là, c'est peut-être faux, mais je pense que même le Unreal Engine 5 peut pas faire ça. Ce que le Star Engine est capable de faire, je pense que Unreal Engine 5 ne peut pas faire ça. Tu peux pas créer un univers grand comme ça sans loading dans Unreal Engine, même avec Nanite. Peut-être avec Nanite, je sais pas. Mais avec autant de scale, autant de détails, je sais pas. J'ai vu dernièrement Lord of the Fallen, qui a été fait avec Unreal Engine 5, puis les graphismes m'ont pas impressionné. Ils sont bons pour faire des tech démos Unreal Engine, mais quand le jeu sort, c'est pas excellent souvent. Étrangement, là. On est encore dans un plan... Ça fait bientôt 12 minutes de plan séquence où on se promène dans différents environnements qui sont à des millions de kilomètres de distance. et des dizaines de millions de kilomètres de distance dans l'univers de Star Citizen. Et il n'y a pas eu de coupure. On le sait, de toute façon, il n'y a pas de loading. C'est la puissance de leur engin de pouvoir faire ça. Et quand on voit le niveau de détail, c'est là qu'on peut voir qu'il y a vraiment beaucoup de travail sur les environnements. Il y a tellement de stock de polygones, de géométrie, d'objets dans les lieux de Star Citizen. La construction de ce qu'ils sont en train de faire en tant que technologie, là-dessus, je peux rien leur enlever, honnêtement. Si le jeu un jour fonctionne, l'engin va être parfait, ça va être excellent et ça aura valu la peine, mais c'est ça, il va falloir qu'on l'ait en jeu parce que là c'est bien beau de voir une séquence comme ça, rendered, capture in engine, mais ils n'ont pas eu de 30K encore à date, hein? Ils n'ont pas eu de crash, ils n'ont rien eu. Si on avait essayé de faire tout ce périple-là, nous, dans le jeu, il y aurait peut-être eu des petits hiccups, comme on appelle. Ok, est-ce que c'est la planète qu'on est habitué de voir, là, qu'on a vu dans plusieurs présentations? Si on voit l'araignée, si on voit la grosse araignée, je me lève debout encore. Puis, je sais pas, je vais peut-être faire des push-ups. Ah, il y a eu une petite transition, je sais pas, là, par contre, il y a comme eu un fondu. Est-ce que c'est encore un plan séquence? Ça compte comme un plan séquence. Ça, c'est le Redeemer, Reclaimer, un de ceux-là. Oh, ok, la technologie du feu dynamique qui nous avait montré il y a quelques temps, qu'on n'a pas encore en jeu. Si on se fie à Chris Roberts, ça s'en vient l'année prochaine. On va pouvoir éteindre des feux dans nos vaisseaux. Ben, pas moi, parce que là, j'ai plus de package, mais si je me rajoute un paquet, ben, je vais pouvoir le faire. Ils sont bons quand même pour créer la hype et les t'écoutes ça, puis t'as l'impression que c'est le meilleur jeu de tous les temps. Là, tu l'autres, finalement, tu te rends compte qu'il n'y a pas grand-chose à faire pour tout de suite. Quand t'as déjà joué, là, pour quelqu'un qui arrive et qui n'a jamais joué à Star Citizen, il y a en masse de trucs à faire. Là. Mais pour les backers de longue date, là, il est temps qu'il arrive beaucoup de contenu. Là. Pour les nouveaux arrivants, c'est correct. Ils ont quelques missions à tester, ils ont des mécaniques, des vaisseaux à s'acheter, ils ont plein de trucs à découvrir. Est-ce qu'on va voir une araignée? Ça, c'est pas censé être sur cette planète-là. Mais s'ils nous montrent des créatures encore là, peut-être une créature qu'on n'a jamais vue, ça se peut. Ils ont peut-être gardé des surprises. S'ils ont animé toutes les créatures qu'ils nous avaient déjà montrées, c'est quand même... Je pense qu'on entend des bruits de créatures. Imaginez que la caméra plonge en dessous de l'eau et qu'on a un fond marin. Ça serait... annonce ça? Pourquoi qu'il y a des erreurs tout le temps? Ça doit être parce que je suis pas abonné à leur chaîne, là. Je suis désolé. C'est vraiment plate.
Where's your squad at?
Stick to the plan.
Check the time. You ready? I'm ready. I'm with the squad forever. When it comes to the team loyal to me.
Faudrait que je m'abonne, je vais m'abonner. Je sais pas si ça va arrêter de faire ça si je suis abonné. Ça vient couper le bas dans le game. Mais que la démo soit finie, je vais regarder voir si je suis abonné. Là. Je vais peut-être m'abonner parce que là, c'est dommage d'avoir des coupeurs tout le temps comme ça là, avec une erreur. Là. Oh! Oh, de la déformation de l'eau. Ok. La déformation de l'eau. Ok, là... non, ça sera pas tout de suite, là. Ça, c'est dans longtemps. Quoi? Des environnements destructibles? Là, ok. Ok, il saigne du nez. Star Engine. Ok. Là, on a une annonce de McDo. Yes. C'est fun, ça. Est-ce que je suis abonné? Suivre. Je les suis, là. C'est en les suivant, est-ce que ça va m'empêcher d'avoir des pubs?
I think that sequence holds the record for the longest spline in the history of computer games. I think we're close to 1 billion kilometers traveled during that whole sequence. So hats off to the engine team and supported by our cinematic artists that put it together. I also need to call out Pedro Camacho's music, which is always beautiful and sets the scene so well.
Pedro. Yes, Pedro, partie importante de CIG. Pedro Camacho. Sa musique est excellente.
We're going to go into some of the new features later on in more detail, and you'll see actually better representations of some of the simulation that was happening there. But it's pretty amazing to think that all that happens inside the engine seamlessly without switching, loading screens, or anything else. It just, you can go from down up close to a blade of grass all the way out, looking at a whole planet to moving to another star system. And that's actually one of the hardest things to do, especially when you do it at the scale we do online with that level of physical simulation, with hundreds of players, thousands of AI running around. It's hats off to our tech guys who are going to be coming up and talking about what they're doing.
On peut pas les enlever, ça.
Now, obviously, some of the things in here aren't in the current live build of Star Citizen.
Ouais, effectivement, c'est vrai en 2016, non, en 2017, on avait déjà vu des créatures, puis on les a pas eues. C'est ça. Effectivement.
But I'm going to turn the stage over to the core technology group to talk about some of all this new tech that you just saw. and go into more detail. And we'll be rolling into
C'est ça un peu, tu sais, ça fait genre des années qu'on voit de la déformation de tissu puis des affaires de même. Comme là, on a vu de la déformation d'eau puis tout ça. Est-ce qu'on va avoir ça dans le jeu bientôt? Je sais pas. Beau séjour, Beauséjour.
As a lot of you know, Turbulent have been our long-term
de la
partners
misère à
here
prononcer.
in Star Citizen
Benoît
since the end of
Beauséjour.
2012. They built our web platform and our digital distribution platform, and a few years ago started to help us on developing the game. We have almost about 100 game developers in Montreal, because Montreal is a great place.
Yes. Puis pour sauver des taxes.
This year we
pour sauver des taxes, M. Robert aussi. Le Québec, c'est bon pour ça.
So this July, they joined us, and Benoit, who is the Chief Technical Officer of Turbulent, has now become the Chief Technical Officer of Cloud Imperium. And along with him and Marc Boudet, who is the CEO of Turbulent, is now our head of global studios, and strengthening our management team at CIG, and I'm really, really happy to have him. And I want to introduce Benoit to come to the stage, since he leads up the tech group, and he can give you a little setup of what we're going to be doing this year and going forward, and some of the new initiatives we're going to go. So, Benoit.
Monsieur Benoit Beauséjour.
Come up to the stage. All right.
All right, let's do it.
Here's the clicker. Or did you take your own?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
All right.
Bonjour.
Yes,
bonjour. CitizenCon.
Bonjour.
We are so happy to be here. It's been so long to see you guys physically and just being able to interact. It's been fantastic so far. We're super excited about all this. The video you just watched outlined a lot of features in the Star Engine. It's a reminder of what makes this game so special. It's a focus on fidelity. I said it. It's a focus on immersion. And it's a focus on seamlessness, being able to go everywhere. And you're just there. The accomplishments from the tech teams at CIG have been numerous in building all the technology that allow you to run the game and allow you to experience the same things that we see in our dev setups. And so what we're about to see today is a deep dive into all these features. But first I wanted to touch really quickly on this last year. We have launched persistence, or added persistence. It's been a rocky road this year, and I want to thank you guys for keeping on playing, giving us a hand, giving us good bug reports. It's been fantastic for us to improve the stability of the game, so thank you so much. You guys deserve a hand of applause. Thank you so much. I just want to touch on one bit, which is that all the people you will see in the next couple tech panels are really the best of their crafts in the world. They are infused by a value that we tremendously value at CIG, which is relentless optimism. That this game can be made, that this vision can be achieved. And so, without further ado, but first, I got one more thing to say. So, in all of the different panels that you'll see, all the updates, everything that you'll see on screen, whether it's a HUD, an MFD, a ship UI, FPS weapons, everything, all of this is new. So as you watch the clips, you're going to see some differences. That's because this all comes from the freshest implementation that we have. We love open development. We love to show you guys the work in progress. And so that's exactly what we're going to look at today. And so, without further ado, I'll leave you with Marco, who will show you all the cool and amazing features of our engine and the challenges that we face. Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks, Benoit. Hello, I am Marco Corbetta, VP of Technology, and we're going to talk about Star Engine today. We have been developing Star Engine for many years with the goal of creating an online living universe. But creating a universe is not an easy task, and even more difficult to do everything seamless without any loading screens or invisible walls. And massive spaceships flying very fast, close to the terrain and objects, are pushing the limits of procedural generation and streaming. this is not a single-player game, so creating this universe online is making everything more challenging. We stream and generate physics on server on CPU, and we already support more than 100 players on a single server, more with server meshing. To support all this, the engine must do a lot of work every frame. So in a typical Star Engine frame update, we got up to 64 hardware threads, about 200 software ones, over 700,000 streamed in entities and millions of entities overall in the solar system. About 150,000 updates per frame. We have over 200 vehicles, spaceships, and ground ones, over 2 million physical objects, over 100,000 objects generated per frame when flying over the terrain. We have many unique locations, streaming on demand in a seamless, gigantic space. Also, we are supporting many new features that we are going to showcase today. I'm going to start in introducing the new and improved clouds and fog, worked on by custom vendor in the R&D
Les
team.
nuages sont déjà quand même assez
The first
bien
new
faits,
feature
là.
is the light shafts. They are volumetric shadows
Ah ouais.
from clouds cast into the atmosphere. They are truly volumetric and 3D, fully integrated. They are not just a post effect as it is usually done in games. With this, the atmosphere from an overcast sky gets darker, and this is important for planets and locations with bad weather.
Effectivement, ça
Another
va créer des
component
ambiances
is the
vraiment
new
plus spectaculaires
ground
avec ça.
fog. It follows the terrain up to a specified elevation for different locations. It is also fully integrated into the atmosphere. It receives volumetric shadows from clouds and terrain. It reduces the light scattered into the view ray. And in this video, we are showing all the features combined together. In addition, we made many improvements to cloud shaping to allow for more variation and details. The shape noise blending, a vertical variation, has been improved a lot. Also, we made improvements to shorten long distance read, and the tiling is less visible.
Mais moi qui est un fan de graphisme, je peux pas dire que c'est pas beau. Effectivement, c'est très beau. Ah oui, ok, il y avait de la granularité, là, il n'y en a plus. Ok. Ils ont fixé le genre de flickering de nuages.
We're going to include all these new features and improvements in the next 3.22 release. Okay. Thank you. Thank
Bon,
you.
donc avant la fin de l'année, on a les nouveaux nuages. Ben, je dis nous. Vous allez avoir les nouveaux nuages. On verra si j'achète un game package d'ici la fin de l'année.
Hi everyone, so I'm Mike Snowden, I'm the Director of Visual Effects.
And I'm Ali Brown, the Director of Graphics and Procedural Tech.
Thank you very much. Really happy to be here, really excited to show you. We're going to be showing dynamic fire in Star Engine. So dynamic fire is a driver for gameplay in both FPS and multi-crew experiences. It creates emergent sandbox gameplay, and it can be used by designers to craft very dangerous scenarios for players. And as you can see from the video, it gets very intense. Okay, so how do fires start in Star Engine? Well, there needs to be a source of ignition, and there are multiple ways in which it can occur. For example, weapon impacts or misfires, explosions or damaged items, and the player needs to be alert to their surroundings with fire an ever-present threat. If a fire does break out, you're going to see it dynamically propagate through the area, causing damage to environment and player. And at this point, the player needs to limit the damage, of course, by extinguishing the fire in any way that they can. So when doing so, they're going to need to wear protective clothing to protect them from extreme heat. They're going to need to wear a closed helmet to protect them from smoke inhalation, poor oxygen levels. And there's actually multiple ways the fire can be extinguished, including the removal of heat, for example, using the fire extinguisher, which is my personal favorite. It's a lot of fun doing that. The removal of oxygen, for example, locking off the area, venting the oxygen, creating a vacuum. Or simply, the fire's burned so fiercely that it's done everything it needed to do. There's nothing left for it to destroy. And if you let it get this bad, it's probably time to consider repairing your ship.
Okay, so how do we achieve this from the technical perspective? Well, the first thing the artists and designers do is they mark up their scene to tell us what physical properties that each surface is made from, whether it's wood or metal. But not only on the surface, we have to describe what is behind the surface.
Ce que j'ai peur, c'est que là, ils ne nous montrent pas vraiment en temps réel. Ils nous ont montré du feu, mais ils ne montrent pas un feu qui commence puis qui se propage. Puis ils nous ont montré des scènes avec du feu. Est-ce que ça, c'est encore un gros développement?
And then once we have these voxels, this forms the basis of our simulation. So then first thing we do is we look for sources of ignition and then work. So here's our debug mode that shows us what's going on in the simulation and is what we use to track it. And you can see these squares enlarging to show us where the fire is spreading. For each of these voxels, we're tracking the fire, the temperature, fuel remaining, the amount of smoke, and the fire is propagating via convection and radiation, which are both accurately simulated. And it's consuming the gases and producing the knock-on products as well as it goes. And because we're using a proper simulation, like Mike mentioned, when you vent a room, not only are you removing the oxygen and putting the fire out, but if the temperature remains the same, if oxygen is reintroduced, the fire will reignite and it will continue burning, just like it would in real life. So what's next for this? So our focus has been on interiors, in particular spaceships, but all interior spaces really, and this voxel grid really helps us solve that problem. Our next focus is going to be on planets. Obviously they represent a slightly different challenge, the vastness of them. We have to transfer this over the network and simulate it slightly differently. And we also have to
avoir des feux de forêt et des trucs comme ça.
The core tech we've used, we should be able to scale this up quite easily. So that's going to be our next focus.
Okay, so how do we create realistic dynamic fire visuals in Star Engine? Well, we start with the simulation, as just described by Ali, and this gives us the data we need to drive the visuals. Then we bring in the burn shader. So this can be applied to static environments, and we have a lightweight version of the shader for entities, which is kind of based on the dirt shader and wear. Then we've got the glow, which is an animated surface decal shader for static environments. This is where we start to bring in some nice motion. And then we bring in the GPU particles, which are spawning from voxels and in screen space. Obviously, these are doing a lot of the work visually. Then we bring in the lights. These are spawned for clusters of voxels as opposed to
C'est vrai que le feu réagit vraiment
bien,
ça a l'air réaliste.
Close to each other. And then we bring in the fog. So this is height-laid volumetric fog. The smoke fills the room and it goes up to the ceiling before filling the rest. And we're simulating that. So to finish, we're going to take a look at all of that put together in the game. Thank you.
Il n'y a pas un... Ça serait le fun d'avoir quelque chose qui peut éteindre. Ah ouais, ok. Ah, un... Pas pire. Ok. Ah! What? Hey, ça, le pire, c'est que c'est le genre de gameplay qui pourrait vraiment être cool. Mais pas juste dans les vaisseaux, qu'il y ait des missions de pompiers, je sais pas. En tout cas, ça pourrait être vraiment nice. Ah, faut qu'il sauve le picot. Il a sauvé le picot, sick.
Thanks very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Yes.
Hello, everyone. I'm Will Hain. I'm here to talk about water in Star Engine. So, water is a huge part of both of our games, Star Citizen, Squadron 42, and we wanted to give it a major upgrade. We were going to set 3 ideas that we wanted to impart on our water. We want it to look as good as possible, obviously. We want it to look realistic. We want it to be beautiful. We want it to be in motion constantly. It should always be moving and always be reacting to everything around it, whether that be players or objects or vehicles.
Si tu lances une roche dans l'eau, faut que ça éclabousse.
On the whole scales of all of Star Citizen, all the way down from footprints in puddles to enormous ships crashing into the ocean. I'm going to talk about our updates to the water rendering first, and then we'll move on to that other stuff I discussed. So first of all, the water shaders, particularly the ocean and the river ones, were in dire need of a major upgrade. They were currently using a technique called deferred shading, which is really fast and fantastic for opaque objects, but does not translate well for transparent ones, which of course water is. So the first step that we made was to transition to forward shading. That allowed us to introduce more physically based techniques, such as proper lighting, reflection, and refraction. It allowed us to integrate the atmosphere properly into our water lighting setup. And it also meant that we could get more fun techniques, such as wave crest backlight scattering, and adding better foam rendering, which includes halftone blending, surface haze, and much more detailed bubbles on the individual bits of foam. I've got some examples of that here. In this particular screenshot, you can see the icebergs in the near frame. You can see we're refracting the iceberg underneath. It's correctly refracted. In the mid frame, you can see that the iceberg is reflected back onto the water. That is now accurate. We weren't doing that properly before. Here you can see our accurate water lighting from this really beautiful screenshot of the Gladius over the water. I love this one. So this is the objects under the water being correctly lit, which is new. And then we are applying the lighting changes from the specular highlights on the surface, and also considering the lighting from the suspended particles in the water, depending on how deep and dense the water is, which gives us this really beautiful effect. This screenshot just looks good, but what is going on is that it's demonstrating that the atmosphere and the water are sorting properly. This looks like everything is normal, but it's challenging to implement with forward-rendered water and proper ray march clouds like we have in-game. Props to Alan, who works on all of this. I did the next bit. And here we can see the wave crash light scattering. See how the sun is coming across the back of those waves. It's lighting
Pour le feu, ils nous ont pas dit que ça arrivait bientôt. Par contre, je suis pas mal sûr que ça non plus, ça arrive pas tout de suite.
Foam, and from a distance we have both surface foam and subsurface foam rendering correctly, looking really, really nice. I've just got a video here before and after. First of all, this is our lakes on Stanton 4. Next we have water volumes on Horizon. There you go.
Ah, quand même, c'est pas mal vraiment plus beau.
This is Clio on the Stanton system. This is what it currently looks like in game, and I think you'll agree, pretty dramatic difference.
Ah.
So the next bit that I want to talk to you, that me and the team at Planet Tech and Graphics have been working on, is of course water surface simulation. This has been an absolute pleasure to work on. So we had a few aims for this. We wanted it to be multi-input. We want physics to influence this. We want our MFX system to influence this. We want bullets. We want everything. We want high concurrency. You guys, it's a sandbox game. You're going to break it. You're going to stick 1,000 picos in our puddles. It's got to work. And it's got to be scalable. It's got to work from the tiny scales to the footprints in the puddles, all the way up to, as I said, giant ships crashing into the ocean. So the technique that we chose for this is a form of surface wave propagation. It's GPU-based, it's highly realistic at a low cost, and it can be scaled for waves of different amplitudes. So we can have all of that built right in just by adjusting a few constants. I've got a demonstration here. We're going to have the player walking through the puddle. As you can see, as he steps, you get a bigger ripple, but even as he's stepping, the toe is being dragged through the water and moving the water accurately. This is not a cop-out. We're doing this in 3D. You see as I'm jumping. And then this next demo, we're going to fire some bullets. This is a bit loud, this one.
OK, effectivement, c'est ça que ça prend.
Right, the one more thing that we had to look at. So it's all well and good, this working on a puddle, but Star Citizen is not made of puddles. It's made of oceanic planets. It's made of everything. We needed to make this multi-scale. So we wanted the water near and far, not just in a square around the camera. We wanted lots and lots at once. The solution we picked was a multi-region water sim. Now, this was really, really tricky to get right, but I really think we have now. Which basically means that we can dynamically allocate all of the simulation regions depending on what is colliding where and what resolution we need at what parts of the screen. We can optimize this very heavily to make sure that you get what you want to see at the right time.
Okay.
We still need to get that information onto the water, though.
C'est similaire à Nanite.
So what we devised is yet another set of regions. Now, the regions
Ils sont capables de calculer la résolution tout dépendant de la distance et de la position dans l'écran. C'est vraiment similaire à ce que Nanite fait. Mais là, c'est pour l'eau. Je ne sais pas s'ils vont être capables d'implémenter ça pour autre chose, mais j'imagine que oui.
And the beauty of this is that we can use this for multi-input and multi-output systems. Anything can influence our water, whether it be the simulation, whether it be weather, whether it be VFX. And then anything can be affected by water now. So the water rendering reads from this, but then we can also spawn VFX particles from wave crests. We can add screen space effects. We can have a line across your visor. We don't have this yet, but it's accurate to the displaced water in front of you. We've got this technology now, so we can use it to influence any of our work going forward.
Oh.
And here's a really good video of some of it in action. Just let that play. This is the debug mode. Essentially, we're moving a sphere of basically infinite mass through the water. And as you see, if we pan out a bit, we make our sphere a bit bigger, we get a much different result from the sim. Spawning the foam properly.
Wow,
it looks
OK.
really nice, really
ça, c'est vraiment impressionnant, par contre, aussi. C'est ça qu'on voyait tantôt avec les vaisseaux. OK. Quand les réacteurs des vaisseaux passaient proche de l'eau, c'est ça qu'on voyait. C'est quand même ça, c'est vraiment hot. J'ai jamais vu ça dans un jeu, honnêtement.
We've also got different sizes going on. If you look near the shore there, there's a big cluster of text. That is a whole bunch of other regions because there's some stuff floating there causing
Il y a peut-être certains jeux qui le font, mais j'ai jamais vu ça moi dans un jeu que j'ai essayé. Certainement pas dans un AAA.
And they influence and interact with one another accurately. You see those big waves crashing over the little sim there. It works pretty nicely.
Et certainement pas non plus dans un jeu en ligne.
I've gone ahead of my subtitles, so I'll just let that video play out.
Quand même, c'est vraiment cool comme technologie. Ça fait pas un jeu, mais pour les gens qui aiment les graphismes, qui aiment...
Now, you did see a little bit of this in the Star Engine trailer, but actually, I think this video does a little bit more justice to it, so I'm just going to let that play out for you.
Ah, c'est ça, c'est vraiment hot, là. C'est le genre de truc qu'on voit dans une cinématique normalement pre-render, là, on voit pas ça normalement dans un jeu.
And from the cockpit perspective, water droplets on the glass thrown up from the water sim. This is what I'm talking about using multi-output. And that's us. Thank you so much, CitizenCon.
C'est qu'il y a deux clans, on dirait, dans Star Citizen. Il y a les gens qui veulent juste un jeu. Comme des fois, j'écoute Salty Mike. Puis lui, il dit ça me dérange pas que Star Citizen fasse la même chose que tous les autres jeux. Je veux juste avoir un jeu. Puis t'as l'autre côté que les gens veulent vraiment que ça soit l'affaire la plus spéciale, puis la plus immersive, puis la plus réaliste qui a jamais été faite. Ça prend vraiment beaucoup de temps à créer toutes ces technologies-là, par contre.
We're going to talk to you about a
Blood,
few
sweat and
smaller
tears.
features and a few longer-term R&D features were coming in on the visual side. This first one, something we wanted for
Pour l'eau, il nous a pas donné de date non plus, il a pas dit que ça arrivait dans 3.22, mais peut-être l'année prochaine.
The face to tell a little bit more story on our characters. So this blood, sweat and tears system is something we implemented recently. And it allows us to use a GPU particle simulation, which we project onto the face.
Blood, sweat and tears, on a vu quelqu'un saigner du nez tantôt.
Get realistic reflection and refraction of water on your face.
Quand
and we even make the skin go a little bit redder to simulate the extra
ça veut
blood
dire si
flow
notre personnage est chaud,
upset.
on va pouvoir suer, on va pouvoir être couvert d'eau. Oh.
So none of this is a pre-canned animation. It's completely dynamic. We have complete control over everything. We can keyframe every single tier if we want to. And we can even simulate blood, like here. So next thing I want to talk about is our scope shader. Design came to me telling me that they really wanted to up the game with the rifle scopes. They weren't quite good enough. They didn't really feel realistic for them. And they thought it was a real core part of the first-person shooter experience. So to give you an idea of what we used to do, we used to use these type of fake scope meshes, which you see here, which is where we'd have to slice the scope in half so you could see through it. And sometimes we put these big black planes around them to obscure your vision. And we put a bit of glass on the front of it, but there was nothing really to tell you with the lens. So we've worked on a new scope shader, which is now going to be on all of our scopes moving forwards. And I'll give you a quick show of what that looks like in game. So on the first scope here, we're going to see it's got an infinite projected red dot scope sight. We've got lens distortions. You can see this little refraction and bending of light on it.
Oh, okay.
You see it works when you don't have to be actually holding the rifle for it to work.
Cool, ok, fait qu'on n'est pas obligé. Ok, fait que la lumière est là pour vrai. Ok.
So we have the blur, distortions, chromatic aberration, and then we've also got support for digital displays like this one, which has light amplification and has support for EMPs. If you get an EMP, you're going to have the display's going to get distorted. So we're quite proud of this. We think it's going to give a much better, more realistic simulation of the scopes in the game. And I think I've kind of mentioned before, but it's not a fake effect. It applies to our scopes no matter where they are. You don't have to be using the scope. You could look down somebody else's scope and see the same thing. It's fully integrated into it, so it's really quite proud of that. Next feature I want to talk about, hopefully if any of you have a HDR monitor and you've been playing 320, hopefully you've given a go of the HDR feature. We're really proud of this. It looks really good. And we've got some great feedback from you guys as well. There's been some strong feedback about we want extra black level controls, so we're going to be adding that for you. So make sure you can tweak the image exactly how you want. And there's a great user guide on Spectrum as well if you want to know how to get the best out of it, because it's not always a straightforward tech to get the best out of. Just to give you an insight how this works, we've got something called Unified Tone Mapping Curve, and this is the process where we map the real-life colors of real-life intensities of light onto what your monitor can display. And rather than having an SDR mode and HDR mode, we have like a smooth system where we can blend between SDR and HDR depending on the peak brightness of your monitor. We also pay a lot of attention to make sure we preserve the colors and the hues to keep an accurate image for the artist, and especially for skin tones. We don't want them turning red or white or doing everything bizarre. Just one thing to mention, we've got some content adjustments that will be ongoing. We've got a lot of content in Star Citizen. It takes a little bit of time to make sure we balance everything so it doesn't look too dim or look like a supernova. Next thing I want to mention, temporal upscaling. This has been something that's been asked for a long time, and we're proud to finally get it into your hands. We've got 3 different techniques we're going to be implementing.
Ça c'est intéressant pour la distance d'affichage pour que ça a l'air encore plus réaliste au loin.
Super Resolution 2, and we've got NVIDIA's DLSS2 as well. They each have different characteristics and hardware requirements and trade-offs, so it is important to get you all 3 so you could have a choice of what you want to look. On the left here, we've just got a zoom in from one of our outposts. That's no anti-aliasing for people that really love to see jagged edges. The center one is our TSA, which is what you've got in the current release today. And on the right-hand side is TSR without doing upscaling. And this is going to be replacing the TSA solution. And this gives us better quality and more stable image and hopefully much less ghosting. We can use our TSR to do upscaling. Here's the example of how it looks at each resolution. And similar results from AMD's FSR. And some numbers here, which I'm sure you can pour over later, but basically we can get about 2 times GPU performance if you're interested in using the upscaling technique. Obviously, if you're CPU limited, you might not get quite them numbers. It depends on your machine. We also intend to look at frame generation techniques like FSR-free and DLSS-free, but these are going to come a bit later. We're going to focus on GPU performance.
C'est quand même intéressant parce que ça, tu peux avoir une meilleure résolution, en tout cas, une meilleure image en gardant la même résolution plutôt. Pour les gens qui ont des PC un peu moins performants, c'est quand même bien intéressant.
We've also got a new texture and mesh streaming engine that helps us get as much possible detail as we can onto your VRAM on your GPU. And it does something we call load balancing. It will scale dynamically to your GPU to make sure we can get the absolute best possible results. We've also got some more streaming improvements coming in the next release. Just to give you a quick show of what the screen space shadows mean, here we've got a planet with no shadows. I think it's Microtech. The shadow maps, so you see these, the normal shadow maps that fill in half the scene. But then when we get the screen space shadows, you look in the top of the screen or in the flowers, they type of fill in the detail for the rest. They really help type of bed the scene in and stop these things looking floating.
C'est vrai que les trucs ont l'air comme plus définis pas mal avec ça. C'est sûr que les ombrages au loin de chaque objet, ça donne une dimension de profondeur à l'image encore plus.
So we've got quite a lot of R&D in progress. First thing, we've got 2 new pieces of tech being started recently. First is virtual terrain texturing. It's quite a technical detail, but what this means for you is we're hopefully going to get much less popping or no popping at all. And we're going to achieve this by moving all the calculations to the GPU. And we'll be reusing the same type of patch-based system that Will talked about in his water presentation. And it should give you major CPU savings as well. So we're quite looking forward to getting this in. Another benefit is that it's going to give us the ability to add more complicated logic on, so we can type of do more diverse and interesting terrain, like things like, you know, we don't have beaches at the moment, we'll be able to achieve that. And there's other similar things where, based on the local conditions, we're able to do more advanced decision making. Next thing we want to look at, which is probably the thing we asked about the most, is our scattering system, which is what's responsible for putting all the trees and the rocks down in the world.
We're going
to, again, move this to 100% to the GPU, and that should let us have vastly longer draw distances right up until the horizon, and much better performance. So we'll finally get rid of the dreaded pop of trees coming in for you. We also have to integrate it with our harvestable system, the resource system, and the awesome fire system you just saw a minute ago. Another point is it's going to be a hierarchical-based system, which what that means is we'll be able to use nearby vegetation.
Je sais pas si on va vraiment voir tout ça dans les 12 prochains mois, si on est en train de parler de plusieurs années d'intégration.
Rule sets, so we can do things like have a tree that maybe underneath it doesn't have any grass, or maybe certain trees come together in clumps, and we'll get a much more natural distribution of vegetation. And final thing we want for planets is we want to be able to build them much easier, much faster, and we want to make sure they are truly unique. At the moment, our planets are unique, however, they are built from type of tile sets, like pre-built things that get mixed and matched together and blended in complicated ways so that you don't see the repetition. But it's not truly unique, not in the same way that the Grand Canyon might be, or the River Nile, or Mount Everest, and that's what we want. So to get that, we need to replicate the complicated natural processes on Earth, like geology, climate, erosion, and these things aren't trivial. So we've got 3 options. We've got offline tools, Houdini, Terragen, things like this, where you could simulate all these processes in the engine. But we've started some R&D a few months ago on whether we can use machine learning to do some of this. So just to give you a quick idea of how that would work, or how it could work, if you just start with some random input here, it's just like some noise. We run it through a temporary simulation, so we can type of get a more reasonable approximation of simulation at different altitudes and latitudes on Earth. And then what we do is we categorize all this into different biomes. So based on the temperature and moisture, you'd find out what is a desert, what is a forest. And this part is crucial. So this is the input from machine learning algorithm. We could come up with this image any other way. You could hand paint it as an artist, or we could just randomize the noise to get a different set of images. And then what we do is we take the large data sets we already have from Earth, from Mars, and from the Moon, and we train it on exactly the same distribution, so biomes, so forests, grasslands, and things like this. And by training it on exactly the type of data we get in reality, we can take this and then push just that, and then we can get these lovely height maps out of it that tell us a really realistic distribution. You can see here, this is a height map, so the black areas are low. You can see all the little rivers and valleys. And this had 0 art input aside from this image, which is a very nice result. It's early days. This is based on something called a custom diffusion neural network. It's, like I said, it's pre-trained on Earth data, and it's been built up in patches so that it just doesn't become too expensive to build. And the little circular patches get like added together, and to avoid any seams in the image. And just to help you visualize it, I've just put some colorization on it to show you where like snow and beaches might be, and just wrapped it around a planet to give you a better sense so it doesn't look quite so abstract. Yeah, but this is very early days, this stuff, but we're hopeful this will be helping the future of how we build planets quickly and efficiently. Thank you.
Je pensais déjà qu'en 2019, ils nous avaient dit qu'il y avait la technique pour les faire rapidement, mais peut-être qu'ils ont changé ça.
This has been ongoing for quite some time, taking a lot longer than we would have liked, but we're finally getting to the end of this this long journey. For those who don't know, the reason this was being implemented is largely for performance. We're going to be getting at least 2 times better performance on our CPU submission for rendering, which is often the bottleneck for the game, so that will directly, hopefully, translate to performance improvements. We also get better control of memory with advanced GPU features like resizable bar. And it also opens the door for some things like ray tracing and new mesh shaders. So we've got a video of a Vulkan running that's live captured. So I can't remember which ship is this, but it's yeah, it's all working fine now. There's a couple of hitches in performance, so we can't quite release it yet, but we're looking into them, the last few performance issues and stability issues, and hopefully we'll be releasing it soon. So, like I said, the one thing, or one of the things we really were interested in by implementing Vulkan was to get support for new hardware features, and one of the big ones was ray tracing. So with that, I want to hand you over to Ben, who's going to talk about some of our lighting research.
Ça, j'ai hâte de voir. S'ils peuvent nous montrer une image avec du ray tracing, ça serait vraiment intéressant de voir la différence. Là. Des fois, c'est subtil, mais ça change vraiment la perception qu'on peut avoir d'une scène.
Hi, I'm Ben Parry, and this is Global Illumination.
Yes.
So, as Ali just said, moving over to the Vulkan renderer, and now that that's fully online, we've got access to hardware ray tracing on the GPUs that have support for it. And the best thing to do with hardware ray tracing would be to create a new, updated global illumination system for us to use. Now, I'm here to give you a fairly early preview of the work that we've done so far, but first off, I'm just going to simplify some things and ask, what is global illumination? Well, you can break the lighting in a game down to 3 components. First off, you've got direct lighting. That's not global illumination, but that's the sun, lights in the level, that kind of thing. Next up, you've got diffuse global illumination. Now that's like a whole hemisphere, like a soft lighting that affects the entire, that takes from the entire scene and lights up the pixel. And then finally, you've got glossy GI and reflections. That's like your shiny surface glints, your mirror reflections, that kind of thing. And now all of those combine together to form one glorious penguin. Now, now for the rest of this presentation, we're specifically talking about this guy, the diffuse penguin. Glossy GI has actually been disabled in all the videos. Even the old system videos don't show the glossy GI here, just to aid the comparison. First off, we've got a video from Chris Campbell, who's going to make us look cool.
Ah, c'est ça. Ça change complètement les scènes. Le ray tracing. C'est la gestion de la lumière. Certaines scènes, un peu moins que d'autres. Mais il y a beaucoup de scènes où ça... Ouais, c'est ça. Est-ce qu'il y a une map? Les couleurs sont mieux aussi, un peu. Les couleurs sortent mieux. Parce qu'ils sont affectés naturellement par la lumière.
So next up, the boring or the interesting bit. How are we doing it? How does the tech work? I'm just going to dig into that just a little bit. So we're closely based on AMD's recent paper, GI 1.0. We're probably going to build on top of that, but at the moment we're quite close to it. We ray trace against a simplified world so that we get like smoother lighting for the, since it's a diffuse scene, we want a sort of diffuse smooth signal. This also means that we get more rays per millisecond, which is always good.
Effectivement.
And we
Plus
do
qu'on
generate
a
a lot of probes.
de rayons
So the new
meilleurs que
system
ça.
is generating, well, for comparison, the old probe was
McDo,
about 1 probe per
si vous
room.
avez faim.
And the new system is about 25,000 probes that are all on screen at the same time. And we're going to see that now.
Au moins depuis que je me
So here's
suis
the scene that
abonné,
I've
j'ai plus de
dramatized a little
publicité,
bit
là,
just
c'est quand
to
même bon.
give trouble to the old lighting system. And this is what the ray tracing sees. So it's a simplified single color per object kind of thing. But then we've also got this kind of a 3D dictionary of average light values so that the light is kind of shared over things in a similar area. So going back to the scene, this is the old system. So you'd render a single image from the center of the room, blur it, and then slap it onto the entire scene. Now, as you can see, like the middle of the scene is about the right lighting, but everything else has got the middle of the scene's lighting. Like these red lights at the sides, they're basically drowned out by the table bounce that somehow made it across the room to them. So we want to replace that system with 25,000 probes, each one of them only providing light to a small area around themselves. And then we interpolate that to provide like a smooth bounce. And you can see already in the distance, like the red light is really bouncing up there. And then we add a screen space occlusion pass just to tidy up the edges on things. And there is the final composite. So, what else does it do? Well, because it's real-time generation, it means we can do a real-time bounce, and we can do that with quite small areas. You can get like a really vibrant bounce that picks up off small objects in the scene. Ooh. And that means that the art team can really lean into like strong local variation on color. As again, we will see. So we'll do a side-by-side comparison on this one. As you can already see, like the spotlight's really like throwing stuff into the scene. This is just one light in the room. And we did have live updating, as you can see in the old system, but it was designed for like time of day changes rather than this continuous smooth view. And finally, it means that we can do things like glowing surfaces can just illuminate the world without having to add special lights to fake it.
C'est ça, c'est exactement dans le fond. Le ray tracing, c'est le best. C'est ça qui va rendre les jeux encore plus réalistes.
Yeah, there's two really common cases in Star Citizen particularly that this is going to help with.
Ça nous prend ça dans Star Citizen.
Cockpit brightness. We capture at the moment the at the moment we capture that cockpit probe in a setup scene, and then we don't update it as you're flying around. So you're not going to get the sky color in, and you're not going to get the ground color in. And then we've got the opposite problem that I don't have a picture for this, but cargo bays, sometimes they're light, you land somewhere dark, you open up the doors, and now you've just got this weird little light room with nothing spilling out of it. So again, let's have a video. Oh yeah, so this is the old system. The sun's working, but you can see there's no sky, there's no ground lighting. By the way, I've turned off a lot of the cockpit lights so that you can see this. And then in the new one, you can already see the skylight is kind of helping a little. But then as you turn over, you get all the ground lighting.
Ben oui, parce que la réflexion, parce que le sol reflète la lumière. Puis...
See, one of the concerns we had was that we didn't want to create a two-tier system. If people have got hardware ray tracing and it's working for them, that's great. But you can't really have the art team optimizing we're seeing for one type of lighting and then having to optimize it for another type of lighting and having to trade off decisions about the two of them. So what we've been experimenting with is trying to create a new low bar that's higher than the old low bar, as well as creating a new high bar. And the idea for this is basically to take that single room environment probe system that we have been using, update it so that we can do live relighting on that, and then to sort of slot that in where the ray tracing would be while still keeping all of the other stuff, like the 25,000 probes and all that kind of stuff, can look at the old system and we kind of Frankenstein them together. So I'll show you what we've got so far for this. So this is just the old one and the new one so that you can see the problems. Like just, it's overly lit, let's be honest. And now this is what Star Citizen would have looked like if we released it on the PS1. The sharp-eyed among you may have noticed also the ship is missing, but you know, we can't do dynamic objects in this. You'll be surprised. It doesn't seem to mind. And there we have software GI in the middle, which is, yeah, like I say, it was using the same 25,000 probe system, but not having to use any kind of hardware ray tracing. As you can see, it's not a perfect match. It's not identical, but it's a lot more dynamic than the old system.
Ouais. Mais ça reste que ça va être plus intéressant d'avoir une carte qui supporte le ray tracing quand même. De toute façon, quand le jeu va sortir, tout le monde va avoir des cartes qui supportent le ray tracing.
I don't have pictures because it's stuff we've not done. Glossy reflections. Obviously, we want to complete the picture, and for that, we need to handle glossy reflections. That's self-explanatory, really. I don't know what to say about that. Secondly, you've only seen it on opaque surfaces so far. The next step is to extend this so that it can support glass and water and all the other transparent things in the game. And beyond that, we've obviously got fog, we've got other atmospherics. We want to expand GI to make sure that it affects everything smoothly and equally. And the final thing is a Star Citizen thing. We've got giant scenes, we've got a ridiculous scale on some things, and we've got plans to make sure that this GI extends to handle that full scale. Anyway, that's all I've got to tell you now. I've been Ben Parry. Next up, we've got Star Clock with Chris Rain.
Hello, everyone. Hi.
Hi. Hello.
I am Chris Rain, and I would like to show you not one, not two, but 3 new physics of our physics engine. And I would like to start off by introducing Star Cloth, our new character cloth simulation with a short video.
Ça fait 7 ans qu'il nous montre la cloth physique.
So this is just regular player movement. That was actually me playing. You can see the cloth collides with the ground. You can see multiple layers of cloth that do not interpenetrate. Cloth gets influenced from wind and has accurate collisions with the player's body.
Ça fait tellement longtemps qu'on le voit, ça, ce démo-là, que c'est juste quand est-ce que ça va être intégré.
We now have support for collisions from dynamic objects.
Ah, c'est drôle, un ballon.
You can play football in any outfit.
Le ballon qui se promène, c'est louche. C'est chelou, comme vous diriez en France.
Starcloth supports the full range of motion a human can make, from fast movement to extreme poses.
Le ballon de football, c'est chelou. Sauf que notre personnage fait pas des mouvements comme ça. À moins que les émotes se mettent à marcher un peu plus. Là.
Starcloth is designed to be a first-class member of our physics engine. It interacts with everything we have to offer, from character movement over forces like wind, thruster backwash, explosion to projectile impacts and collisions. It's efficient. It always updates at 120 FPS, regardless of the frame rate, and is hand optimized. It's immersive and believable. It's a realistic simulation based on physical properties. It's high fidelity, high quality. We want to raise the bar with this.
La chose aussi, c'est bien fun qu'un engin puisse tout faire ça, parce qu'on va être capable de tout avoir ça en même temps dans le jeu.
The visual geometry is made with visual quality in mind, and that does not translate well to simulation. So we decided to add the ability to use bespoke meshes that are made to simulate well and let their movement then deform the visual geometry.
This allows us to share the same sim setup across multiple visual meshes, which is a huge productivity boost for tech art. We can seamlessly blend the simulation on and off, so we can disable the simulation at a distance. Back to the football. Everything that is dynamically simulated is able to interact with the cloth, from ships, over crates, boxes, and even footballs. We ensured that the collisions are accurate and believable. As you can see in the image, the football parts both layers of the gown. The cloth itself supports self-collisions, which means it will create folds and wrinkles, but not interpenetrate itself or other layers of cloth. The same applies to the static environment as well. The cloth will drape itself around the environment, so brushing up against objects will result in the behavior you expect. We added tapered capsules to improve collision detection accuracy. A tapered capsule is a capsule which has two different radii at the endpoints. Human anatomy is complex, and we need to accurately represent it for
mais comme je disais, c'est ça, c'est vraiment de savoir quand est-ce qu'ils vont intégrer ça, parce que ça fait depuis 2018, je pense qu'on voit la technologie
between the elbow and the lower arm, and another jump where the forearm connects to the hands. These jumps pose significant problems for our cloth simulation. If you look at the upper torso, you can see the collision proxies are actually completely hiding the cloth, and they're essentially completely useless. So now notice the difference on the same body represented with tapered capsules. We can now faithfully represent the hips, legs, and arms of the character. An additional benefit of tapered capsules is that the collision detection is significantly faster than with regular capsules. Currently, we're only using them for cloth collision detection, but in the end, we'd like to use them for everything. We simulate the cloth always at 120 FPS or 120 Hertz, regardless at which update rate the game is running at. We do this to be faithfully able to detect collisions with a fast-moving character. As we're simulating at a higher rate than the game updates, we have to interpolate the joint positions between updates we get from the game. At each simulation step, we perform collision detection, simulation, and
étrangement, le fait qu'il nous reparle encore de la technologie de tissus dynamiques ma hype vient de redescendre pour les autres features qu'on a vues, puis la démo du début avec les baleines, tout ça, je me disais, ok, bon, ils nous montrent des trucs qui étaient là il y a 5 ans, dont ils nous parlaient il y a 5 ans, qu'on avait vu en action il y a 5 ans. C'est toujours pas dans le jeu. Ils peuvent nous en reparler là, on ne sait pas si ça va être dans le jeu l'année prochaine, dans 2 ans, dans 3 ans.
It becomes apparent that we need to make the cloth run as fast as possible, and we spent a great deal of amount of time optimizing this with various techniques, including handwritten vectorization and using every trick in the optimization handbook. The effort pays off because we can faithfully capture very complex movement and fast-moving characters.
Et c'est ça qui est un peu dommage avec le fait que ça prend autant de temps à Star Citizen à sortir leur truc, c'est que de nous remontrer des trucs qu'on a vus il y a 5 ans, puis nous les présenter comme si c'était nouveau ou qu'on n'avait jamais vu ça. Moi, ça me hype pas. C'est hot, j'aimerais ça qu'on l'ait dans le jeu, je trouve ça intéressant. Mais le fait qu'on a déjà vu ça il y a 5 ans et qu'on ne l'a pas encore en jeu,
this is a very difficult region to simulate properly because you don't have much space and the simulation collisions have to be absolutely accurate.
Est-ce qu'ils vont dire on va intégrer ça dans 3.22?
Is a very subtle effect, but once you notice it, you cannot stop noticing it. I want to focus your attention to the waist region of the character. Here we tweak the simulation settings in real time to see the effect. Here you see a rendering with the high fidelity cloth disabled.
OK. Enabled.
And here, the same scene.
Le tissu est plié. Ah ouais. On a vraiment vu que le chandail était tout plissé. Puis... Fait que ça va être dans Squadron, ça. Ça va être une scène de Squadron, ça, ou un personnage de Squadron.
To be continued, tomorrow, much more can be seen about Star Cloth in the character advancement panel. Be sure not to miss out.
On va être là. Puis là, on voit peut-être une future coupe de cheveux qu'on va peut-être pouvoir
next
avoir.
Up, Star Hair.
Oh, Star Hair.
Currently, we have the ability to simulate the effect of moving hair with joints that are essentially simulated pendulums. The hair is skinned to these joints, and when these joints move due to the pendulum simulation, the hair moves with it. This leads to a fast and believable movement of hair. However, the quality is directly correlated to the quality of the skinning, which is tedious for tech art to achieve for some complex hairstyles.
Présentement, on a de la physique des cheveux dans Star Citizen, mais il n'y a aucun cheveu qui est assez long pour réagir.
Do not react to external forces,
quoi que ce soit,
like collisions or wind or explosions. So we asked ourselves, can we somehow improve upon this? And I'd like to show you some early prototype results of our research. This is an image of the raw geometry you saw in the previous image.
Début de la recherche pour les cheveux, ça fait 3-4 ans qu'ils nous en parlent de ça aussi.
Maybe we can simulate all of these strands.
Air 2.0, là, ça s'en venait il n'y a pas longtemps.
Isolated from the rest. As these are simple triangle meshes, we initially thought we could simply use our cloth simulation and simulate such a strand like a sheet of cloth. That didn't work out at all. It turns out hair does not behave like clothing. Also, the sheer number of strands and their individual triangles and vertices are simply too much to simulate efficiently, even for our highly optimized cloth engine. We realized then that our artists are actually using splines to create these strands. And a spline is a smooth curve or line through space. You could see that in yellow. And we thought maybe we can just simulate these. They're much simpler. And hair simulations need to be able to maintain the original hairstyle. You cannot have the hair simulation change the visual appearance of a character. One of the reasons why using the cloth simulation for hair did not work out at all is that the cloth only simulates vertices and they have no concept of orientation. So you do not know how the next segment has bent in relation to your current segment. In other words, you cannot easily simulate.
Ça ressemble un peu à comment les cheveux sont faits avec Blender.
Splines, however, that is very easy.
Des gens qui sont familiers avec Blender 3D dernièrement.
Peut-être un an de ça, ils ont ajouté une patch pour les cheveux. The strands according to the theory of Courseratte rods.
Des brins de cheveux.
A Courseratte rod allows you to model the behavior of slender one-dimensional rods, exactly what our splines are, and simulate bend, twist, stretch, and shear, exactly what we need. Hair also needs exact collision detection to not intersect with the head, the ears, the cheeks, the jaw region. The video I'm about to show you is some very early prototype footage of how such a simulation actually looks like. So this is a test of various head movements to see how the hair reacts. Hair simulation is one of the hardest things to simulate, especially in a real-time context, and very tricky to get right. We're actually simulating all the hair strands.
Encore là, est-ce qu'on va être capable d'avoir ça dans le jeu avec 100 joueurs, 200 joueurs?
So,
c'est le fun d'avoir ça avec une tête, avec rien, ça marche bien.
And have the hair react realistically.
Parce que c'est écœurant, là, c'est vraiment hot.
Next.
Sauf que...
Actually, being a bald man, this was a very touching moment for me when I made this video.
Puis ça, c'est le genre de truc aussi qu'il faut qu'il soit fait pour Squadron 42. Donc,
Thank you.
C'est pas... C'est impressionnant, mais encore là, quand est-ce qu'on va avoir ça? Comme je vous dis, la technologie des cheveux 2.0, ça fait à peu près 3-4 ans qu'ils nous en parlent, toujours pas sans jeu.
Next, I would like to introduce Maelstrom, our physically based destruction system.
Oh, Maelstrom.
And I would like to do that with a video that I believe speaks for itself.
Avec des environnements destructibles.
See the water splashes? We want players' intuitive prediction of the effect a weapon or a collision has to actually happen in the engine or in the game. So we decided to move away from hit point pools or other abstract models to simulate damage, but rather have damage be calculated from a physical model and from the physical material properties of each entity. If something breaks off due to its structural integrity decreasing below a certain threshold, Maelstrom allows it to break off in a realistic fashion. If you shoot off a wing, the missiles and weapons on that wing should still remain attached. If the broken off part still has power, electric items should still function. This means Maelstrom was needed to be designed to work with a hierarchical setup to begin with. From the hierarchical representation of the geometry we want to break off to the same hierarchy on a higher level for items like power plants, lights, weapon systems, and so on. Maelstrom is persistence and networking ready. We designed it from the ground up to work with high latency situations, to persist and replicate easily. To achieve all this, we gave each physical geometry instance an identifier to be able to uniquely identify it within the universe. So your Gladius wing is your Gladius wing. We added physical material and damage properties that can now be replicated across the network. One of them, and that's the most important one, we call integrity. And this determines how much structural or internal integrity a physical geometry has. Integrity is modified from dissipating or rather absorbing energy from kinetic impacts or energy weapons, and also in the future from absorbing energy from external factors like extreme temperature or fire, as you've seen before. We also track which physical part or geometry belongs to which visual geometry and which high-level entity. So if the structural or internal integrity collapses, we know which visual geometry is affected, and which item might be affected as well. So a power plant will cease to emit power or implode, explode. A weapon will cease to fire, and so on. To make things break apart, we create what we call breakable clusters. A breakable cluster is a set of physical geometry, the visual geometry, and the entities on top that can break off. Between breakable clusters, we create abstract cantilever beams to be able to model stress and strain. I'll go into more detail in that in a bit. Breakable clusters are hierarchical. They mirror the hierarchy of all attached entities involved. They also embed the hierarchy of all animated joints. And they also embed the hierarchy of all physical geometries. They essentially represent a ground truth of the entire hierarchy necessary to perform all our goals for Maelstrom. This image is showing a breakable cluster graph of the gladius.
Ça n'a pas l'air complexe du tout.
I'd like to show one more video of Maelstrom before we continue.
Ok. Spécial. Wow! Ok. Fait qu'en fait, ça c'est leur... ça va être leur technologie de destruction d'environnement et d'objets et tout ça.
We needed to find a good way to easily and efficiently determine when a breakable cluster breaks. We chose a well-established model from material sciences and structural engineering, cantilever beams. In essence, a cantilever is a structural member that has a fixed support and a free end. Forces experienced on the free end can be used to calculate the amount of stress the fixed support is enduring. The basic ideas behind that are best explained from a very simple example. If a ship were to collide with the horizontal part of the crane in the image, far from the vertical part, the fixed support would endure a higher stress as if the ship were to collide closer to the vertical part. But not only does the point of impact determine how much stress the cantilever beam experiences, also how large the surface area is connecting the cantilever and the fixed support has a large influence on when a cantilever beam will break. In our case, this actually means we analyzed the cross-section of the intersection of the set of geometry from two breakable clusters to calculate the surface area. A wing attached to the body has a rather large connecting surface area compared to the surface area.
Erreur 2000. Hey, ils ont même des erreurs pendant leur stream.
D'abord suret.
Joyeux.
Puis sucré.
C'est pas si intéressant que ça de toute façon. Publicité, ça nous craint.
Sucré, dévoré.
Turns into strain, and if we reach a certain threshold, the beam snaps. The result, simple, efficient, and deterministic breakability. But this is not just about ships and buildings that you saw in the videos before. We want Maelstrom to be a systemic system that we can use on all types of entities. So here's some video of some test footage of AI shooting each other behind breakable cover and Maelstrom.
Mais moi, ce que je me demande, c'est que toute cette technologie-là, faut-tu que ça soit prêt pour Squadron 42? Puis si oui, ben... Squadron 42 sort pas l'année prochaine non plus. Peut-être pas en 2025 non plus. Peut-être en 2026. C'est intéressant, mais c'est le genre de démo qu'on verrait, c'est le genre de démo que CIG a fait tellement de fois, genre un petit grid comme ça, avec une démonstration de ce que leur engin peut faire. Là, ici, il démontre la destruction d'objets.
Physical
On l'a pas en
material
jeu.
properties
On les a jamais en jeu, ces
influence
trucs-là.
damage and breaking and have a direct influence to how things break and fracture. To achieve this, we added various properties: density, yield strength, resilience, thickness, toughness, Young's modulus. And this is more or less what I wanted to talk about Maelstrom, but I don't want to leave without showing one more video of what carnage Maelstrom can create.
Oh! Bien sûr, Pyro. Ah, on n'a pas vu toutes les splashes d'eau, par contre, de tous les objets.
So thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to hand over to Benoît.
Oh, Benoît s'en vient. Benoît revient nous parler. Benoît bosse ses jours.
Thank you. All right. I am not this person, but I'm filling in with him. So far, I mean, do you guys think this is going to change your game up to now? All these new features?
Ah, ça va changer, mais dans combien de temps?
Okay.
L'année prochaine, dans 2 ans,
we've
dans
seen
3 ans?
updates from fire, water, we've just seen force, we've seen sun and light. So the next thing that's left to build a ludicrous space game is audio. And so I'll leave you with Graham, who's going to show you some of the new audio enhancements we bring to Star Engine to make it even more realistic than it is now.
L'audio dans le jeu est déjà excellent quand même.
Good to see you.
Ça, faut que je donne ça. L'audio est
Recently, in the
excellent.
audio
les
team,
bruits
we've been looking
d'ambiance.
at how we can create a greater psychological connection and emotional impact within our games through the use of improved audio technology. Audio can play a crucial role in the immersion of the player. And with that in mind, the audio code and technical sound design teams have been looking at all of our tech from the ground up. For example, when you're under threat, you should feel a real sense of danger. When you're armed, you should feel the dangerous power that you hold within your hands. Earlier this year, we showed you our resonance tech, which allows us to bring the action much closer to the player even when they're deep in the bowels of a ship and far away from where all the hits and the explosions are happening. But that's just one part of a much larger push to create a better, more immersive audio experience. With that in mind, let's take a look at some of the tech we've been working on. First, let's listen to some of our weapon sounds in action. They're a great simulation, but we wanted to take them further and express the sound pressure, the forces being exerted. Our new in-house audio effects, particularly the multiband compressor, tuned by our sound designers, give us this result.
Ah, ok. On sent plus
The compression serves to illustrate the power of the weapons and the effect that they have when going beyond the limits of the listener. Let's show you the same audio effects applied to the ship weapons, taking us from this to this.
Il y a plus de bass. Effectivement.
But it's not just about feeling powerful. Changes in audio can create a sense of danger, of being out on your own and under threat. Here's an example of ship combat. Sounds good, but what if we wanted a little more realism? The audio propagation tech that we've been rolling out makes it easier to change the soundscape in real time, and a nice use of that technology is to provide a more realistic option. Here, your own weapons resonate through the hull of the ship. Only what's in the pressurized cockpit is heard clearly, and the threat level feels higher due to the isolating lack of enemy weapon and ship audio. Making these changes creates space in the audio, both spectrally and temporally,
Souvenez-vous Chris
making
Robert en
impacts seem bigger,
2012 qui a
more
dit
damaging, more of a
notre
problem
choix
for the
d'avoir
player.
pris le CryEngine est pour nous éviter de créer un engin.
This realistic
Ça
mode
va
isn't
prendre
limited
beaucoup
to
moins
the
de temps
flight
faire un jeu avec un
experience. It's
engin qui
applied
existe déjà.
appropriately to the game as a whole. Here's an FPS battle in a
Est-ce qu'on
depressurized
était
area.
cave? On l'a cru, lui. Ah non, il a décidé de prendre un engin puis de le changer au complet puis de créer des milliers de technologies autour puis... En fait... Ça fait 11 ans,
With realistic
presque
mode,
12 ans.
we get that sense of isolation again, giving the location a different colour and adding
Je pense pas
variety
qu'on
to
est
the audio
prêt
experience.
de jouer au jeu complet. Ou en tout cas à la version 1.0.
Player breathing and foley are exaggerated, and other sounds are transmitted through physical contact.
Puis le pire, c'est que moi, de voir qu'il y a encore plein de technologies qui sont en recherche et développement ou qui sont encore
That's all from
vraiment
us for now. We look forward to getting these new
à
audio
leur
features into your
balbutiement. Je me
hands.
dis, ok, ça veut dire... Parce que moi, j'attends Squadron 42 vraiment beaucoup. Là. Puis je pensais que c'était prêt Je me disais, ok, peut-être qu'ils vont annoncer une date de sortie à cette CitizenCon ici. Mais...
Alright.
J'ai l'impression que c'est pas encore prêt. Peut-être encore 2-3 ans.
Persistent entity
Au moins
streaming,
2.
replication layer and beyond.
Squadron 42, toujours
My
à
name is
2
Paul
ans.
Reindel. I'm director for online
date de
technology. And I'm going to show you a little bit insight in our technology for persistent entity streaming and the replication layer. I thought about what's the best way to show you something about that tech, and I thought about putting some technical drawings on the slides, or maybe show video like we did 2 years ago. But really, the best way to show you how persistent entity streaming works is to give you a live demonstration. And that's what I'm going to do. All right.
Yes, live demo. Good.
So this will all be live, so please bear with me if there's any glitches. So let's keep this rolling. I think I'm supposed to press the button. No, it's already switched. Before we start, a little bit, I just give you a little bit an overview what you see here. Let me set up everything.
Il faut qu'il y ait 12 affaires d'ouvert en même temps sur son PC, le gars.
One moment, sorry. So on this left side, you will see my client window. And on the bottom side, you will see the server renderer. So for this demonstration, and I start a second client, I'm just stopping that. Sorry about that. This is live, all right. So again, on this side, you see the client. And he just logged out because I started a second client. So let's do this again. One more time.
C'est live, ça peut pas fonctionner du premier coup, c'est sûr.
On this side, you see the server renderer, which is currently, it has nothing streamed in. I'm showing a small demonstration level. And on this side, you see the entity graph, which is our online database. That's powering what you see in persistent entity streaming, what you play since 3.18. And I also have some metrics on the screen which shows the entity graph worker, the requests per minute, per second, the mutations, and you also will see entities created and destroyed once I do that. All right, so let's wait for my client to come up and join this level. So the first thing that will happen when I join this level, you will see on that server everything streams in, and my client connected and also streams in everything on the client view. What would happen on the behind the scenes is that my player just got unstowed into that chart, and we at real time created everything for this player. So you will see his body is attached to the player, you will see his mobi-glass, his head with all his customizations, his undersuit, and then all his customizations as well on the undersuit. What you also see is that this player just got unstowed and attached to a static zone object container. And this is how our zone system works. Basically, on the server, you will see 3 different zones, purple, green, and red. And each zone comes with its own coordinate system and its own physical grid. And this is how we actually, on live,
C'est vraiment pas un panel super intéressant, là, celui-là, pour le
empty space, space station, or a planet. And you will see, as I walk between those zones, I will, at real time, update it in that entity graph. And this all happens seamless. So for a client, this is completely transparent. You don't notice that. But this is actually what's happening when you step in or out into a ship. And this is very unique to our engine. No other engine has this zone system, and that allows us to do all the amazing stuff you saw in the videos before, transitioning in and out of planets and go from the smallest scope to the largest scope. So everything we do in a shard, so this is like a mini level, like the mini PU level, is also persisted in this database. When we create new entities in our engine, in Star Engine, those entities get pushed into our entity graph, into our online database at real time, and then from there replicated to our clients. So if I go ahead and spawn a couple of plushies here, you will see they spawn, they get created immediately on my entity graph and replicated on the server and on the client. So let's spawn a couple more here. And you see this, the pengus I spawn in the other zone get attached to the other zone. And then if I go and transition one of those, they will also transition between the different zones. And the same works for ships or more complex entities. If I spawn this buggy here, you will see this one gets created with all its attachments and everything else attached to it.
De retour.
And this is just my small demo level here. On live, we have up to 600,000 dynamic entities that get created for one single shard. And this is just the initial state. After 2 weeks, 3 weeks of gameplay, when you guys go in and destroy stuff, spawn stuff, play around, it goes in the millions of entities. So this in itself is pretty amazing tech. The next time I want to talk about is our streaming system. Most engines do stream on texture or geometry. We actually stream entities, and we do stream persistent entities. So when I turn on the streaming system here and I walk into this, if I walk over to the red area, you will see that the purple area will stream out together with all the entities on that server. So it does not only stream out on my client, it actually streams out on that server. And when I come back in the green zone, that purple zone streams back in with all the entities in there with their full persistent state. So now I have a second player join. Benoit is going to join me. So Ben, if you want to join, okay, I think we see him over there. Hey Ben. Sorry. Nice. All right, I'm going to spawn a couple more penguins here. Because the next thing I want to talk about is new technology we are right now developing and we're about to put on the tech preview for you to play. And this is actually the replication layer split. And that's the big next step in our great vision, obviously, as you might know. So in this demo, my client and my servers, they are no longer directly connected. Actually, I have a new service running here, and that is our replication service. So my client is connected to this replication service, and my server is connected to this replication service. And the replication service, the sole purpose is to get all the entities which are in the entity graph and stream them to clients and servers which are connected to. And what's really cool about this is, let's do a little experiment here. I mean, you all know our game has bugs. It's still alpha, and sometimes things can happen.
Oh, wait.
So let's see what's happening when I kill my server here. So this is my server, the actual console. So let's just shut it down. And yes, this is where you would usually see a 30K or something. You can see Benoit kind of froze there for a bit. And the buggy does a bit weird stuff. I can shoot those pingus, but the world is really in a frozen state right now. But I didn't disconnect, because I'm connected to the replication layer and not to the server anymore. In the meantime, I'm just starting a new server. Let's be a bit patient for it. Should come back online in a second. And as you can see, now that the server came back, it restored the state. It restored the state, and the simulation just continues to work as before. So this will be, again, this is very early tech, but this is a great benefit of what we have with our replication layer split. But there's one more thing. And let's try this thing again. I just killed my server, and I'm trying to do that again.
Ils vont nous dire que serveur meshing est prêt. Ils vont nous le montrer.
So let's first
Je sens que serveur meshing est prêt.
This is my development tool. I can talk about it in a second. So let's stop that server again. And restart.
Non, ma caméra, tu freezes.
This will take a little bit. I'm running this tool you see here. This is our internal development tool. This tool runs the entire stack of our game on this PC. This is obviously for development only, and I can do that with my small test level. But this really helps online devs and all people who work on the incredible, complicated tech we hear to be able to develop our game. And because I run everything on this PC, it's a bit slow. So let's wait and see what's happening here.
Pour qu'il soit capable de tout rouler ça sur le même PC, il doit avoir un méchant PC, le dude, pareil.
All right. Simulation continues. I can see Ben moving again. Hey, Ben. However, what just happened? Well, as you can see on my screen, I no longer have one server connected. I have 3 servers connected to this replication layer. So what you guys see here, this is the very first version
of serveur mesh.
Server mesh.
Ah ouais. Serveur mesh. Je l'ai-tu dit ou je l'ai pas dit? Je l'ai dit. J'ai dit qu'il nous dirait que c'est fait. Serveur meshing. Il est là. Pyro avant fin de l'année.
All right. So now I'm going to explain a little bit
Pyro
how this magic
décembre.
works, because it is truly magic.
It's truly
Each server,
magic.
when it came up and the replication layer realized there are 3 servers, we assigned different zones to those servers. And we said, okay, server 1, you are the authority over the purple area. Server 2, you are the authority over the green area. And the last server is authoritative over the red area. You can still see that those servers have all those entities replicated, but only the entities within their zone are actually authoritative on that server. So while I'm in this green zone at the moment, my entity is simulated on that green server and just replicated on the other server. And now, as I transition between those zones, you will see that on that green server, I just lost authority, and on the purple server, I just gained authority. And because my entity was, my player was replicated on both servers, this completely works seamless. And again, let's do that a couple of times. You see on my client here, I don't notice anything of that. This all happens behind the scene. And this doesn't work only on me. Let's turn on the zone colors and the object, the authority assignment on the client as well. You can see that even entities, as they transition into the other zone, seamlessly transition to that zone. And not only that, I can also interact with entities that are on the other side. So if I go on the green zone, for example, and I shoot this, I can still shoot that purple entity. And I can also just go ahead and destroy that buggy which sits on that other zone. There you go. Always fun to blow stuff up, right? All right. So there's more to this. The first thing I will do, let's spawn a fresh buggy. I just destroyed my old one. When I go into this buggy, I will become part of the aggregate, and that means that now my buggy and myself will transition authority together. And this is how we make sure that my player, while he's driving this buggy, is always authoritative on the same server. So you can see, as I drive around with this buggy between the zones, I will switch between the different servers. All right.
Fait que vert c'est un serveur, rouge c'est un serveur.
So remember when I turned on the streaming earlier, the same streaming mechanics work here as well. Like obviously in this example right now, you can see all those servers, they have all those entities replicated. And it's a little bit wasteful because you have 3 servers, all need to replicate all those entities. And that's where streaming come into play. I can turn on streaming here, and you will see that suddenly my purple server no longer has the red area streamed in, and the red server no longer has the purple area streamed in. So let's see what's happened when I drive my buggy backwards into that red, into the red zone. What happens on that purple server? And I just disappear. So right now, on this server, there's only Benoit replicated. And Benoit, if you come to me over in the red area, you will see that now on this server, there's no client at all. And in theory, we could now completely stream out the entire area on that server, or stream in a new area.
Serveur machine. Serveur machine est là. OK.
And you will also see, as I drive into the green area, I will magically reappear on that purple server. And this obviously works on
ça veut dire qu'il pourrait vraiment réduire la taille des serveurs autant qu'ils veulent. Une ville pourrait être un serveur. Une lune pourrait être un serveur. Un bâtiment pourrait être un serveur. N'importe quoi, dans le fond, n'importe quelle taille peut faire un serveur avec. Peu importe. Juste besoin de le séparer en zones puis d'y allouer un serveur.
And you will see on each server renderer which clients are currently replicated on those servers and which clients are actually authoritative on those servers. And you can see this, the green server, because it's the middle one, has most entities replicated. And then you can see this purple one at the moment only has one client replicated. Yeah.
Puis il y a vraiment pas de loading quand la personne change de serveur, donc c'est vraiment.
This is pretty much it.
Tu passes d'un serveur à l'autre. Serveur machine. Enfin.
I hope you guys enjoyed this. It has been a long time to come to this point. And I just can't put in words how much tech and work we had to put into this. Big shout outs to the network team, big shout outs to the online services team, big shout outs to Chris to let us doing this.
Serveur meshing. Finalement, après 7 ans d'attente, 6 ans, 7 ans d'attente, serveur meshing.
And I've got to say, the team has done an amazing job. They've been working diligently for the last 4 or 5 years. We've had a couple of false starts. We finally have an incredible, I mean, the way the replication layer works and how we can spin up servers and down and keep the state constant, even if a server goes down, is, I think, a genius design. And the first time I saw this, about 3 weeks ago, working fully, I cried. It's like giving birth.
We did it!
And we wouldn't have been able to do this and work on this kind of tech without all your support.
That's right.
100%.
Now, you guys
and your trust.
allowing us to take the time to do it right, to really build it. So thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So much for everyone, and thank you everyone at CIG that's really worked hard to deliver all this amazing stuff that will be either in your hands now or in your hands very soon. And this is just the beginning of CitizenCon. We got a lot more stuff to show you.
Yeah. That's what we need for this MMO, guys. That's what we need.
Great demo, by the way. Good.
All right.
That was great. Come on, give me a hug.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I know I'm live. Dan, I gotta digest what we just saw. Take it away from that boat, Dan.
What is up, everyone? We are back here on the CitizenCon show.
Ah, damn.
Silk Next Milk, a delicious taste for a perfect dunk. High in calcium, a tasty blend of oats, soy, and coconut. Silk Next Milk, plant-based has never tasted so good.
Ever notice how the same story told over and over again can somehow manage to get funnier and funnier?
Il va y avoir plein d'ads dans la
Weekly
vidéo.
Debrief featuring the Sausage McMuffin.
Great opportunity for the community to showcase the PvP in the Star Citizen community.
Fantastic. What's your mindset going into your guys' match today?
Don't lose, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
I'm gonna beat him.
Good mindsets. Preferred dogfighting ship?
The Arrow.
Definitely the Ghost, Hornet Ghost.
All right. Advice to people learning dogfighting in Star Citizen?
Nose to the grindstone, go hard at it.
Yeah, don't be afraid. Just jump into Arena Commander and just put in the hours. It's a lot of fun, worth it.
All right. Where can people follow you guys?
Twitch and Twitter, LazyB_.
Yeah, same thing. Twitch, Bognagus.
All right. And, you know, a lot of tension, a lot of animosity. Say something nice about your opponent.
He's got a great mustache.
I'm going to feel really bad blowing him up.
All right, guys. Well, that is it for Admiral Fighter Flight. The matches are going to be starting soon. I'm going to cut it back to Jared and the CitizenCon main stage. We'll see you guys back here on the floor soon. See you guys then.
Fix it and fly it. Fix it, ça veut dire fixer le jeu, fixer les bugs, fix it and fly it. J'espère que ça sera pas aussi technique que l'autre panel. Là. Le début était bon, mais là, à un moment donné, ça s'en venait un petit peu trop technique. Là. Ça devenait presque ennuyant. Mais serveur meshing, ça valait la peine quand même parce que ça fait tellement longtemps que...
Welcome to this little presentation of our most ambitious feature that we are working on for quite a while already. We already talked about it several times, but this time it will be a little bit different. So before we start jumping into the presentation, here's a little disclaimer. Everything that you are about to see in this presentation was done by the EUPU team, so, well, mostly. We got help from the vehicle content team and the vGPU team. So what you will see here is mainly placeholder art that was either done by Guillermo, Bastien, or me, so members of our team, and it's gameplay that we focus on in this presentation. So what you will notice here is also that the UI is still work in progress, so visual changes even throughout this entire presentation. So we are still iterating. But let's start with the actual presentation. Those that follow us for quite some time probably know about the resource network already, but let's do a brief recap. We will be talking here about our technology, that is resource network, and the engineering gameplay that can be called a child of the resource network. The engineering task will allow you to manage your ships, outposts, and possibly other things. Let's have Guillermo talk about the technology first. So welcome on stage, Guillermo.
Guillermo del Toro.
Thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Guillermo Bilbao, gameplay programmer for this team, and I'm going to talk about the resource network. So what is the resource network? The main drive for the resource network was replacing the previous pipe system you might have heard about with a new system that was more generalized, easier to expand, and that would support all the gameplay we actually want to do. And yeah, so it is a network, as you can see on that picture, showing the connections between different items, even those inside of your containers. And it enables specifically the relay gameplay we're going to show right after. So it will have a global impact. You're going to see it in ships. You're going to see it in outposts. It's built to work with the cargo system in some ways. And as for interacting with it, the engineering gameplay we're showed today is going to be the biggest example, but you will also see it in other places, especially in missions. Let's have Thorsten talk about it a bit more.
So hello again. So as a crew member of a ship or as a person managing an outpost, you have several responsibilities, where the engineering topic can be split in 3 activities, and you can decide to share those responsibilities or take them all by yourself. It's really up to you. Every task requires their own skills and their own tool sets. There is tuning. Here you are responsible for preparing your ship. Your journey did not start yet, so you adjust your ship items based on your goals for the travels. Exchange sub-items, adjust the default settings of your power plant, basically operations that require you to turn off the items or even remove them from their sockets.
Damn, I called him, dude.
It's game time, buddy.
Yo, Rook, where's your squad at?
Stick to the plan. Check the time.
You ready?
I'm ready.
I'm with the squad forever. When it comes to the team loyal to me. Do it all, we stand together. If you fall, better pick him up. Go down, better get back up.
PlayStation.
Examples. So let's actually show you some of the maintenance you can already do and will be able to do. So here we start with 2 gameplay mechanics that are already in the game. So technically nothing new, but the entire engineering loop ties them nicely together. Here you saw me collecting IMC, or still collecting, and now I will take the shield generator of the recently destroyed Gladius to use them as a spare part for myself. So all of this is of course optional. So you can purchase those items already and in the future even assemble them for yourself.
Le beam, il est même pas aligné avec son gun. C'était weird, ça.
While the Fury approaches, you might get the glimpse of a debug UI. So there's the Fury now coming. I activated the debug UI to show you the health state of each item. And what you should have seen is that the shield generator is fully destroyed and the power plant that I'm about to take out now is in low health. Low health means you can still repair it. So which will be happening now with Guillermo and Pete repairing the power plant after I removed it from the Fury. So it's making it fully functional again. And here you see the debug UI, the health is now fully up again, and that means that it runs at full efficiency again. And here you also see that the shield generator is at 0 health, so the destroyed shield generator cannot be repaired because it's destroyed, so I have to exchange it with the spare one that I collected from the Gladius. So with all those repairs being done, the Fury is operatable again and it can go its way. So getting back to the responsibilities. A big one is managing your ship, which includes resources, but also more general aspects. You have to manage the power distribution and come up with informed decisions, like reacting to hazards, like malfunctions, fire, low energy, but also calling out items that need repair and maintenance. You will delegate the rest of your crew to keep your ships intact, like giving clear priorities of what needs to be done first. Let's take a look at another video here. So this is the first glimpse of the engineering UI in action. It is still being worked on, so it's heavy work in progress. Let's start with looking at the item view. So you can see the full setup of the network with the relays, the green dots connecting to each other, and the relays connecting to the items. Color and shape below the icons should help you identify the different item types, like power plants, weapons, also helping differentiate between consumer, producer, and converters. You can tell the current state of the item, that means the amount of energy it produces, consumes, or has stowed. The health state it is in, the current wear and tear on the item, and the current state it runs in, like charging or being in an idle state. You can directly interact with these items, turn them on and off, and in the future even switch their states. If you hover over a relay,
quand même pour l'engineering gameplay, c'est quand même cool. Tu peux vraiment savoir tout ce qui se passe dans le ship avec tous les composants à partir de cette station-là. Puis s'il y a des employés dans le vaisseau, s'il y a d'autres joueurs, si tu es le maître ingénieur, tu peux dire, OK, bon, ben, tel module est en train de manquer d'énergie ou s'est fait presque détruire, va remplacer le composant, va le réparer. Quand même intéressant pour ceux qui aiment ce genre de gameplay-là.
Here Pete shoots a relay to show the UI updates on the screen. So once this relay got shot at, you will see the update here on the UI that suddenly
avec
the
un
entire
genre de truc
right-hand
comme ça,
side
c'est
of your
sûr que
ship
ça va
lost
prendre ça.
power
On pourra pas
connection.
faire ça soi-même, ça c'est clair.
And what you
Tu peux
might
pas
have not picked
conduire
up
ton
on the
véhicule
screen
puis
is
tout
that actually the power plant here that I'm now
gérer en même
focusing
temps.
on is on low health.
Et c'est ce qu'il y avait,
So
c'est ce qu'il y avait dit
I'm
aussi,
commanding
de toute façon.
Simon to repair the power plant to get it fully operational again. So, something to highlight here. Take a closer look at the doors. Since we also track the door states, you see that you can watch movement inside your ships now nicely. So you can track players moving around in your ship and even close doors for them, or like compartments in this case where Simon just forgot to close the compartment.
Tu peux barrer une porte, tu peux... okay.
Yeah, so Pete destroyed the relay, but we need the ship in fully functional state, so yeah, I'm running now with a fuse and place it on in the relay, so make the relay work again. What you can also do with the doors is that you can create safe pathways, because you sitting at this engineering screen have more information in regards to your ship than the others. So you open doors to create a path that the players on your ship have to take. Now to the room view. That is mainly the life support controls plus controlling all doors. Again, we show the details of each room, like the temperature, pressure, atmosphere composition, so everything that is relevant for like you living on a ship.
Ah, fait que le contrôle du life support va se faire de là
you can
aussi.
now have precise control over each door in your ship, as you see here. This will also allow you to have a more control over which door or compartments to open. So here, again, showing opening the power plant. That also helps very much in already telling players, hey, you should repair this item, so I open that door for you, and they directly know which item you mean. It also allows us to control like the outside-facing doors much better. So you can directly open, if you just want to open the left side ramp or the front side facing ramp or the back facing ramp.
Mais ça reste quand même que c'est une interface qui est quand même assez... c'est assez... Comment on pourrait dire ça? C'est pas intuitif, tu sais. Pas qu'on voit bien où ce que tout est, on voit bien les informations. C'est quand même bien fait. Comme il disait, par contre, l'interface, c'est encore un work in progress. Mais c'est quand même pas pire. Je trouve que c'est quand même assez visible. On voit bien où ce que les composants sont.
So we did it last year already, but let's make our crew suffocate again. So the moment that you basically pull off their helmets, and now me pressing the cycle button, you see that the entire atmosphere in this room is vented. And yeah, well, the consequence is death.
The consequence is death.
So, as you can tell, engineering gameplay will bring a lot of changes. Some of those changes are adding batteries to ships that will allow you to get a little bit of extra power for a short amount of time. Allowing you to control items directly, where it's not only their on-off state, but also their resource consumption. And where the biggest change
pour que
that will
tout ça
come in this
fonctionne,
upgrade
faut que
is
toutes
to the
les
resource-
ships
is
soient
basically to the resource consumption and generation.
retravaillées
So let's
parce
talk
que la
about
plupart des
energy
vaisseaux
balance.
ont pas...
Currently, ships are balanced such that they consume less energy than
pas
they
ces fonctions-là.
produce. What I mean with that is that the sum of all items requires less energy than the power plant will provide. And this has to change. The energy rebalance that I will explain to you now will affect mainly bigger ships. Single-seaters will still behave like they do now. For big ships, we will focus on item groups. Those require energy, but your ships will not provide enough energy to have all components run at 100% all the time. Instead, you have to decide what you want to have permanently powered by your power plant. So managing decisions will have an impact now. You could decide, as in this example, to shut down your thrusters to turn on the weapons. Isn't the best choice, since you will not be able to maneuver, so might not help when you are attacked. You would be able to shoot though. And here comes in the batteries. In scenarios where you need to react, you can activate the batteries and use the additional power. Batteries won't last forever, but you at least can power additional systems. You will be able to recharge the batteries again, but you need to free up energy from the power plant to direct into the batteries. I think that was a little bit more than just a recap, but
Fait que ça,
now
pouvoir connecter
PM
un
will
système
talk
indépendant
about
sur une batterie au
malfunctions.
lieu de le connecter sur le power plant du vaisseau. Changer les batteries.
So I will talk about malfunctions real
Pour
quick.
avoir plus de
Like the
systèmes qui
next
sont
videos,
fonctionnels
it's
en
gonna
même
be
temps.
behind schedule. What are malfunctions? You've seen misfires in the persistent universe for seals, for thrusters. You've seen a very basic version of it. We're making them more complex. We're making them more lethal in some ways and more fun to interact with. Also,
c'est ça, ça
some
va devenir
functions
tellement
include fire,
complexe ce jeu-là.
spreading fires that represent electrical surges going through the ship, or signature burst, which increases your signature and makes you show up on enemy sensors more easily. As for how you will counter them, you've seen suffocating people with life support. You will also be able to suffocate the fire with life support, which is probably more useful. You will be repairing them, not necessarily only with a repair beam, but also replacing parts or some bespoke behavior per misfire. And if all else fails, yes, turn it off and on. And here's a video of the...
What the hell, encore une erreur.
En octobre, les esprits viennent reposer.
Ça arrive souvent.
Avec une Halloween télévisée sur Disney+. On n'a jamais aussi peur que chez soi. Seulement sur Disney+.
On a le stream ici.
C'est moi.
PlayStation.
To mix results.
Je sais pas pourquoi ça fait ça, l'erreur là. En même temps.
And here we have the option of using the life support system for us to sort up before, and yes, bending the area. And now you can see that the fire, once we get to that compartment, has been successfully put out.
Fait que tu peux contrôler aussi si tu as des systèmes d'extinction dans le vaisseau, tu peux les contrôler à partir aussi du poste d'ingénieur. C'est quand même bon.
So, yeah. I have to excuse myself already because I was leading this group of players being attacked by the Gladius, and I did a poor job, but more to that in that video. Yeah, Guillermo, we wanted to talk about...
So for this demo, we have modified the damage system slightly to represent impact penetration on a very basic level. So you are going to see that the quantum drive is going to be hit by the Gladius attacking the ship.
So, yeah, being attacked by a Gladius for an A2 isn't like a big challenge, but in this setup we were not like fully staffed. That means we had our engineers running around and yeah, no one being seated in the turrets. So yeah, our goal was basically to flee the Gladius, and yeah, with the Gladius actually shooting the quantum drive and damaging it, I thought, hey, it's a good idea to tell Pete and Simon to repair the quantum drive as a priority. As you can see, I somehow missed that the habitation room caught fire. I tried to, yeah, well, prevent further damage to it, but yeah, I failed. Yeah, so that was causing a bit to the panic, so I even got distracted in this moment. So we managed to have the quantum drive survive, but here I notice, oh, actually the power plant also starts to take damage, and at this moment I'm also telling Pete and Simon to switch their attention to the power plant, because if we lose the power plant, it's also like almost impossible to flee. So here I realized, oh my god, we are going down fast, and I think at this point now, yeah, I opened the compartment to make it access faster, but that was already too late, so the power plant died. And yeah, so the backup is to activate the batteries, which I did here. So Simon and Pete still tried their very best to fix it, but yeah, didn't manage to. Yeah, the attack moved to the forward side, targeting the batteries, because the player who was attacking us actually knew the ship layout. And yeah, here I noticed that the second power plant is also got attacked, so have to redirect our mechanics to it. And At this point, we wanted to flee, and then I realized why doesn't the quantum drive work? And as you saw, that there is a relay that also got destroyed. So here you see it very.
What the fuck? Encore une erreur. C'est quoi ça?
Position. That means that the quantum drive cannot be accessed from the pilot seat. That means that I also had to get that repaired. So it was a bit chaotic. Everything was also happening a bit too fast. Here trying to save the second power plant because we were already running out of battery life. So yeah, if we would have lost the second power plant, that would have been our certain death. And I think at in the next part of the video, we basically asked someone to fix the relay at the back so that we still be able to jump away. Yeah, so we at least managed to save one of the power plants. Yeah, that's now, I think it was Pete running there and fixing the fuse. And the next step was the pilot trying to push the quantum drive, but it was too late. We died. And the end of the show. Yeah, thanks. So what you just saw gives a good idea of how busy ships will be and what meaningful multi-crew gameplay will look like. But what about the future? Since we worked on technology that will be used throughout the entire game, you will see more and more coming utilizing this tech. It will introduce systemic gameplay with allowing players to come up with creative ways of manipulating their environments. Sabotaging a power plant or destroying a vital relay that connects it all to shut down an entire enemy base that can include its life support or security systems. It would also tie in nicely with Maelstrom that you just saw, and anything that will break off will lose its connection to the network and therefore have an impact on its functionality. So it's a real systemic feature. The technology allows us also to take further steps into the crafting profession as well as in the base building, where both are related to each other. Bases built by player will also form resource networks and come with their unique challenges similar to ships. We are all really excited about the future of this tech and all the associated features. So there's a huge thanks for all people involved. So thanks to the entire EUPU team, the vehicle teams, Jared, active feature team, and the arena commander team. They all were super supportive to get this behemoth into a state that you could see here. And it's something that has been a long time coming, and we are really proud of it. So thank you for sticking with us on this journey. Wait, there's one more thing. So we really want to get your hands, we really want you to get your hands on this because we already had a lot of fun with it. I hope all of you have heard of the experimental mode in the Arena Commander. So we want to bring you what you saw here as an experimental mode before we put everything into the PU. And this will be soon. So
soon.
Thank you.
Camera 4. Hi, everybody. I think I'm supposed. There we are. You know, when we started this, we said we'd have a nice, relaxed pace. That's a lot of new content coming in just the last 2.5 hours now. We are going to slow things down. We're going to take a little fun break here. We're going to do a cosplay contest, because why the heck not? And then we're going to take our lunch. So all you restreamers during the lunch, you can have a time to open your mouth and talk to your communities, because I can imagine you over the last 2.5 hours just trying to get a word in edgewise. So let's go to the cosplay contest, hosted by Galactica, our social media manager, with special judges Kat, Forrest, and me.
Comme je suis un petit peu moins intéressé par le cosplay, je vais vous laisser rouler ça. Je vais en profiter pour aller me faire quelque chose à manger. Je vais revenir tantôt. Je laisse ça rouler.
Or as I like to say, professional ship poster. And on stage with me, I have Kat Reeves. She's our creative director.
Okay.
And then next to Kat, we have Forrest, who's our principal technical artist, and who let this guy on stage? Security? And of course, Jared Huckabee. What's your title these days?
Creative content doofus.
All right, so really quick, we did say that this was powered by Tobii Gaming, and for those of you in the audience, just out of curiosity, who has used a Tobii eye tracker before? Okay, a good number of you. Okay, so for those of you who have not used a Tobii eye tracker, I want you to look to the left. I didn't see anybody look to the left. Everybody look to the left. And now to the right. All right, now wouldn't that be awesome if you could do that in-game and not have to use your hands to do camera controls? That would free up your ability to focus on your flight and your fighting in-game. And with all of that, you can do with the Tobii Eye Tracker 5, which is some of the prizes that we're going to be giving out today. So thank you so much, Tobii, for being here and for providing these prizes for us. All right, now, who's ready to see some cosplayers? Can we get some drum rolls? Yes! Judges, are you ready?
Yes.
Yes? Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so coming up first, we have Diabolus.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Do a spin for us.
Who is this? Who is this?
This
Diabolus.
is the Artemix Elite Hurston armor.
If you want to get a closer look or ask any questions, you're more than welcome to.
How you doing, man?
I can't see anything and I can't hear anything.
It's right here. I'll guide you. I'll guide you. He can't see anything. Come this way and stand right here. Just don't move. You'll be safe.
We're letting them walk
All
right off the stage.
we're ready for cosplayer number 2 with Kin Shadow.
Wow.
Make some noise for Kin Shadow.
That was Ken Shadow?
That is Kin Shadow.
Vapoter peut affecter ta santé mentale. La nicotine vient perturber l'équilibre et le développement du cerveau. Elle peut favoriser l'apparition de troubles comme la dépression, le stress ou l'anxiété. Vérité et conséquences du vapotage.
Oh, hey, we just came on in the general lounge.
Oh,
Now
c'est de
batting
retour.
center fielder, Manny Moda.
Et voilà.
All right, so we're here in the general lounge with a collection of star citizens among us, waiting for the start of our talking ship panel.
Talking ship, ça veut dire, ouais, c'est ça que ça veut
Talking
dire.
ship panel, that was my pun. Boy, I didn't realize how dangerous it was until I was live. Guys, we've seen 2 presentations so far. The first one had a whole lot of things in it. All at once, what was your favorite thing you've seen so far?
Space cows.
Space cows? Server meshing! Now, that story Chris told is the absolute truth. 3 weeks ago, we're just having a meeting, just this general, like, hey, what are you, just checking in on everything we're going to show at CitizenCon. And Paul shows him, goes, I have this video.
Je sais pas comment il y a de délai,
I think I know how
mais
to show server meshing. And we watched it, and we're just like, and Chris challenged him right there. I said, hey, if you were brave at all, you'd do it live on stage. And then challenged him again to add 2 people, then challenged him again to add 6 people. And yeah, that's what we do. If you can do it live, you can do it live. What's the thing you're most looking forward to? Pyro? Pyro?
Faut que ça soit là.
Just wait. Remember, there's a day 2. Also, you may have missed it during Chris's announcement. The Pyro Playground, which we're about to go to Dan Haubeck, he's going to show us, is actually going to be available in the new Star Citizen preview channel. You can learn all about the preview channel. There's going to be a selection. There's going to be a lottery of people who got the digital goodies pack from CitizenCon. Those people in our concierge, and of course, our selection of our most devoted testers. And then they'll be able to play in the preview channel throughout the remainder of this year before it goes to PTU and then eventually its live release. So with that, let's go to the Pyro Playground. Dan, take it away, man.
Thanks, Jared. It's good to see you. Glad to see you're back out from backstage. Welcome back, everyone, to CitizenCon 2953. We are back on the show floor. Specifically, we are at the Pyro Playground, easily the key feature of the show floor. We want to give a quick shout out to our 2 sponsors who helped make Pyro Playground and Checkmate Station possible. Shout out to CLX Gaming and Asus Republic of Gamers. You guys literally helped make this show happen. You helped make the Pyro Playground happen. If you look behind me, you see all these amazing gamers who are experiencing Pyro for the very first time. It's one of the key features of CitizenCon this year, and we're so excited to bring Pyro into the hands of everyone who's here. Hopefully you guys get a chance to check out the Pyro Playground later today. I want to talk a little bit about what made Pyro so spectacular to bring it here, and to help me do that, we got Michael Smith. You guys may know him as Bayor, head of the player experience team, talking a little bit about what it was like to bring Pyro here. How's it going, Bayor?
Pretty good, really good.
Now, Bayor, really quick question. What were your expectations bringing Pyro into players' hands for the first time? I mean, it must have been a very kind of nerve-wracking thing. There's a lot of anticipation for something like that. So what was your expectations bringing it here today?
Well, honestly, I didn't really have a lot of expectations because Pyro's an entire system. So it was just, let's get it out there, let's see what happens, and see how much we can get done, how much content we can get out. But yeah, no expectations.
Yeah, it's so big that you just can't think about how big it is. It's so monumental. And from what I've been seeing, people are having a blast. Everyone I've seen come out of the Pyro Playground has a big smile on their face. Their faces look blown. They just look so happy to experience Pyro. And so what's the coolest reaction you've seen so far today?
Honestly, a lot of it's been the environment, but the big surprise has actually been some of the FPS AI. I think players who are going to fight the FPS AI are kind of surprised they're so hard. Some of that stuff is new tech, so it's neat to see players dealing with that and realizing, oh my god, I have to really struggle with this and really fight to deal with these AI. It's really fun.
So would you say it's a little bit more improved than what's currently on live right now?
Miles better, yeah.
That's fantastic. So give us your 30-second journey of when you got your hands on Pyro, because we've had multiple internal playtests leading up to CitizenCon. I've been in several of them, and I know what it was like for me being in Pyro for the first time. But for you, what was it like getting to play Pyro for the first time?
Honestly, by the time I played it, it was pretty polished, pretty surprising, and it was just so mind-blowing to see how different the environments were. But it's also moved a long way since then, and so it's been fun to see every single iteration. But yeah, the first experience is just super mind-blowing. It just looks so different.
Yeah, it's just being on Checkmate Station. You couldn't get lost for there forever, and players only have 40 minutes to do the Pyro Playground. And I've seen people go back in line. I've seen people just like
go and redo things that they didn't get a chance to do the first time. So what advice do you have for people who are here at CitizenCon? Spoiler-free, again, we want to give people at home something to look forward to. What is your spoiler-free suggestion for people who are here going through it?
Honestly, I would suggest to get out of the station. The station is really, really cool, but get to a ship, get to one of the planets, and get to an outpost, and especially see if you can do one of the FPS AI missions, because they're really, really cool, and that's a really, really fun journey.
And we have Chief Technology Officer Benoit here. Benoit, what do you feel, completely unplanned, didn't ask him to come by and he just stopped in. Benoit, what do you feel about Pyro?
Oh, Pyro is fantastic. I love the new experience. I love the new environments. I love the FPS we're getting on these machines here. If you were at the playground, oh my God, like this is great. So I'm super excited about the...
Yeah. Sorry for cutting you off there. Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the screens, and it's so smooth. Like, it's so great to see people like enjoying Pyro for the first time with such a great experience to have for the first time for Pyro. So thank you guys for bringing Pyro to the players' hands for the first time. And we're going to talk really quick. Thank you, Benoit, for your photo bomb. Thank you, Bayor. We're going to talk to a player who just got to experience Pyro for the very first time. We got user Nick at Night here. So tell me, Nick, what was your spoiler-free impressions of Pyro? Sort of impressions or feelings when you got to be in Pyro for the first time?
Yeah, I mean, I think calling it a playground is just missing how immersive that is currently in this build. I, as Bayor mentioned, got out of the station, was able to see everything in the universe, and man, was it just amazing to kind of go between the asteroid belts into the new planets and see all those new things that you guys have been working on. So I was really excited.
I love that. Yeah, there's some really cool things. I cannot stress enough how if you are here at CitizenCon, come over to the Pyro Playground because it is just such an amazing experience. It's nothing like Stanton. It is...
Vous avez maintenant plus de raisons d'aimer la livraison grâce au nouveau Monopoly d'ici. Décollez la pièce sur l'emballage et dans l'appli pour avoir plus de chances de passer de maintenant à gagnant. Commandez avec la livraison et jouez aujourd'hui.
Après une tournée triomphale autour du globe, le super-héros saveur de la saveur. Toujours invaincu, Pogo! Votre fin est sur le point de se faire doubler. C'est le temps pour un Pogo!
Of panels left to do. So, last question. This is kind of a fun one. When Pyro makes it into live, where are you setting your spawn? Are you setting it to Stanton or are you setting it to Pyro?
Oh, Pyro, hands down.
You heard it here. This guy had such a great experience at the Pyro Playground that he is going to set his spawn to Pyro. Nick and I want to thank you for coming up here. Really appreciate it. I'm going to throw it back to Jared really quick and make sure that we are on our way back to the panels you guys are looking forward to so much. We'll see you back here on the floor soon.
Am I on? Am I live? I can't hear anything. Wave to me. Okay, there we go. Hi, everybody. It's very loud here in the community booths area. We're here in front of Soul Armada, Altoma Energy. There's Atlas Defense Industries. I don't know why. I just decided I was going to pick on you today. It's all right, cool. We're here. I want to show something off. So one of the things that happens anytime that we show up at one of these events, whether it's Gamescom or CitizenCon or even a Bar Citizen, is people give you things that you have to fit into your luggage when you go home, which is not always the easiest thing on an international flight. Today, just 9 minutes ago, I got something I'm gonna make some room for. So there is an org. They do this amazing, we had an older version, you may have seen me show it off before. Delta Consulting Aviation Products. They make air traffic controller manuals for every landing zone and POI in the Stanton system. The one I've had for the last 5 years is one of my absolute most treasured items, and the guy just showed up and handed me another one. So I don't know what I'm leaving behind. from my luggage, but we're gonna have some like Survivor style, you must leave the island. So we're leaving something behind. So with this, let's take a look at Sol Armato here. Sol Armato is one of the community orgs that have a booth here. I don't have time to interview. We gotta get to the show. I just want to see your jacket. Show us your jacket.
Okay, il y a des orgs qui ont des boîtes de présentation au CitizenCon.
That's the killer. You got a giant Invictus patch. So, what legal clearance did you get in order to make that?
Sol Citizen. Sol Armada.
Toast! He's floating around here somewhere. I won't tell him if you want. All right, let's come on over here to what is this? Altama Energy. You might have seen Sigelian from Altama Energy in the cosplay contest before we went to lunch. Altama, how you doing, guys? I noticed this full-size Starfarer in Lego. I will trade you a flight deck man. No, I'm just kidding. There's no way I'd get that back through customs or survive in my luggage. And then, of course, over here we have Atlas Defense Industries. Oh, hi, Jesse.
Hi, how you doing,
How you doing?
Jared?
I work with Jesse in the office. We have Atlas Defense Industries over here. What do you guys got going on?
Oh, we got a raffle going on, so if you haven't come by, sign up for
You got a raffle?
Yeah, we're giving
Star Atlas. Pourquoi Atlas? Ah non, ok, c'est pas Star Atlas. Je veux dire, Star Atlas qui est à la conférence de Star Citizen, ça aurait été
artwork here that I've done up. So if you want to come over and get in the raffle, we're also giving out a ship at 5. And we're giving out every hour, so come
non,
on
c'est
over.
leur org qui est Atlas.
What happens if I win?
Atlas Defense.
All right. You might think Jared's being really bad at this and he's not putting the microphone in front of this guy's face, but he just offered me a back rub, and it was just better if that didn't go out on the live stream. Okay, we got one more thing to check out. What is this? This is for me to take home? What is this, touch me?
Are you going to make room for it?
Touch me? Oh my goodness. Wow.
Hey, lui, il doit avoir hâte de jouer à Star Citizen, le gars avec la barbe blanche.
Oh.
Il doit avoir hâte que le jeu arrive en crème parce que... On voit aussi que les gens, c'est pas des jeunes. C'est tout du monde de 30 ans et plus, 40, 50, 60. Les gens qui s'intéressent à Star Citizen, c'est des gens plus vieux.
All right. So I'm in my ear.
C'est peut-être pour
It's
ça
time
aussi
to
que le jeu
return
est plus
back to Hall
compliqué,
A.
puis tout ça,
Talking
plus
Ship
complexe.
with John Crew, Ben Curtis, Ellen Batchelor Jr., and Mark Gibson is coming up. So stay tuned. After that, navigating the universe with members of our UI team. And like I said at the beginning, everything you were thinking you were going to see, you're going to see that and more. So stay tuned. That's coming up next. I'm going to sit down and have a refreshing beverage. Take care, everybody.
Oh, un petit vidéo. Parce que là, ça va être un panel sur les vaisseaux, fait que probablement une pub de vaisseau. La pub du prochain vaisseau ou d'un prochain véhicule. Ça, si ça pouvait arriver pour vrai en jeu, t'as une base. Là, t'as des ennemis, des pirates qui attaquent, mais des pirates réels, il n'est pas obligé que ce soit des joueurs. Ça serait hot. J'espère que ça va être ça un jour. Ah, parce que le A1, c'est ça, c'est un bomber, fait que tu peux lâcher des bombes.
Forge the future you want to see. The A1 Spirit from Crusader Industries.
Talking Ship. Jared a failli se tromper tantôt en prononçant ça.
Hi everyone. Have we had a good morning looking at cool stuff? Great. My name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at Cloud Imperium Games.
And my name is Ben Curtis. I am the vehicle art director at CIG.
So we're going to spend the next 45 minutes talking ship. We're going to show you some cool stuff that you've hopefully seen, some cool stuff that you're not supposed to have seen, but you probably already have, and some cool stuff, again, you're not supposed to have seen, but what you've seen is wrong. So hopefully we can clear that up for you all. Right, so that was the A1 Spirit trailer. Pretty cool video. But we're now going to do a bit of a slightly deeper dive into the actual art and visuals of the ship.
As we move into the heart of the ship, this area is kind of like really dominated by those 10 sci-fi bombs.
Eee.
And then we go straight into engineering, where you find the rest of the ship components that it needs. Up front, we've got a completely fully featured habitation area, suit lockers, weapon lockers, pod beds, everything you're going to need. And then right at the cockpit, we have a two-pilot cockpit, and I think the Crusader engineers have done a fantastic job of putting everything that the pilot needs right at their fingertips. So, in the heat of battle, you kind of might just eke out that advantage. Exterior-wise, it's classic Crusader. We've got our recessed weapons. We've got our rear-mounted remote turret. And then underneath, it's all business. We've got the missile racks, and we've got the big bomb bays. And I think overall, Crusader have done it again. They've done a amazing job of packaging something that's like super feature rich and something stylish, sleek.
Et vous pouvez vous le procurer maintenant pour la modique somme de $350 US.
And then here is one last look. Oh, or not. Okay, that was one last look of the interior.
Quand même, leurs ships sont vraiment cool, là, ça. Je peux rien dire contre ça, les vaisseaux dans Star Citizen sont écœurants. Coûte cher en crème, par contre.
And a QR code there that hopefully takes you to the right place.
Imagine payer $600 canadiens pour un vaisseau qui serait juste un skin.
Thursday, I've obviously lost track.
C'est bien normal qu'il soit complexe. C'est ça qui coûte cher.
So yeah, that's the current. Let's talk about something a bit further in the past. So, we have a timeline here from the today, all the way through to today in game. And throughout that time period, we have our manufacturers in law, starting with RSI in the very near future, going all the way through to Mirai, which is this year in game. And over that, we have some very old ships, ships that people think are quite old. We have the Hornet, we have the Aurora, and we have the Gladius. However, as you can see, there is quite a gap from the current day to these old ships. So let's talk about one that is a bit older than that. So, the RSI Zeus.
So, in 2130, in 2130, RSI made some major kind of advancements in quantum technology. They developed, or they released, the first ship that was kind of available to the mass market that had quantum capability. This kind of mid-range explorer really put RSI at the kind of forefront of ship development. Now, it was a really good thing, it really kind of boosted them as a company, but it wasn't kind of all good. The original RSI Zeus had some major issues with its hull integrity. That being said, there's always kind of been this demand for RSI.
Reinventing de Zeus. Y a-t-il un vaisseau qui s'appelle le
It's
Zeus?
kind of had this cult following that's grown up over the years.
RSI de Zeus. Ah non, ok, c'est une
I'm
organisation
kind of very
spatiale,
happy
ok.
to announce today that RSI have kind of taken that challenge on board. They've developed a whole new vehicle that is designed to ferry a whole new generation of travelers across our universe. Visually, is something that pays homage back to the original Zeus, and something that's really is justified to have that name. And I'm even happier to say it exceeds all current safety standards and all our current ship production techniques.
So, do you want to have a look at the all-new RSI Zeus Mark II? Okay then. Here it is. So, we are going to hand over to Elwin and Mark to go through this, and you can see there's 3 of them there. So we're going to do a bit of a deeper dive onto these 3 ships now. So, over to Mark and Elwin.
Let's give them a welcome. Come on, let's go, let's go.
Hi there, everyone. My name is Mark Gibson. I'm the lead vehicle content designer at Cloud Imperium Games.
And I'm Owen Batchelor, Vehicle Art Director in North America. What do you guys think? Awesome. All right, well, let's take some time now and take a look at this classic RSI design and see how we've reimagined it.
So, when we decided we wanted to tackle the Zeus, we had to consider what direction RSI would take it in if they were going to do it today. We couldn't just remake the original Zeus because although it was obviously a massive piece of history, all it was really used for was transporting and moving around. So we had to consider exactly what we wanted to do with the ship. In the end, we decided to go for 3 variants, allowing you to pick which way you want to actually play the game. So what we're going to do is talk about those variants that we decided on in the end and go into a bit more detail with them. First of all, we have the ES. The ES is the Essential. It's the long-range exploration version of the Zeus. It's designed to let you go out for a long time and explore the universe. Next up, we have the Mark. The Mark is the bounty hunter version. This is there for you so you can actually go out, find your targets, and bring them back. It's also been purposely outfitted so that you have all the tools that you need to disable, capture, and bring them home. Finally, the last version we're going to talk about is the CL, the Clipper. Might be a name people are familiar with if they know much about maritime. This is the cargo version of the Zeus Mark II. This is designed so that you can move your goods around the universe.
Of the 3 variants, the Zeus Essential is the one that harkens back the most to the original design, with the original white on black paint job and the vertical stabilizers. We also worked to maintain the silhouette of the original, but brought that forward to modern day RSI design with tons of technical detail and layered panels. And on the underside, the landing gear and the underslung turret, as well as the entrance ladder, fold in perfectly flush, leaving behind a super smooth underbelly, just like the original design.
But you probably all want to see what the inside looks like, so let's have a closer look. Despite the sleek and slim body of the Zeus, we've been able to pack a lot into it to give everything you need when you're doing the deep space exploration. You have a fairly comfortable habitation and recreation area so that when you're out away from home, it's not too unpleasant. In addition to that, the rear room has a 32 SU cargo capacity, as well as being able to fit a Cyclone, so if you do decide to land on a planet, you can have a look around. Talking about the loadout, it's a ship designed for 3 crew. It comes with 4 size 2 shield generators, 2 size 2 power plants, 2 size 2 coolers, and 2 size 4 pilot-controlled weapons. And obviously the lower turret that Elwin mentioned earlier is a size 3 remote turret.
Now, the Zeus Mark was always designed from the beginning to be a sleek and aggressive bounty hunter. As such, the black paint will help you stay hidden in the shadows until you're ready to strike. We've also redesigned the spine in order to embed an EMP and a quantum dampener, which allows us on the art side to really crank up the level of detail on the exterior. We've also added a second remote turret on the top.
Looking at the interior of the Mark,
Je suis allé
you see
vérifier.
that the habitation's taken a little bit of a hit.
C'est fou,
If we
à
move
chaque
forward,
fois,
what we've been able
tu sais,
to add in
le monde
exchange
a
for
beau
that
chialer
is
que
a
CIG
massive
vend
armory.
des
Lets
vaisseaux,
you take all the different weapons
puis
and
arrête pas de
equipment
vendre
you
des
might
vaisseaux,
need
puis le
while
monde
you're
se
tracking the
plaint
target
de
along
ça
the roads.
beaucoup.
Looking into the rear,
Mais
we actually have a dedicated area
la,
just for the actual
la réalité, c'est qu'il y a
banking
tellement de
pods,
monde que
similar
c'est à
to
peu
what you're
près
seeing
juste
in
ça
the
qu'ils
colours
aiment.
blue.
dépenser de l'argent pour un nouveau vaisseau. Là, présentement, ils sont en train de parler du A1. Je voulais aller voir s'ils le vendaient sur le site, je voulais aller voir le prix, parce qu'ils ne l'ont pas mentionné dans la conférence. Et là, le site lag. C'est fou, donc tout le monde est sur le site pour aller voir ça. Quand même.
The EMP and QD drive are designed to stop the target escaping once you've caught up with them.
Now, because the Zeus Clipper focuses on hauling cargo, we've decided to lean into the industrial aesthetic. We've covered the exterior with a warning strip paint job, and we've covered the exterior with more technical detail and armor plating. In addition to that, it comes with a remote tractor beam which is mounted on the rear to the side of the ramp to make it easier to haul cargo in and out of the cargo hold. We've also added thrust capacity to the base of the wings.
As you can see, there is an absolutely massive rear to it compared to the others. The habitation areas have been massively pushed so that you don't get much space, but we can get way more cargo in. It actually has 4 times the cargo capacity of the S, coming in at 128 SUs of cargo. This one also features 3 size 2 shield generators, and like Al mentioned, it has a size 3 tractor beam to make it much easier to get those cargo containers in and out as you're actually playing. What do you think?
Les Bubbleheads sont à vendre sur le site.
So,
Star Citizen, Starman,
last year, we
Bubblehead.
introduced the Spirit. And if anyone that may be playing on live the last couple of days might have seen a new ship adding to the verse, the A1. We hope to follow a similar route with the Zeus, where we announce it today, and then in about a year's time, ready to reveal to the public to actually play with. But this isn't just a concept.
Sérieux, ils sont partis sur une balloune, eux autres, là, c'est fou, là. Hey, ils ont de la merch, ils ont des porte-clés, ils ont toutes des nouveaux affaires de merch physique. Des petits porte-clés, des bobbleheads, des pins. Aïe, aïe. Ils sont partis sur une balloune, eux autres.
And with the many ships we've released thus far, our ships can, when they're finished, look absolutely gorgeous. But before
On pourrait faire 2 allers-retours entre la station spatiale et la Terre avec les vapoteuses vendues chaque année au Canada.
Les vapoteuses.
Faites de plastique, de batteries et de substances chimiques.
Cherche le A1
elles
sur
polluent
le
nos
site.
écosystèmes.
Je sais pas si c'est avant.
Vérité et conséquences du vapotage.
all back together within the editor so that we can get a real good look at what players are going to see when they finally get this game. At this stage, with the Zeus, we've already ripped out
le
the
A1
thrusters,
Spirit
ripped
est à
out the
vendre
landing gear, the turret, the seats, the beds,
directement
all of the interior spaces.
$200,
Plug those guys back in,
$175.
and we have what you see here. So again, the beginning of the process. At this point, we're able to jump in, start throwing in cargo, interacting with doors, getting in and out of beds, maybe in and out of toilets, and just getting an overall sense of what it feels like to interact with the vehicle. And it is very common that in this stage, we will make some adjustments from the original plan. As an example, on this ship, we've just made the decision to expand the center corridor, add a little bit more space to the rooms. And as a result, that's going to make it much smoother experience for players to traverse the interior of the ship, as well as for AI to traverse the interior of the ship. We've also expanded the main airlock that leads to the enter-exit ladder. And up here in the cockpit, we've separated the co-pilot seats a tad bit just to allow players to get in and out a little easier. So with White Box, not the prettiest stage in the process, but it is essential that we nail this, because it means we'll be able to deliver a beautiful ship that is also extremely fun to play.
So that was the RSI Zeus in the 3 variants. Obviously, as the screen says behind me, it's available now on the Star Citizen website. You all follow that URL or the QR code behind me. Now, we've just talked about the ship with the longest legacy in the universe. It was the first ship with the quantum travel. Let's change pace a little bit and talk about a much newer ship. we're going to talk about the cutter. Good little ship. So, obviously, last year, IE, we unveiled the cutter, and you guys seem to love it. Some interesting
Le cutter, il est pas cher, par exemple. Lui me tentait. C'est un petit Cutlass, 45$. C'est comme une version petite du Cutlass. Si je me rachète un package, je pense que ça va être ça. Mais...
But, what people didn't know, and we kept a very good, guarded secret that no one managed to figure out. No one. It was always meant to be a family of 3. Now, what everyone is already familiar with is the base. That's the version that's out in the universe right now that you're already enjoying. What we're going to do today, though, is we're going to talk about the next variant in the family. The Scout.
All right, let's just take a minute and sort of enjoy the incredible work that the art team has done pushing this guy out.
Quand même.
When the original when the original cutter was released, it helped us to refine the Drake aesthetic. And now with the variants, we'll be able to add a unique identity to each version. On the Scout, we've decided to replace the main thrusters with a dual thruster system.
Hey, le niveau de détail,
c'est
n'importe quoi.
Relates directly to the scanning gameplay that comes with this ship. In addition to that, we have a series of exterior bottom modifications to just push that flavor a little bit further. And you'll see here a transition between the default and the Scout, so you can clearly see the differences.
C'est ça aussi qui est le plus frustrant dans un sens avec le projet. La plupart des projets qui sont pas bons, qui sont du crowdfunding, finissent par mourir. Ceux-là, la raison pour laquelle ils meurent pas, en fait, c'est que le monde voit que ce qui est là, même si c'est très peu comparativement à ce qui serait censé être là, puis beaucoup de bugs, mais les trucs sont de qualité, c'est beaucoup plus haute qualité que dans n'importe quel autre jeu. Là. Hey, on regarde les détails, là. Moi j'ai regardé les vaisseaux dans Starfield, ils sont beaux, ça s'approche de ça, mais quand tu portes vraiment attention, tu te rends compte qu'il y a à peu près 100 fois plus de détails dans les vaisseaux de Star Citizen que dans ceux de Starfield. Du côté mécanique, du côté technique, du côté... Sauf que c'est tellement long de faire ça. Ça n'a pas de sens. En même temps, je comprends le buzz, je comprends le fait de dire, OK, j'ai suivi ça longtemps, là. J'avais mis tellement d'argent là-dedans. Je me disais, c'est sûr que ça va finir par sortir à un moment donné. Mais là, au bout d'une dizaine d'années, là, c'est hot ce qu'il y a, pareil. Mais il y a tellement peu de nouveaux contenus qui arrivent. Quand tu es un joueur qui est là depuis longtemps, on dirait que l'intérêt, il faudrait vraiment quelque chose de gros qui arrive rapidement, comme Pyro, quelque chose comme ça. Moi, c'est ce qui me ramènerait dans le jeu, parce que sinon, le reste, côté graphisme, côté présentation, immersion, Star Citizen, pour un jeu d'espace, parce qu'il y a d'autres jeux qui sont très très bons, là, pour enlever ça, mais pour un jeu d'espace, Star Citizen, il n'y en a pas d'autres, là. Puis du côté graphisme, c'est vraiment haute qualité, là. Il y a trop de détails, c'est fou, là.
So what is the future scan? We'll touch on it lightly.
C'est sûr que le fait de le développer juste pour le PC, ou en tout cas, présentement, c'est juste pour le PC. Peut-être que quand ça sortira, les consoles pourront rouler ce jeu-là, peut-être, là. S'il y a des consoles encore rendues là. Mais honnêtement,
far more interesting information than you get now, rather than just the name of the ship. The underlying system will work on the signature system, similar to what it does today. And there are two main scans. There is the quick scan. The quick scan is just a low version of it. It has a very small impact on your own signal output. So if you want to stay a little bit more covert and potentially not be seen looking at something you shouldn't, you can use that one instead. The main benefits are small increase to your actual passive detection range, as well as being able to detect things that maybe are a little fainter than you should be able to see. This has a decent amount of cutting through interference, but not phenomenal. The other version is the charge scan. The charge scan is the big scan. Now, this will actually allow you to detect things up to quantum boost range, which is way, way further than the current passive detection range. And not only that, but it'll actually drop a marker allowing you to jump straight to that location for whatever it is that you found. Now, you don't want to be jumping in blind. And as I said, it's going to give you way more information than it did before. Some examples, but not limited to this, are things like...
Le scanning, ça va être excellent, ça. Un nouveau mode de scan.
C'est
fou, là.
Does it have any shields? Is it perhaps charging an EMP? Maybe it's got a snare up trying to catch you. It gives you that additional information so you can make the decision whether you
Ce
actually...
qui est un peu dommage, c'est que c'est un concept art. C'est pas...
That's just a brief glimpse into...
Ça, c'est ce qu'ils veulent faire. C'est...
What our vision is for it.
Ok, ouais, c'est leur vision. Ok. Il n'y a rien qui fonctionne là-dedans là, pour l'instant.
Actually in 321. It's available. If you go to that address or go to our website, QR code, it's actually in the universe right now. You don't need to wait for a patch for that. I've been Mark.
And I'm Elwin. And before we step off, if you haven't had a chance to get one of these hats, this one in particular is signed by 7 members of the ship development team. And if you want it, during the meet and greet, if you can tell me the name of the 7 people who signed this, all of who are in attendance here, by the way, today, the first person to give me those names gets to keep it. Other than that, thanks, guys, and have a great CitizenCon.
Small hit for you. John Crew is one of those names. Well, fantastic, guys, everyone. We're going to hand you back to John and Ben. They've got a few more surprises for you.
Right. So, as Mark said there, scanning stuff is coming in the future. We didn't show a lot of it because it does sort of turn up in some other teams' panels, and we didn't want to steal their glory a day early.
Oh, okay.
So I highly recommend sticking
Ils vont nous
around
le montrer.
for both the UI one and the flight one tomorrow. So, we've talked about the past, we've talked about the present. Let's talk about the future. So, here is a big block of squares that represents our backlog. So, each one of these squares is a ship or a vehicle. All the light blue ones are all the ones we have released to date. All those grey ones are the ones that we have not done yet. The dark blue ones are the ones that will be in your hands by the end of the year. So, we have over 200 vehicles for us to support as a vehicle content team. For those of you that are trying to do the maths in your head right now going, that's a wrong number. This includes every single vehicle that we've ever shown to you, whether that's in a Squadron 42 visual tease or like a trailer. Some of them are obviously Squadron exclusives, some of them are going to be NPC exclusives. We still have to support them all. So every vehicle in the game, we have our hands on, and we do a lot of work to support them for you. Not the only thing we do. We obviously introduce new content like the Mirai Fury. We deliver previous promised content. And as you'll see today and tomorrow, we do a lot of gameplay support. So obviously we help out ships that are like the heroes of the game. You saw in the resource network engineering panel how that's going to impact ships. You will have seen, if you've been paying super close attention, some UI elements to do with maps. Stay tuned for that. We do all that. So we do a lot of work across all aspects of both projects. And to do all that, we need to do a few things.
Okay, yeah, so John talked a bit about the backlog. I'm going to kind of take a little bit, you know, how are we going
Ok, turbulent encore. Si bon, turbulent, ça va devenir gros.
2023, we actually kicked off a new ship team in our newest studio, Turbulent, based out of Montreal. Yeah, go Canada. So we've now got 5 artists or vehicle
Ça coûte
artists.
pas cher ici, ils ont des retours de taxes, ils aiment bien ça.
And one producer. And that kind of gives us everything we need to start bringing content out of another location. And it also means that we now have kind of reps globally for the vehicle content team in all 5 of our studios. What's the really nice thing about that is it kind of opens up a new pool of kind of talent that we can pick from, and it should, you know, really help us to deliver some more content to the game. And you've actually just seen the first 2 ships out of that studio. So the Scout variant and the Zeus are both being developed by our Montreal team. Yeah, they're doing great. We're going to look a little bit more in depth at the kind of the art team and how we've grown over the years. You can see from this graph, this is our kind of like live numbers of how many vehicle artists we have dedicated to the project. You can see there's a nice trajectory going up. And you know, with more team members, that also means we get kind of like not just more people to throw at stuff, but we get more experience, we get more knowledge. And that's, you know, that allows us to kind of tackle our larger, kind of more complex ships. You will notice there in 2022, there is a little dip. And you know, unfortunately, when that happens, that has kind of real consequences on what we are able to do as a team. I think, you know, less people, so less power to put on stuff, but also some of that knowledge leaves us. With that leads us to have to make some kind of pretty hard and heavy decisions about what we're working on. And I think most recently, and probably most well known, is the Bammy Merchantman. Yeah. Now, we're going to take a quick look at where we got to with the Merchantman, just to show where we were up to before that happened in 2022.
Oh, le Banu. La musique est juste insane. La musique de Star Citizen est juste insane. Sérieusement, là. Pedro, là, c'est un génie musical. C'est... Ouais. Les images sont belles. Il est beau le vaisseau. Mais... connecté avec la musique, là. Mais il est beau le vaisseau. C'est juste que... en tout cas,
So that video shows where we got up to with the merchantman. You can see we'd finished white box. We were kind of into grey box. Some areas were further than others. And I think one of the best things about working at a company like Cloud Imperium Games is that we're able to be pretty honest and pretty open with our development. One of the biggest questions we get is, what's up with the merchantman? Where is it? Why did it stop? And the merchantman brought a lot of unique challenges to us. It was a completely new art style, something that's very, very different from what we normally do with our human manufacturers. I think, we could have paused other ships. We could have moved some of our other artists onto the merchantman, but with the kind of exodus of our kind of senior team in 2022, we didn't just lose people, we lost a lot of the knowledge that went into building out that white box and really kind of delivering that art style. What we decided to do at the time is, rather than try and rush something out and just get something out to get it done, we looked at where we were, and for us, the most important thing was growing our team back up. We wanted to invest in our team and use our seniors and our kind of managers to help get us up to the point where we can tackle multiple large and capital ships at one time. I think the graph previously kind of showed that we've got the head numbers now, and now it's about onboarding our new staff members. It's about skilling them up and getting them to the point. And I would absolutely love to be stood here on the stage and going, yeah, look at the merchantman, it's amazing, like it's done. But we're not at that point just yet. We do see all the comments, I do see all the notes about it, and I absolutely want to get this ship out and done. And I just wanted to be open and honest as to where we are up to with the development.
Yeah. To add to that, it is probably the most question I get asked at any event, and I really want to get it done, get it out for you guys, but we don't want to give you a half-baked thing. We want to give you a really great product that we can all be proud of, and it's delivered alongside gameplay. So,
alongside
something
gameplay.
else quickly.
C'était presque...
Squadron 42 vehicles.
C'était lourd, me semble, le gars, comment il avait l'air annoyed en crise de
How many
dire
of
ça.
you have an Idris of some kind? Right. So, we plan to deliver the Idris alongside the Squadron, and that doesn't mean just the M. We're going to deliver the M, the P, and the K kit all together in one delivery.
Mais ouais, ça va être plus long par contre.
Javelin
We're not
owners,
there
I'm
just
afraid,
yet.
Going to have to wait a bit longer after that. Is obviously the bigger ship players can own, and we have recently looked at what is left to deliver on it. We've got plans. There will be modularity with it, and yeah, that will come after Squadron releases. And those of you who also have the Vandal Scythe, Blade, after Squadron releases, you will also get the updated models as well for that. Right. Next.
Okay. No kind of ship panel at a CitizenCon event is kind of done without looking at what's coming up next. Previously, we used to do these kind of like silhouettes, but we kind of always felt they were a little bit predictable. We ended up just making most of them anyway. So last year we changed things up. We asked what manufacturer do we want to see make our next large mining ship, and you're going to see more about that at IEE next month. But again, this year we decided just to mix things up a little bit with how we wanted to deliver this. So you're about to see in a minute a video. It shows some ships you might recognize. Hopefully, it will show you some that you don't recognize. But feel free to get on Spectrum afterwards, take a look, give us a guess at what you think they might be, because we'd love to hear your input.
And I will just add to that as well. We aim to deliver everything you see in this video and more in the next 12 months.
Ah ouais. La prochaine année.
I don't know if you noticed, but there was quite a big ship at the end of that video. And yeah, just to confirm, that is the Polaris. Yeah.
Dans les 12 prochains mois.
So, we've done a lot of talking. We'll do a bit more talking about it.
So yeah, okay. Just wanted to touch again on why are we doing an RSI ship? Like, what is with that? So, the thing about doing another RSI ship is that we've got a really well-established art style for RSI in our universe, and it gives us the ability to kind of train up newest members of the teams on something that's kind of quite a known element. That is absolutely not the only benefit, though. The way we are planning on tackling the Polaris is not tackling it as one ship, but actually we want to tackle, well, anyone that knows our backlog knows we have a number of large RSI ships on there. And our kind of plan is that we tackle that as a family of ships. We don't just tackle one of them and then we go off and do something else for 6 months, a year, come back and do another one, something else, come back and do another one. We want to tackle them all together, one after the other. And what that really allows us to do is just kind of streamline our development process. We're able to, for our more common areas of the ship, we're able to build kits that we're confident in, that we can reuse and we can make the most out of them. And then that allows us to focus our development time and our efforts really on the much more unique and the important and exciting areas of each ship. Tackling them as a family kind of allows us to expedite their development. We leverage the experience that we've got within the team. And it just allows us to, like I say, streamline everything. So first up, we've got the Polaris. Next up, we've got the Galaxy. Then we've got the Perseus. And that kind of closes out most of our large RSI ships. And then we can see what we want to take on after that.
Well, I think that's pretty much everything we want to talk about today. However, before we go, we're going to... Torsten's already stolen the predictable joke here. So we'll do one last thing to show you guys. So let's have a look at the current state of the Polaris in engine in its white box state.
En tout cas, l'espace, ça a beau être la même chose dans Star Citizen ou dans Starfield. C'est vrai que les graphismes sont juste fous pareil.
Whoa! Did you guys see that? That was amazing! Give it up for the ship team, everybody. That was amazing. We're back on the show floor at CitizenCon 2953 to show you more awesome things you guys might be missing.
Il y a encore pas mal de travail à faire sur le vaisseau, par contre.
Come follow me a little bit. We're going to go on a little bit of a journey down just a leisurely Sunday road drive. And when I drive, I take my favorite vehicle for driving, the Drake Dragonfly. That's right, it is back from 2018 with a fresh new Pyro paint job that you can see in the digital goodies pack if you purchase it now from the Robert Space Industries pledge store. Check it out now. JRDF did an amazing job of making the Dragonfly look super Pyro themed. Look here, we have the Pyro amalgamated label, I guess you would call it. I don't know what you would call it. I'm not a car guy. I'm not a Drake guy. We have like some very cool details, designs. I'm gonna try and hop on it. Let's see how badly this goes. Like a glove. It's super cool being up here, actually. I didn't think it would be this cool being up here, but it feels like you're about to drive a Dragonfly. If you guys are still here at the show floor, be sure to check out the Drake Dragonfly. I really just want to like drive this thing off the stage. You know that like, what's that feeling you have where you're like on a balcony and you like look over the balcony and you're like, there's a little internal, it's intrusive thought. There's an intrusive thought where it's like jump. My intrusive thought is drive away. And I want to drive away on the Drake Dragonfly right now. This is so cool. We have photographers taking photos. If you guys are interested in looking at your photos afterwards, JRDF will be making those photos available to everybody. I'm sure we'll tweet it out. Galactica, get on it. You know, that's your job. Anyways, I'll cut it back over to Jared. I'll see you guys back here soon. Have fun.
Fight for the mic. Just fight for the mic. Just grab the mic when you have to. All right, so we are here with members of the vehicle team. I want to say at the start of the show, I made it very clear that marketing did not make any of those videos. Developers made any of those videos. I can't help but notice that Polaris took out that Idris really quick. Are you trying to start about 50 different arguments on Reddit?
Oh yeah, we love for the arguments. Love them. Polaris for life.
After Idris.
Ben, would you like to go on record?
All ships are equally as brilliant as each other. Until they get what's coming to them.
And Elwin, would you like to revise your answer?
After Idris.
The views and opinions of Elwin Batchelor Jr. do not represent those of Cloud Imperium Games, Robert Space Industries, or its subsidiaries. Don't look at us. Ben Parr's off the side. It's like just whatever. All right, so the Zeus. First question that I see a lot of people had on Twitch watching the stream is obviously it doesn't look like the Zeus that we've all known from the lore and stuff. I mean, I think the first image of the Zeus was probably in 2012 or 2013 in that really early lore post. Why did we change it?
Were they not listening to the presentation?
I wasn't.
So there's a few things. Obviously, it was built as a product of its time, both in lore and back in the day.
I was too busy looking at how handsome you look.
Oh, thank you. But also, and I think Ben will probably want to talk about more of this, is we have design languages for RSI now, and it doesn't really fit in with them anymore.
Yeah, I think when we look at reimagining one of our ships, our manufacturers, we didn't want to just release the classic Mini today. We wanted to look at it and
today, so maybe tomorrow?
No. So what we wanted to do was bring it up to standard, both in terms of its quality and what it can deliver as a ship, but also visually. I think RSI has grown as a manufacturer over the years. I think you can see how not all ships roll off the production line in day one. Each of our manufacturers also have a history, And I think it's fine to see progression for that throughout the timeline of our game. Sorry, Zach.
Just say you hate the Zeus.
But it's not just the visuals of it, though. It's important that the amount of time it would take to get your jalopy, because that's why I ask, and up to level.
I didn't do it. He did it. He did it. You can be in the center. You're in the center now. Go ahead.
The amount of time it takes to actually get a ship, the amount of time it takes to get a ship actually flight ready in the universe, it would be a lot of work to get something that, for the most part, has about the same amount of space as a space shuttle, and you wouldn't be able to use any of the game clips. You wouldn't be able to fill it with cargo. It'd be really difficult getting out. And if we're spending that amount of time getting something flight ready in the universe, we'd much rather give you something you can engage with and do more with. It's far more interesting to get a ship that you can do bounty hunting in, or cargo in, or... he comes over, asks us to do an interview, and wanders off.
It's going to be one of those live streams, huh? All right, we're almost at the end. All right, so enough about what the Zeus isn't. The Zeus, favorite thing, top of your head, what's your favorite thing about the Zeus? Ellen? F the Idris. Mark, favorite thing about the Zeus?
EMP, quantum dampener.
Okay, favorite thing about the Zeus?
The white and black color scheme.
Favorite thing about the Zeus?
Parce que là, il faut tout qu'ils redesignent toutes les ships qu'il y a dans le jeu. C'est fou. Ils sont fous, ces gens.
I just had this image of a Zeus wearing Spanx. What are you laughing at? All right, so we also talked about the Cutter Scout. Is this the last variant of the Cutter we're going to see? When we first introduced the Cutter, we said it was a platform ripe for future variants. Is this the last Cutter variant that's on the thing, or can you maybe tease something for the future?
Absolutely not. There was obviously that mysteriously third blurred image. So Montreal, the Montreal team, did both of them as basically their first onboarding task into the vehicle pipeline. Both of them are done now. So you will see the third one soon, TM.
You just have a done spaceship and you're not putting it out there.
Strange, isn't it?
That entire talk about the pipeline was BS. You've got a done spaceship. Put it out, John Crew.
No, we've just really streamlined it.
It's about the belly. All right. We're working with diminishing returns here, so we're going to wrap this up. We're going to go back to Dan. He's back in Hall B. I think he's at the merch booth. Dan, what do you got for us?
Well, the opposite of diminishing returns is amazing merch. I am here at the merch booth with some amazing merch that we made just for CitizenCon. Now, if you guys are at home feeling the FOMO, that's fair. You guys should have been here, and I'm very sad you're not here. But don't worry, if you're not here, most of the merch on display behind me is available for you guys to pick up at the RSI Pledge Store right now. There are obviously some exclusive CitizenCon stuff only for CitizenCon attendees. So if you're here at the show floor, come over to the merch booth. The line was astronomical earlier today. It's much more manageable now, so if you haven't gotten a chance to pick it up yet, now might be a good time to make
fait qu'il y a du monde pas mal qui sont allés là-bas.
I was given
à 199, je sais pas comment il y a de monde.
Luminalia present, so we're going to do a little bit of an unboxing to show you guys some of the cool stuff. I mentioned earlier that I helped the subscriber program at one point, and one of my favorite pieces of subscriber flair that I was responsible for
bobbleheads, Star
was
Citizen.
the CDF bobbleheads. We have brought them to life finally. I know everyone has been asking for a long time for us to make these bobbleheads. Sure enough, we did. You can see them. People are blocking the way. Trust me, they look exactly like the ones in-game. They're super cool, super awesome. Again, if you want a little bit of the verse in your home, pick up a bobblehead on your way out. Thank you, Luminalia Claus, for your bobblehead. This is hard to do with one hand. What else we got here? We have this very nice... People keep saying we only make black shirts. We now have an orange shirts. Take that, haters. This is actually really soft. They gave me this for a bit. I'm probably just going to steal this, to be honest. You guys won't tell, right? You guys, hey, no narking. Everyone chat, be cool. And we finally, man, this is so cool. I've heard about this, but this is like feeling it for the first time. We have this Black Star Citizen hoodie. You can see on the sleeves we have Xion and Banu. I asked Dave Haddock directly what these said, and his response was, I don't know. So whatever they say, I'm sure it's something very profound and wise from these alien races. Again, I'm just going to steal this, so sorry, merch team, if you were expecting profits on those merch, you're not going to get them. Now, we do, again, have 3 exclusive merch items for people who are here at CitizenCon. We have a Pyro t-shirt, and we have 2 lithographs. I don't know if you can get... Oh, get... I can't take him anywhere. Truly, I cannot. I don't know if you're able to see that burning Pyro t-shirt off over there. That is exclusive to people who are here at CitizenCon 2953. Also in the middle there, we have those 2 lithograph art pieces. Again, exclusive. This guy, I can't take him anywhere. Who was that man? No one important, I'm sure. But yes, we have those 2 exclusive art pieces for people who are here at CitizenCon 2953. Oh, what's this? Oh my God, that strange homeless-looking man also gave me these AirPod cases with a little Finley attached with it. You know what? Maybe that guy was all right. Whoever he is, I hope he's having a good day. But I actually do need new AirPod cases, so again, like everything else, I'm just going to keep this. I think that wraps it up for me, so I'm going to throw it back to the main convention floor. There's going to be a lot more stuff here at CitizenCon. You guys will see it either later today or tomorrow. See you guys then.
Ils vont panner la caméra pour montrer tout le monde qu'il y a là. Eux autres, ils n'ont pas payé assez cher dans le fond. Ils se rendent pas jusqu'à eux autres. Quand même pas peur là, pour les gens qui vont avoir payé pour avoir été là. Ils vont être dans la vidéo du CitizenCon, là, ils vont être contents. S'ils veulent regarder leur moment, ils vont se souvenir de ça. C'est pas peur. Pour ceux qui sont là, je vais baisser la musique parce que là c'est fort. Ça... Ah, okay. Pedro Camacho fait de la bonne musique, mais quand c'est fort, c'est fort. Il a pas peur des dynamiques. Je lui ai fait une face à la Jim Carrey, là. Il y a du monde, il y a vraiment pas mal de monde, là. Ok. Hey, ça a commencé avec genre 500 personnes dans une salle. Quand même. Je sais pas son combien, là. Qui ont payé 199. Les billets. J'imagine qu'il y avait des billets VIP pour être plus proche ou pour avoir accès, mettons, à différents, je sais pas, peut-être à différents paliers de récompenses. Ils ont peut-être reçu des récompenses. Mais ça, je pense que le billet le moins cher, c'était 199 pour assister à ça, pour les 2 jours. Faut être fan, quand même, là. Surtout ceux qui viennent pas de Los Angeles, là, vu que c'est à Los Angeles. Si tu fais le voyage jusque-là, faut que ça te tente. Pour, ça veut dire qu'il y en a qui sont vraiment fans, là. Quelqu'un qui se paye un voyage à Los Angeles, se paye un hôtel, 2 jours, une fin de semaine, pour aller écouter Chris Robert et sa team vendre ce qui va arriver peut-être dans les 5 prochaines années, puis peut-être même pas, là. Je sais pas ce qu'ils nous ont montré. Mais ils ont fait ça big, là. Cette année, c'est genre big, là. Pas mal, une très très bonne production. Je trouve ça intéressant, pareil, là, tu vois vraiment tout le monde qui est là. Fait que tu vois vraiment c'est quoi le genre, tout le genre de monde qui est... Mais c'est plus des gens plus âgés, là, on le voit, là. C'est des hommes d'affaires, des gens, des... Hey, le vieux! Désolé, mais il doit avoir un bonhomme, il doit avoir 65, 70, là. Puis il attend Star Citizen, le gars, là. Il est dans son ship le soir, puis il a hâte d'aller à Pyro. Je suis vieux, moi aussi. J'aurais hâte d'aller à Pyro. Yes, sir. Lui, check sa montre. Hey, check sa montre longtemps. Ah, ça doit... Non, ok, je comprends. Il doit checker genre la conférence en back, là. Ça, il watch. Hey, il y a comment de monde? Ah, des bancs vides. Hey, il y a du monde là, c'est fou raide. Ça n'a pas de sens. C'est... Ok, je pensais... Écoute... Je suis déconnecté parce que moi, CitizenCon, je me disais, bah, il va peut-être avoir 1000 personnes. Hey, je sais pas ça fait combien de monde, là, mais il doit y avoir 7-8 000 personnes là, certains. Là. C'est clair, là. Je sais pas c'est comment la capacité, mais il y a des sièges vides, mais il y a bien du monde pareil, là, c'est clair. Aïe aïe. Là, il reste un panel. Bon, hey, on a vu tout le monde qui était là. Quand même un petit bout immersif là. J'avais l'impression d'être là. J'ai vu tout le monde, tu sais. C'était spécial comme...
How you doing, Los Angeles?
Première fois que je vois ça. C'était pour immortaliser leur passage à la CitizenCon.
Hi. My name's David, but everyone calls me Bone.
On l'a jamais vu, lui.
Don't ask. Or maybe ask me later. So, my job is to oversee all the technical implementation of the UI across the company.
Oh, le
and
UI.
If I'm lucky, I get to do some programming from time to time. At previous CitizenCon, one in the flesh, in Manchester, I talked about UI tech with my friend and colleague Zain Bian. And we were making new tools and technology to help our developers with, to develop their UI. So that was a few years ago now, and now I'm really privileged to share with you how this technology has been utilized by our talented designers to help improve your experience in the verse. So, along with some of my UI friends that are hidden out the back there, we'd like to show you some of these improvements which are going to help you, the players, navigate the Star Citizen universe. Huh. So, why are we doing this? Well, Star Citizen is big, really big. There's so many unique places, massive planets, moons, space stations, rest stops, you know, there's just loads of places to explore. We have a huge range of spaceships of all shapes and sizes, and there's an enormous amount of things to do and see and people to meet, and all this can be shared with friends online. And as we've seen today, as our amazing online technology grows, it takes great leaps, and our online player count grows, the possibilities become almost endless. So how are we going to make sense of all this? Right. Well, one of the main ways we do this is with a user interface, or UI for short. Well, that's where we come in, fortunately, being the UI guys.
Attends, c'est une image de Squadron, ça?
There's loads of ways that you see already, whether it's your vehicle MFDs, or the hood, or the kiosks, where you get your spaceship, or you trade commodities, or buy weapons, and all manner of diegetic UIs that you see. Diegetic meaning like things in the world that you can interact with. But our first real opportunity is
Je pense que c'est une image de Squadron 42, ça. Ou c'est juste un concept art. Peut-être.
Visor display gives you vital information about your status and the environment around you. But this display has gone through many iterations over the years, and it's been built upon and adapted. And I don't know if who remembers Arena Commander 1.0 that came out. That came out about a year after I started, which was primarily space combat and racing, so the visor was geared towards that. And then it evolved with our first ventures into the online universe, and as all the features get added and all these new things, the visor grows and we put things on it to show you, different statuses and like tells you all about what's going on. But with all this evolution, we sometimes lose focus. There's so much we need to know, and when we need to know it is important. So how do we zero in on what's important and at what time? So leaning on this technology that Zain and I and the UI tech team wrote a few years ago, we're trying to take a smarter perspective and rework the visor for you. So I'm not going to tell you about that. I'm going to invite Simon Bursey onto the stage, and he can tell you more about it. Simon? You on this?
Hey everybody. Okay, so Star Citizen, as you know, is a big project which has evolved over its lifetime. Early on in the project, we added the visor, which is the display you see on your helmet when you're walking around the universe in first person. Because the game is always expanding, we often add new gameplay features. And with those come new UI. The various teams slotted pieces into whatever place made sense at the time, but this eventually meant the view became very complex. As you can see, the current live UI can get very cluttered. We have lots of information competing for your attention, so you don't always know where to look, and sometimes the overlaps can make things difficult to read. So, as you can probably tell, the UI team wanted to do a redesign. We wanted to improve the player's experience by presenting the important information in a clear way. We also needed to create a new framework that supports all the existing features and allows us to add more in future. And finally, we wanted to bring the visuals up to the high standard we're setting for Squadron 42 and soon the Star Citizen persistent universe. So how do we go about that? I believe user interface should always be a collaboration with the teams who build the underlying features. So we worked closely with them on a new layout, keeping some pieces, combining others, and maybe getting rid of a few. Once we'd figured out the design, we built a new framework using our 3D UI system, and then we worked closely with the various game teams to take all that complex data that existed before and hook it up to the new user interface. When we designed player-facing UI, we often tried to start with the worst case first, so we can see everything we have to deal with. It was important for us to keep the central area as clear as possible to make it easier for you to see the underlying game. We designed a set of regions that attach to the different parts of the view, and with each of those, we have a set of widgets that can show, hide, and stack when you need them. So, I've told you about everything we wanted to achieve, but wouldn't it be great to see it in game? Does anybody here want to see a live demonstration? Good. I was hoping you'd say that, otherwise it would have been a very short demo. Okay, so we're going to show you some of our new UI running live in the game. Everything you see is in real time, but I have to tell you we've created a special mission just for the show, which is a little different to what you see in the live game. Okay, so as you can see, Bones driving. I'm going to say Bones' name a lot, and the other guys too, so it's probably the most times you'll hear that in any presentation. Okay, welcome to the Orison Providence platform. You may have spotted it earlier, but today is the first time we've shown the new visor we developed and tested in Squadron 42. But you'll be happy to know all the UI you see today is going to make its way to Star Citizen. But this is secret UEE Navy tech, so we'll give it a different look for the persistent universe. As you can see, the display is very clean by default. Many of the elements are contextual, meaning they appear when you need them to avoid cluttering the screen. We've also temporarily hidden a couple of things so we can focus on them later in this demo. Okay, Bo, let's move into the scene, please.
All right.
Okay, when we get a new mission objective, it appears in the top right of the screen. And you can see that our first mission is to repair a radiation leak. We've done a major overhaul of the augmented reality marker system so we can follow the yellow on-screen marker to get to our objective. At the top of the screen, you'll also see the compass. Okay, Bone, let's head towards the objective.
Cool UI quand même.
We were already happy with the way the player status widgets worked, showing you contextual information about your character and environment. So we've given them some visual polish and added a few new ones. The environmental radiation here is quite high, and over time it will wear down our suit and damage the player. Looks like we can see the source of the radiation there. I think somebody's damaged a pipe, so how are we going to fix it? If we were in space, we could use a salvage and repair ship. Luckily, UEE have some advanced portable tech. Bone, please equip the military multi-tool. The military multi-tool from Squadron 42 has various modes, one of which gives us the ability to salvage and repair while on foot. Okay, Bone, let's use the multi-tool to repair that pipe. Okay. Right, we can see at the bottom left of the screen, the radiation levels are decreasing.
Ah non. Ah. Ok.
Go on, Bone.
J'ai eu peur.
Let's walk forwards a bit.
Je sais pas pourquoi ça fait ça.
Now we fix the damage, we need to find the enemies that caused it. While we're on the way, you'll notice that the on-foot emissions at the top of the screen. We're emitting infrared, electromagnetic radiation, and also sound. If any of these go higher than the background levels, it will be easier for the enemies to detect us. Let's take a look at the bad guys, Bone. As part of the emissions and radar tech, we also have the ability to scan while we're on foot. If we tap the button, we can do a quick scan to reveal everything, to reveal info about anything that's in our view currently. Okay, Bone, let's do a quick scan. This highlights whatever's in our line of sight. There's also some risk and reward to the scanning system. By holding the button, we can charge our scanner, and this reveals enemies through walls using a more powerful wave. But it does cause a spike in our emissions, which makes us easier to detect. Okay, let's do a charge scan, please, Bone. Okay. We can also see the augmented reality box outs, which give us a summary of what we've detected. Okay, let's have a look at our weapons. Let's get the gun out, please, Bone. Okay, we wanted to help the player see their equipment during combat, so we upgraded the weapons display. As well as the ammo in the gun and the spare mags in their pockets, we also now show the player's explosives and med pens. Okay, let's fight the bad guys. There you can see our new explosives marker, designed to help you spot deadly grenades, mines, and missiles more easily.
I got you covered.
You do it? Okay. Well done, Bone. Success. Okay. There's no more hostiles nearby, so let's take a moment to talk about the Mobiglass. The Mobiglass is the Star Citizen equivalent of your smartphone. It has various apps that hook into the gameplay systems. Like all the UI we're showing you today, we wanted to redesign it with the player's usability in mind, to make it look good and also lay the groundwork for future expansion. Let's bring up the Mobiglass, please, Bone.
Oh! Ok. C'est quand même mieux, là.
Pretty cool, huh? We've redesigned the interface to give a smoother user experience. We've overhauled the visuals, as you can see, to make it feel more three-dimensional and holographic. This is actually a sneak peek of the UEE military Mobiglass we've created for Squadron 42. This version has a focused selection of apps, and we're going to expand on that when we bring the Mobiglass to the Star Citizen persistent universe. We'll also have more of a smartphone feel in the PU with a wider range of apps. Okay, let's briefly talk about this home screen. It gives us an overview of our health, the environment, and even our ship. We can also check our mission objective. Okay, so that's enough about the Mobiglass. We've got some more really cool UI just around the corner. And to tell you a bit more about that is the very talented Zane Bien.
Throughout human history, as we have ventured towards the allure of the unknown, we have used cartography as a key component to help shape our understanding and make sense of the world around us.
La nouvelle carte de...
Without these systems in
La
place
nouvelle minimap.
to catalog our experiences and to
J'espère
chart
qu'ils
our
vont nous montrer la
journey,
star map.
we are forever lost amidst our own environment, and we are just running around aimlessly. This is why it is super important that you, as citizens of our ever-growing, ever-evolving, persistent universe, are equipped with the tools necessary to make your ventures meaningful. So, with that said, I want to show you something that I think is extremely cool. So, Bone, our next objective is to go to the map kiosk and download a terminal. Let's go ahead and activate it. What you see on screen, zoom out of it, what you see on screen is a fully live 3D representation of the environment that we are in.
Ah, ouais. OK. On voulait des maps, il va en avoir une.
You can see callouts
On
of the
sait ce
various
qu'on est.
default points of interest.
OK.
You can pan the map around, you can rotate it, and you can even cycle the floors that you're on to
Puis ils ont
isolate
intégré en
visuals
jeu.
of the floor that you're on. So our current objective, it's much more interesting if we can actually take this on the go. So let's download it to our data bank.
Ah, ben ouais. On n'aura pas tout. On va faire download des maps.
We now have the representation of the environment in the upper left corner of our visor.
OK. What the hell? OK. OK.
Now, the thing that's
What
really
the hell?
to note at this point
Genius.
is
OK, c'est
not all
malade ça.
environments
C'est
will
intéressant.
have such a
C'est vraiment
convenient
intéressant.
kiosk available.
Vraiment
You may
intéressant.
encounter
Puis
run-down
c'est pas
settlements,
toutes les places qui vont avoir des
or
maps.
you might come across a cave that no
Attends.
one else has ever set foot on before.
OK. C'est ça que je voulais
What will
voir.
happen in this instance is your radar will incrementally update your map, and it will incrementally reveal your environment and save that to your data bank. So you kind of reveal it incrementally. So this map, what we see in the upper left corner of our visor is not really just a map. What it really is actually data. It's our radar. And we can see
De mettre ça un genre de
on our
gameplay
radar
autour
as
de
we
ça,
scan.
là. Puis de downloader des maps, puis
It's
tout, c'est pas
basically,
pire. À partir de terminal.
What we have
de
available
terminaux.
stored in our data bank. So because we have the location data saved to our data bank, we can obviously access that via our mobiGlass. So let's go ahead and pull it up in our mobiGlass, because this is going to get really interesting.
Sérieux?
So Bone, I would like you to cycle between the different floors for us, please. So you can see this lerping transition between the different floors and marker callouts of our objective and also where we are. I would like to talk a little bit about the tech behind this. What you're seeing is not a pre-baked asset. And I want to reiterate that because all of our environments can be very dynamic and they can change. They can take damage. Perhaps economic shifts might cause changes in the environment. And we can't export totally custom assets. So what we've done is we collaborated with our graphics team to enable us to render the environment in this way. And what it is we're actually whitelisting objects that we render and excluding everything that we don't need to render. So in our level markup, we basically have the designers and artists mark up only the bits that are necessary for the map. This lets us have a very compelling visual, but without much of the cost. So I think what we can do at this point, what I want to show you is something very interesting.
Mettre des marqueurs.
We might look around on this map and note down certain areas that might look interesting that we might want to revisit later. We can see some doors on this map, and these doors are entities that are called out on the map, and they may change state. So there can be some doors which have a locked state, which they will display red. And doors that are open will be green. And there are other entity callouts that can happen in our map. So let's go ahead and find a location to put down a pin, please, phone. Maybe that one. Maybe that door looks interesting. Press T. So what we can do is set a marker, and we can customize the details of that marker. Now, what you'll notice as well is as we set markers, there's metadata that is encoded into each of these markers on top of the customized
Pour un jeu de cette grandeur-là, normalement, il n'y a pas
specify.
ça, des maps de même. Justement, Starfield, il n'y avait pas de map, rien.
Mark as many
Le
markers
fait
as
qu'il
you
y a
want in
ça,
this map.
puis tu découvres la map au
These are all
fur et à
saved to our
mesure qu'on peut
databank.
télécharger des maps,
And
qu'on
we
peut
can
mettre des points.
eventually
C'est
share
ça
these
qui manquait.
markers and even sell these markers on the market.
C'est
So
ça
the
qui
thing
manquait,
about
de
this,
pouvoir se repérer
we
dans le
can't
jeu.
really talk about markers without mentioning data running.
Ah! On va pouvoir vendre des informations.
So you might specialize in exploration, whereas perhaps a miner might specialize in the equipment, and they make investments in their equipment. So you, as an explorer, might be in the business of going around and exploring and finding locations that are very valuable to other professions. And the role of these markers are very important in coming up with the data and yeah, so it's very important. We can basically, when you name your markers, you can make it as
Il y a une bulle, le gars, je comprends ce qu'il veut dire.
maybe obvious, or you can leave it a mystery. So you'll have when you sell it on the market, you could get rated for how accurate the data is. So the other thing is we have a mission objective as well.
C'est
And
hot en
it would be very
colline,
nice
ça.
to be able to route to that mission objective. How do we get there? That is another purpose of the map, is basically navigating and letting us know the way towards that objective, towards a destination. So let's go ahead and plot a route.
Ça, c'est juste malade, là. Explorer des places, des bâtiments, des grottes, marquer les points d'intérêt. Après ça, tu vends tes données. Fait que ça veut dire qu'il n'y a pas personne qui peut avoir toutes les maps de toutes en même temps. Fait qu'on va pouvoir, maintenant, si on a une map d'une place, on peut la vendre à plein de monde. Ou...
Our destination and where we want to go.
peut avoir un
So
gros
you will no
business qui se
longer be
passe autour de
lost
ça. C'est
amidst
fou, pareil.
all of our super complex
Okay.
environments. And what's worth mentioning at this point, and what's really cool, is this under the hood is actually utilizing another piece of tech, AI pathfinding. And so what that allows us to do is leverage other existing tech to basically, it does all the heavy lifting, we just make it look pretty. So because of that, there are certain cases where the path might be blocked. It might have a locked door, or there might be a fire that is in our way. The AI pathfinding will account for that. It will go through doors, it will handle elevators, and it will handle fires, locked doors, and it will just handle everything. So that is an example of sort of a piece of tech that we've leveraged under the hood to help us achieve this goal. So, one last thing we can do at the moment is we want to ensure that there are no more hostiles in our way as we make our way to our objective. So what we can do is we could send out a ping. Bone, if you send out a ping, please. So the scanning will also be represented in the map in the same fashion as it is when you're in FPS. So we know that there's no more hostiles. Let's go ahead and make our way to our objective. As you can see in the upper left corner, we now have the route line represented, our destination, and the distance it takes to get there. As we traverse this path, the path automatically updates, and if you deviate from that path, it will recalculate the route you need to get to your destination.
Quand même hot, là. OK. Il y a ça dans plein de jeux, mais pas à cette scale-là. Ça, c'est plus compliqué de le faire. Parce que c'est pas juste une map. Faut que tu le fasses pour toutes les maps. Fait qu'il faut que tu aies un système qui est récurrent pour tout ce qui existe.
To the right.
Puis de le gamifier parce que tu vas pouvoir vendre les données.
The pin that we've laid down, as well as our marker objective called out on the map.
Je suis pas mal sûr qu'on peut faire la même affaire pour les vaisseaux.
The floor will dynamically change as you head up the stairs. If we can get past this first bit, if we don't trip up. So as we make our way into the Carrack, it's not just environments or caves or cities. We can represent the ship on our interior map. And it's totally seamless as you transition between the two.
C'est pareil.
So let's go ahead and pull up our mobiGlas again and get a wider view of our ship. So we are now on the technical deck, but we can also see the other floors. If you traverse the floors, Bone, just to demonstrate it. Here's our cartography deck. Down one. And our habitation deck. So you will have noticed from a previous presentation that this was very similar looking, right? It's utilizing our tech. So not only will this benefit you as a player, but it also benefits us as developers, because we generalize this system so that other developers can leverage our map to create compelling gameplay. So,
je suis sans mots, honnêtement. C'est comme, on dirait que c'est aïe, je trouve ça vraiment hot, leur système.
And I think that's just too cool for school.
Je trouve ça vraiment nice, leur système.
So, we've been talking about environments, cities, representing ships on our map, maybe planet terrain. These are quite, I mean, our universe is quite big, right? That's only a small fraction of what our universe is.
Ah, the star map.
What if?
Man.
What if? What happens? Have we tried this? What happens if you just take your mouse wheel and just zoom out a little bit? Keep going. Keep zooming out, all the way out, all the way out. Let's go, let's go. So, it's not just the interior map, it's not just the radar, it is the map. It is one single unified system just across different scales. And I want, at this point, we are above Crusader, and at this point, I want to invite Emily Hansen onto the stage to talk about the map as seen at this scale. Thank you very much, everybody.
J'ai jamais été hype pour du UI, mais là, je suis hype pour du UI. What the hell? Ok. What? C'est quasiment plus hot que le. Chris Robert.
As you all suspected, this is the star map. I'm so excited to be here today to reveal this to you all. I hope you're excited too. Now, I think we all know the current star map needed a bit of work. And we've done that. Now, mapping the universe is no easy task, but we've taken some big steps forward with this upgrade to make it so much easier for you to navigate the stars. Before we dive into the details, let's just take a second to admire Crusader's new look. Bone, why don't you take a look around? Much like the interior map, the star map is holographic, and this lets us add some cool interference effects and details to our planet textures. You can also see our improved player marker and that we're currently at Aurontsnous. The player and location markers have merged at this scale because they're so close together. The player marker takes priority, which is why the marker displays the player icon and color. By smartly merging with bigger points of interest at larger scales, the player marker always remains visible to you. You'll always know where you are relative to points of interest near and far. So, is everyone ready to see more? Bone, let's take the step back button. That's the one on the right over here. So we can see, take a look at Crusader and all of its moons. Yeah, so here we are, Crusader, its moons, orbits. You can also see that labels have received a major visual update. They're now fully 3D, and this gives them a really cool perspective. Most labels are aligned to the galactic plane, and they rotate with the map. Bone, give the map a spin. Bone, can you tilt past the horizon, please? Cool. When we do this, the labels flip so you can always read them clearly. Labels for city markers and outposts work a little bit differently. Bone, let's double click on Selin now to focus on it.
Ok. Ben ça, là, on les voit vraiment bien.
Surface labels face the camera and appear when they're in the central part of the planet, reducing on-screen clutter. Bone, want to show this in action? Markers on the far side of the planet fade out, so they don't take focus from the locations you currently care more about on the near side of the planet. Bone, can you double click on one of the points of interest? As we selected this marker, its label will stay visible at all angles. So far, we've showed you that you can use buttons and double-clicking to jump to objects you're interested in. But wouldn't it be nice if you could also freely zoom out and into locations? Shall we try it, Bone? Let's zoom out until we can see Crusader. We wanted to ensure you have freedom to move around, but this flexibility requires us to be really careful about how and when markers appear. Markers need to disappear when they get too small, but also stay visible when they're still relevant to your view. This isn't simple because objects in a solar system are vastly different sizes. Think about the size of a star versus a planet versus you, the player. You're kind of small compared to a star, right? Our solution is a technique we call cosmetic scaling. This allows us to draw a marker at its real size when we are close to it and artificially increase its size as we zoom out until we reach the point where it collapses into larger points of interest in the hierarchy. You can see this in action here. There's no way Crusader and its moons are this size at this scale in reality. They've been scaled up massively so you can see them. Bone, let's zoom out a bit more so we can see the moons disappear. You can also start to see Crusader's orbit line around the sun here. But before we move on to that, let's zoom back in so we can see everything come back as we get closer. As well as zoom, you can also pan around the map unrestricted. Bone, feel free to have a quick look around. As we draw closer to a marker, the cursor automatically magnetizes to it. This ensures you never lose track of what you're trying to view when you zoom in. No more zooming in on empty space. Bone, let's use this technique to take a closer look at Yela. The magnetic cursor does not require us to click on markers. Keep zooming in. Bone, can you keep zooming in? Thank you. You can see that the surface markers appear without us needing to select Yela itself. Imagine how much easier finding that outpost will be now. Crusader, as you all know, isn't all there is, though. We've got a pretty big universe out here. Do you want to see some more? Let's have a look at a location further afield. Can we just pan to Calliope, maybe? Bone, let's give that a try. Yeah, I think we're getting lost. Pretty sure we can all disagree this might not be the best strategy. So what can we do? Bone, let's try clicking on the middle button over here. This returns us to our previously selected marker. As I mentioned, we did not select Yela, so we've gone back to Selin. So now we know where we are. That's a step in the right direction, but we're still not at Calliope. So we need to find a different way. Bone, could you use the step back button until we can see the whole solar system, please? And there it is. I think Calliope is one of Microtech's moons. So if we double click on that bone, we should be able to see it. And there it is. Bone, let's pan to it and then zoom in so we can see that magnetic cursor in action again. Can you zoom in, Bone? Thank you. It's so cool to see more of our moons and planets and how different they all look. Okay, so this is great. But what if I hadn't already known where Calliope was? Surely there's a faster way. We've got you. We've provided a drop-down that lists the points of interest in the solar system. Bone, want to expand it now? We're actively working on ways to improve the way this list is presented to you, to make it even easier to find what you're looking for. And yes, this will include search functionality. But for now, Bone, let's use this to go to Aerial. I absolutely love zooming around on this map. Bone, want to find Area 18 for me? So, Area 18 is currently on the dark side of the planet, it seems. Of course, it's not just planets and moons. Bone, how about we take a look at security post Créer? It's quite a long way down, isn't it? This is where the upcoming search will really come in useful. Bone, want to zoom in a little and show off our holographic model of this station? Bone, can you also drop down again, please? Thank you. As you may have noticed, the recent list in the drop-down populates as you click on locations in the list. It will remember your 3 most recent selections, so you can use this to quickly return to places in case you want to check something out again. Bone, let's use this to go back to Aerial. Okay, so we've done a lot of exploring. I think it's time that we head back. We could do this by selecting Aurontsnous from the list, but we also have our own marker that we can take advantage of here. The eagle-eyed amongst you may have noticed that the player marker clamps to the edge of the map, keeping it visible to you no matter how far away you go. To get back to our position, we could double-click that marker, or we could click the first of the navigation buttons to zoom straight there. Now, I'm sure many of you have been wondering if we can go back to our carrot map from the star map, just like how we got here from the carrot map just a few minutes ago. So, let's see what happens when we focus on our player marker. Go ahead, Bone.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, here's our carrot again. Being able to simply zoom between these map contexts lets you draw meaningful connections between what's on the ground and what's in the skies like never before.
Fait qu'elle est fonctionnelle, là, la
So,
map, là.
just for fun, let's zoom all the way back out so we can see the entire Stanton solar system. It's just so cool to watch the verse open up before our eyes. With all these new possibilities for moving around the star map, you should never find yourself lost again. The controls are so much smoother and easier to use than the star map you're all used to.
Hey, s'ils
As I
disent
hope
que ça
Bone
arrive dans
agrees.
3.22, je suis
Knowing that what
capable.
we've shown here today is just the beginning for the upgraded star map. You saw pinning in the local map, and we'll add this to the star map before you get it. Just imagine being able to mark something interesting you find out there in the verse and then sharing that location with friends, just like Zane said. Exploration is about to get a lot more interesting, and we're doing everything we can to ensure the star map is your brightest window to the stars yet.
Cool stuff, ça.
And now, let's welcome our intrepid demo driver, Bone, back to the stage.
Thanks, Emily. Thanks a lot. So we're really, really excited about getting all these features into your hands of the players of Star Citizen and Squadron 42 we know they're going to make a huge difference to the way you make your way around the universe. So let's just quickly review what we've seen. We've rebuilt the visor display to give you a better understanding of the environment around you. With the new minimap, with the integrated radar and ping, and it will help you find your way around. There's a new Mobiglass coming with its sleek new design. We're improving all the existing apps, and we're going to develop some new ones too along the way. So we've got a video now. And then there's our interior map technology, which will truly help you understand your surroundings. Better awareness of your surroundings and threats, exploring new mapping new areas, pinning locations for later and sharing these with your friends.
Fait qu'on va pouvoir mapper les planètes au complet et tout. What the hell?
Or the interest.
Okay.
That looks great.
Ok. Sérieusement, là, je sais pas quoi dire. C'est genre... c'est genre la map la plus détaillée de toute l'histoire de tes maps. Ça n'a même pas de bon sens.
Horizon?
What the hell? J'ai jamais vu ça. Ok.
And of course, our entirely new integrated star map with its new interface and, let's face it, a much needed refresh to the user experience. No more getting lost. A whole new perspective. With all these upcoming features, where will you explore today? Thank you very much. Cheers.
All right. Sorry. I was back there trying to figure out how to reprogram my Alexa to respond to Bone. Bone, add Cheerios to the grocery list. Bone, rescue the hostages. Dave Haddock, if we don't have that in the narrative, I'm going to find you. Guys, that's it for day one of CitizenCon. What'd you think?
C'est sûr qu'il y a un petit bonus, là. Un genre de rappel. Un petit...
That is a heck of a day one. You want to do it again tomorrow? We saw Star Engine and all the amazing improvements that are coming to Star Citizen and Squadron 42. We saw the next step in the evolution of resource management and the birth of multi-crew gameplay. We saw the ship, guys. And of course, come on, the star map, the interior map, everything. I often joke that we're just like you in many of the same ways. We want the same things, we need the same things. We have all collectively, all 1,300 of us
bonus.
working for Cloud Imperium Games, been like, when Star Map? When? To see it. So good. So yeah, this wraps up day one. I'm going to tell you that Hall B is going to be open for about another 2 hours.
Comment
So
ça
if
se
you
fait que ça
haven't
lui
had a chance to
prend
check out
autant
the
de temps que ça
Pyro
développer les
Playground
affaires,
and all
ça
that
n'a
stuff,
pas de
go ahead and
sens.
do that. Tomorrow, be sure you come back. We got character advancement. That's Ian Leyland, Sean Tracy, Forrest Steffen, and Andre Perez. I really want to tell you what you're going to see, but you're not going to want to miss it. If you thought the opening to day one was hot, check out the opening to day two. We got life in the first person. We got our FPS crew. They're going to show you how all of these things integrate into the FPS combat experience. We got taking flight with Yogi. Who doesn't love Yogi? It's another live demo where they're going to show you the space flight and atmospheric flight experience. that's been developed with master modes and through Squadron 42. We got Living on the Edge and Destination Adventure, a two-part look at all the new locations that are coming in the Pyro system, the Stanton system, and I've been here 9 years. I got to make it to 10. So yeah, everybody, from the bottom of my heart and standing here in front of the 1,300 people who make this game possible, thank you for joining us for CitizenCon. Come back tomorrow, 11 a.m. Pacific. We'll see you then. Day one was great. You ain't seen nothing yet. Take care, everybody.
Bon. Ben c'est ça qui est ça pour la première journée. Fait que je vais être là demain. Honnêtement, je pensais pas être impressionné par un UI. La map, ok, ça fait 4 ans qu'ils travaillent sur la nouvelle map. Je comprends. Honnêtement, je peux rien dire. Si un jour on le voit, je sais pas si c'était juste un prototype. Ça n'a pas l'air d'être un prototype, là, ça a l'air fonctionnel. Là. S'ils sont capables de dézoomer puis de zoomer, ça veut dire qu'elle est faite en tant que telle en 3D. Ils peuvent l'intégrer dans le jeu. T'sais. Je sais pas quand est-ce qu'ils vont faire ça, mais en tout cas, quand même assez intéressant. J'ai hâte de voir ça demain. Qu'est-ce qu'ils vont nous montrer. On verra bien. Donc, sur ce, merci, au revoir, à la prochaine.